ain't too good. I mean, I done seen some rooms where I'm like, yo, this some pink puffy bullshit. I mean, Hello Kitty posters and Very little, I'm afraid.
Would you like to?
He's looking at you, kid. Come on, let's shag ass.
I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
Moonlight.
Stupid TV. Never should have gotten it off eBay.
Yo, what's good, everybody? Episode 201. We are back in the house, and we survived episode 200. Like, literally survived episode 200.
Barely.
I mean, 10 hours of mental exhaustion. Like, I mean, crazy shit, man. But we are back here with episode 201.
And nothing's changed because Jeremy's still moving furniture.
Right. And yeah, we're back with one of our famous dub shows. These are always fun to do. I like these.
Yeah.
I feel like at the end of episode 201, Moods was talking like, and I really
200
like,
dude.
I'm sorry, 200. I really like Fulci because he was awesome.
Yeah, it sounds like you.
I was literally fucking brain dead. Like, I was explaining to JP before the show here. About my mental capacity was like negative 100 at that moment, man. Like, I had a lot of beers in me, but I also couldn't think properly because after the show ended, I literally stared at the wall for like 2 hours and listened to music, and I didn't think about anything. I couldn't move. I was so mentally drowned from what was going on. It was just crazy, dude. Like, I mean,
so these people know we started at 6 p.m. and the show finished at 4:30 a.m.
Yeah.
That's just fucking stupid.
And 4:30 a.m. Was it 4? It was 5:30 for me.
Yeah.
It's official, man. Like, no fucking podcast can hang with us, man. Like, we are the champions. We are the real. Like I always say, you know, go big or fuck off. Well, I actually don't really say that. I think I just said that. But
I kind of like that. That should be on a shirt. Go big or fuck off.
But like I'm saying, like, nobody does 10-hour recordings. I mean, when you actually just say it out loud, it's pretty comical. 10-hour show. Yeah. Like, it's literally an entire workday. Plus and a couple hours, right? It's insane
it's
when
like
you actually
your
think about
commute to work,
yeah,
your whole work day, and your commute back home, and your start of dinner.
You know, people are always used to tell us back in the day, like, oh yeah, we really like the long shows. You know, like the 4-hour shows are great. Well, here you go. Here's an entire show.
10 hours.
Right. So.
Yeah, I could tell when we got to like 25, Dave and Jeremy were like, uh-oh. And I was just like having so much fun that I was like, oh, this is great. Like, we're doing fine. But then, like, you could tell they were like, uh-oh.
Well, I knew where it was going because Moods was spending like 5 minutes on each person, and we still had 25 to go. So that was already like 2 hours.
I would say when we were in the top 20, Moods would, like, Dave would take like 2 minutes, Jeremy would take like a minute, I would take like 3 minutes, and Moods would take like 5.5 minutes.
I think I'm like truly incapable of just doing
anything short. Yeah,
exactly, man. Like, I try to go, like, you know, when I do video reviews and stuff, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make these reviews 5 minutes, and they always turn out to be 7 to 9.5 minutes every fucking time. Like, I don't know how I do it, man, but I'm very consistent in that time. But exactly, when we're talking about these,
a lot to say.
I just say if we come up with a list for 250, we gotta delegate
I think
better.
Lists are done, man. I don't think we're gonna do lists like that again.
250 movie posters.
It's so exhausting. You know, it was actually, I had a lot more fun doing this episode than we did for you know, the top 100 influential. That one was really exhausting because we spent so much time prior, you know, prepping for that one and stuff. And then come showtime, I just didn't want to talk about the movies anymore.
You got that wrong again. It was top 50 influential, top 100 best horror films.
Okay, so yeah, the top 100, best horror films. Yeah, that was the one we spent.
Was it best horror films? I can't remember.
Honestly, dude, yeah. I'm really horrible at 22 Shots history.
No, we did top What the hell did we do for 100?
150 were top 50 favorites. Top 100 was top 100 greatest. Top 50 was most important.
Okay.
Top 50
Okay. Yeah, it was the greatest. Okay. Anyways, but the influential one was really, really tough too, because the three of us had to work on that together, and that was exhausting. And then
that was JF1 era, so that was.
And then come record time, we spend 40 hours, prepping for this show, and then we got to record it. And I was like, I don't even want to mention the movie titles anymore. I'm done. I was exhausted.
This one was definitely a lot funner. And honestly, I was kind of shocked at how it all played out, with just the amount that me and you shared. It was high. I think you and Dave shared the most, but me and you shared one less than that. It was 27 of the same.
Yeah,
directors showed up.
Yeah, it was crazy actually, man. How many of the same ones we had, and of course Jeremy's list was pretty interesting too, because he had a lot of directors that only had one film and stuff. Of course, we're not appearing on any of our films or on our list and stuff like that too. So very unique stuff.
But
very,
honestly,
very unique.
Normally, Jeremy's lists are funny to me, and I'm like, oh. Of course, but I thought that his was very good. He had, even the people that he had, it totally fit. I was like, okay, yeah, it fits what he likes and stuff like that. And some of them, I was bummed that weren't going to make my list, and I assume wouldn't make yours or Dave's list, that made Jeremy's, that we got to talk about that we otherwise wouldn't have.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it made for a pretty well-rounded show technically, right? Because we covered a lot of grounds,
I just don't see us doing a longer show than that, unless
that's
Friday.
That's
Friday, maybe.
I doubt it. I don't think we'll ever do. I won't intentionally ever try to do a show longer than that.
See, the Friday franchise. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, we would have to technically talk about each movie for almost an hour. I mean, what is there? 13? No, there's 12. There's 12 total films, so that'd be 12 hours an hour. I don't think that's going to happen, because I don't think some of the movies we're going to spend an hour on talking. I just don't think that.
The only way that would end up over this length is if we did it a la Saw, where we recorded each review by itself, which I am not opposed to actually doing for that show, because it would allow me to spend a lot of time with each title.
Well,
you know how many people posted on my thread that the show was over 10 hours, and they're like, is it Friday the 13th? It's like, I told you, fuckers, we wanted to do that. I just want everybody to know I wanted to do Friday the 13th, but these assholes didn't.
It was timing wise, dude. I just didn't feel we could have did Friday the 13th, but it's my favorite franchise. It's one of Moods' favorites. I don't want to half-ass it. I want to take my time with that show in particular. That's the holy grail of 22 Shots for me. That and Elm Street. Those are the two shows that I've waited 7 years to do more than any other shows. So I want, whatever we do that, I want to take my time with it.
Yeah, I agree, actually. I think that recording them separate. I mean, if we're going to do that separate, then it might be longer. I mean, because when you're doing things separate, you just, you're not worried about time, right? At that moment. So I think that it could be a potentially a pretty long episode. But yeah, I think that's probably the way to do it, though, to kind of get everything in there.
Man.
You spend a little bit more time.
With that and Elm Street, and potentially you could get a guest on some of them, or each one with maybe Elm Street or something. That would be an interesting way to do it.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of fun ways to do that. And we have tons of other franchises coming up, like the Twilight show for some reason. Are we still doing that? Is that a real thing?
She paid for it. I guess it's happening.
I'm honestly starting to regret even, agreeing to do that, because I started thinking about it after, and I'm like, man, that's going to show up in people's feeds and be like, fuck 22 Shots, man. They're doing Twilight.
I know we said we're never doing Patreon exclusive, but maybe,
you know what, man?
Maybe that one.
That's for everyone that disses me on that. I'm just gonna reply go big or fuck off to every.
Right, go big or fuck off. Well, that's what we're kind of known for. We'll do anything pretty much. I mean, as long as it's in the world of something horror. Which honestly, guys, Twilight isn't. I don't know if you've seen any of them, but they have werewolves in them and vampires, but I can never call it horror.
Right.
But
it's definitely it's going to be an interesting conversation, because I actually, to be honest, don't really know anything about them. I don't know characters. I'm so green going into these things. It's crazy. It's not very often it happens on the show where, we're going to be doing a big show and I'm so I'm green. That's crazy, man. So it's going to be very unique in that aspect, so I really don't know what to expect. I'm expecting, teeny bopper, kind of shit that's aimed at 13-year-old girls and stuff, and that's pretty much what my mentality is going into it. So I mean, I'll take it for what it is. So. Right.
I actually, when he brought that up, I thought we were 100% not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you he came to Jeremy's told me that you're okay with it, and I was like, okay, then I guess I'm okay with it. But so this is really Moods' call here. So
I asked Moods when she messaged me and like, could you do Twilight? I was like, I'll ask them. I don't think they're gonna say okay.
I actually never thought in a million years. Yeah, I never thought in a million years.
Said okay, and I was like, what?
Well, I also
didn't think he was going to say okay.
But
Jeremy wanted to do him. You could tell he was excited.
The thing is,
think it's funny.
The reason why I agreed to it is because I also said that, like, I mean, if we're gonna have this Patreon and stuff, and I don't think it's right that we get to pick and choose, which ones that people are bringing to the table, right? I mean, if they're gonna pay money to have us review things and stuff,
that's expensive too. It's like $50.
That's what I'm saying.
60.
Like, if they're paying for it, I mean, I can't. I feel like an asshole going, "Nah, dude, that's not for us." Like, it's not really at our choice. I mean, if they're gonna spend their hard-earned money and stuff, got to do it. I just feel like we owe it to them, right? So,
and
I just never thought it'd get picked. I just honestly,
it should be funny. At very least.
Yeah, I just never thought it would actually get picked, to be honest. It never even occurred to me until Jeremy mentioned it, and I was like, holy shit, that actually could be a real thing.
Right. And that was picked by, I believe, Taylor, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, that's happening sometimes, so be on the lookout for...
Yeah, that we're shooting for February for that.
Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day episode totally makes sense. I mean, it's a romance, so that's what we're shooting. We also have the Paranormal Activity show that got pushed back. I know we really need to do that. It's been a while since we got that one, so that's coming soon. And then Hannibal, which is kind of a weird one, but that's kind of interesting to do. And then Evil Dead. So we have tons of franchise shows coming up.
Yeah, definitely.
Evil Dead is the one I'm most excited for. I feel like that's one that is weird that we haven't done yet.
That's one that I did say that I was very shocked it hadn't been picked through Patreon earlier, and that one, and of course Return of the Living Dead franchise. I'm really kind of shocked that one hasn't been picked, but it is what it is.
Yeah, but what cuts are we going to watch of Army of Darkness is the real question.
Probably just the directors. I don't know. I think that's the one. I think there is a specific one that Sam Raimi I think it is a director's cut. That's the one that he likes the best, I think. So
I don't think I've seen any other cut than the one that was like always available.
I've never seen like the TV cut or anything. I've seen just the the original version, like the theatrical, and then I've seen all the versions, but I've never seen the TV version. So I mean, but it's TV version. Like, that's obviously we're not going to be doing. But I think the director's cut is the one. That's
I know we're not doing news and stuff, but I just wanted to shout this out. How awesome is this? So, if you ordered, I think it was Beastmaster, right, from Vinegar Syndrome.
What a release, man! Oh,
one of their discs was messed up. There's an error. I don't know what the error is.
Yeah,
but there's an error in their discs, and they came out right away and said, "Okay, we're aware of this error. All packages going out forward will have the fixed disc." And then anybody who ordered it previously will automatically receive the fixed disc. Mm-hmm. I mean, come on. Is that not how you do a replacement disc?
I'm telling you, man, if you have to basically tell your buyers to go and fill out a fucking form on your website like Scream Factory does and shit like that.
No, well, not only Scream Factory, everybody.
Like, speaking of Scream Factory, I still haven't got my fucking Friday disc.
I haven't got mine either, and like I honestly, I really don't like the way they do it. And honestly, Scream Factory's customer service is getting a pretty bad rap these days. I mean, everyone kind of agrees with what I've been saying and shit. Like, they never get back to people, man. Like,
not me. They sent me a new box fucking right away. I couldn't believe it.
Well, I mean, in certain cases and stuff, but like even going back to the Halloween box set, Halloween 4 that had the sync problem, and so I never got my replacement disc for that. I emailed them like 8 times, not one response. Never fucking got it, even to this day. And I even mentioned it when I signed up for this disc replacement program for the Friday disc. I'm like, can I get my Friday 4? I emailed you guys like so many times. I bought this, like, nothing. What the fuck is going on with this? It's crazy. But yeah, Vinegar Syndrome just going out of their way and being like, yo, there was a problem at the pressing, and we're just gonna solve this issue for you. That's amazing. Yeah, it's really good.
Super cool.
And I think this is the first time we get to mention Severin getting into the 4K game, fellas.
Yep, that's everybody now except for Criterion, which is weird, man. Criterion is supposed to be like the leader in quality.
Doesn't Criterion have a 4K?
Nope.
Didn't they didn't announce a 4K? Okay, I thought they did.
Nope.
Interesting.
Arrow announced Crash.
That is
and
really
Criterion
strange.
announced a Blu-ray.
That's right. That's right. That is strange, though. You know, the company that's supposed to be the company of all companies, right? And
Right. That's what I said. I think Criterion fell off, man. I don't think they're a major player like they were.
No. Well, they release like 95% of the stuff that they release is, you know, probably really great film and stuff, but I'm just not interested in a lot of stuff that they do anyway. So Criterion's not even one of those things I really even check for that often, you know, to be honest. Plus their prices are out fucking outrageous, man. So, you know, yeah. So I gotta address this, man. I think this is one of the funniest things I have read in such a long time, man. Like, I literally bursted out laughing at this shit, man. So fucking, you know, our co-host that is not on today's episode, Mr. Parka does his own show on his YouTube channel and stuff. You know, Mr. Parkley. I'm gonna start calling him Mr. Parkley. Mr. Parker's weekly reviews and updates and stuff. He does one every week and stuff. Anyways, this comment that was left on his fucking channel is so funny because he always plugs the show. It's usually the first thing he talks about when he opens up his video and stuff. He's like, yeah, so we did this episode and blah blah. He kind of describes it, check it out kind of thing, right? So anyways, somebody left a comment and said, I like the reckless 22 shot stuff. They are hapless idiots. It actually feels like help a retard week in quotations whenever the 22 shot hosts speak.
I didn't even get that comment. I was like, what the hell?
Unless
is
they
this
were
guy
talking about me.
I literally laughed out loud because he pluralized it. Like, he said hosts with an S. And I was like, so he's talking about all three of us. I'm like, that's fucking amazing. I'd never been called a retard before. But the fact that the way he put it in quotations, like help a retard week, I fucking burst out laughing. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense, because what he starts out saying is, I like the reckless 22 shot stuff. They are hapless idiots. Okay. That's cool.
Wait, so what does that mean? What is I like the reckless 22 shot stuff? Is he saying he likes the show? Is he saying he likes that Dave's plugging the show? What is he saying?
I think he's referring. I mean, if he has listened to the show, maybe he's referring to the fact that we do, like Dave kind of mentioned on here, like we do a lot of freestyle stuff, right? Like we don't script this show, is basically what we're doing. So it's kind of reckless at times, right? Hence our, you know, tangents and shit that we go off. I don't know. That's just the way I kind of took it. And they're like, they're hapless idiots. And I'm like, that's a compliment. That's a total compliment to me. But then he reverts to this weird area, and he's like, it actually feels like help a retard week. And then he just instantly disses the shit out of us. And I'm like, that's fucking hilarious, man. So I don't know what this guy's on, but it was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Crack.
It was just a weird comment. And then Dave, he responded by saying, harsh. I love those guys, you know? And I was like, dude.
I saw it because I actually listen to Dave's show usually, or watch it weekly. And I looked at the comments and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude.
It was funny.
It just, that was fucking crazy, man. Like, I think that's like one of the first times I've ever read a comment on someone else's video where they were trashing the shit out of us. That's pretty funny. But
I think I've seen it like before. Like I remember somebody, I can't remember what it was, but somebody was like, yeah, those 22 shots guys are kind of dicks or something.
Really?
Years ago. Yeah. And then
actually, you know what? I did
I
too.
want to read on 200. I want to read this one.
Okay.
Man, Jeramy, Jeramy, is retarded. Saw 2 is not the worst in the franchise. It's the best, and I can't believe you guys like Saw 5. That's one of the worst ones. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. And this guy doesn't know how to use commas, by the way. I love how you guys shit on the acting in Saw 2, but you're perfectly fine with the acting in 1 and 5. Like, what the fuck? Are you guys blind? Are you sure you're not getting 2 and 5 confused? I know JP's not he's smarter than Jeramy for the most part.
That is true. I agree with him.
And fucking Jeramy fucking saying 7 is better than 2. What a fucking joke. Motherfucker has brain damage. Man, you guys are whack. Although I do agree with Jeramy over JP on Jigsaw. That movie was shit. You guys are weird. And then he commented again.
Weird.
Another episode. JP, WTF. How can you like fucking Freddy's Dead? How? 18 question marks. It's cancer. It's literally cancer. It's so awful. You lose savvy points, JP. Oh, man.
What he doesn't know is I have so many savvy points that I have free ones to lose, so it doesn't really affect me when I lose some savvy points. But yeah, this guy, for some reason, I just picture like 14-year-old or something typing this. Like, I can't imagine this.
This
like
guy actually is like he comments on quite a few of the shows, I think, and you know it's funny because he actually commented because I commented about the Freddy's Dead thing, and I said, "Yo, man," I said. I said to him, I was like, yo, I don't know why you're getting so butthurt about, you know, people's opinions on movies and shit. Like, why is it affecting you that hard? Like, who cares, right? Like, I mean, if someone says part 7's better than part, who cares? Like, it's not even that big of a fucking deal. But I said about the Freddy's Dead thing, and of course, JP didn't even agree with even what I said, which was actually kind of funny too, because I said, you know, most likely JP would tell you it's not a great movie, but he enjoys it. I mean, it's just the way fans are. Sometimes we like really shitty movies. We're not saying it's, you know, the best film or whatever. And JP's like, no, I wouldn't say that. It's actually a good movie. I'm like, you fucking dick. But anyways, so I went back and forth. Like, I mean, I wasn't having a bad time with this guy or nothing. I just asked him, I said, dude, why are you getting so upset about people's opinions? It's not like it's affecting your life or anything.
I think he apologized though, didn't he?
Yeah,
he did apologize.
And then he's like, you know what, you're totally right. I apologize for all that type of shit. I don't know why I was taking it all the wrong way and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, dude, it's just our opinions. You know what I mean? If you don't agree with them, it is what it is. It shouldn't affect your personality. Like, it seemed like he was lashing out at us. It's like, holy shit, dude. Like,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
And the first thing is like, I could see if we were on here talking about Saw 2 being better than Saw 1.
Yeah.
But he's like, Saw 2's better than all of them. And I'm like, well, that's not even a popular opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You're the only one that says that.
Yeah.
Saw 3 is clearly better than Saw 2, so.
Yeah, and to be fair, I actually like Saw 2 a lot. I actually think I lowered my rating because I was like, maybe it's not as good as I remember, but I think I like it. I'll have to check. It's 2005, so I'll have to check on that.
All I know is that I don't have any ambition to watch those movies anytime soon. And when did we do that show? A couple years ago? Like 2-3 years ago?
Yeah,
Jigsaw
it was like
came out.
3, I think.
When did Jigsaw come out?
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah,
2018 or 17, I think. But yeah, that was a interesting recording session for those.
Kind of like it was kind of like how we're doing this one. You know, it was broken up.
Yeah. I think we made the appropriate, the right decision for that episode because honestly, dude, watching like 7 Saw films and trying to talk about them in one
they're
go.
all long too.
Well, it's because it's the narrative of them, right? You know, the first 3 movies and it just kind of everything after is like before part 1. It gets a little bit confusing. So to break it up, it actually is the way to talk about them kind of thing. So
yeah, imagine if we tried doing that with watch all 7 of them in a week, all 8 of them in a week. We would have been like, wait, which one was that again? They would just bleed into
it would have been me
stuff.
at the end of episode 200 for that whole show. Like, right. I don't know what to say. Fuck. All robotic and just retarded and of course these quotations here.
But yeah, dude, 200 episodes, 7-year anniversary in the same like month. Mm-hmm. Pretty insane, man. I mean, it's been quite the run there.
It has been definitely an interesting run, but it can only be accomplished by us hapless idiots. You know, I mean, right? Because we're reckless. We're fucking reckless. You know, I mean, I
just think it shows how strong our relationship is, even though that we fight and
get on each other's nerves,
get each other's nerves.
Yeah,
yeah. We're like rock stars.
Each other.
We are. We're like a band. We're like rock stars, man. We fight all the time, and then come showtime, we're like, yeah, it's pretty. I mean, we fight on the shows too. But not like legit though. I mean, some people totally get that misconstrued.
Some people think we hate each other, which is not true at all.
I know. It's like some of the comments we've had recently, like, oh, I had to turn it off because you guys were arguing. I'm like, dude, what do people do on podcasts, man? I mean, would you want to hear, 3 guys agree for 4 hours about everything? Like, how boring is that, right? You know, I mean, it's opinions. That's what podcasts are all about, right? Sharing your opinions and
the way I look at it is like Moods is like the father, and me and Jeremy are siblings. I'm the older brother, and he's the annoying little brother.
My little kids, man. My little kids, man.
Best way to describe it.
We're like the Michael Rappaport show, man. We don't fucking fact check here, man. That's what separates us from all the other podcasts. You know, we just don't give a fuck. But yeah, no, it's been a great run. It's been a great run. I mean, if you had asked us, 7 years ago, would you still be podcasting in 7 years? I'd be like, dude, I don't think we're going to be podcasting in 7 days because we fight all the time. Like,
yeah, dude, honestly, it was.
But I think this year is like the least we've ever fought.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
We didn't have like one huge blow up. Like, we were all pretty
Yeah, it was
cordial this year.
It's probably Dave. Dave probably brought balance.
Dave is the ref. He's the balance. Yeah, we saw the stripes and we're like, we can't fight, man.
Yeah,
it's pointless.
But yeah, I mean, there's so much history with this show. You know, even all of our guests, like when Dave was trying to reach out to people, we completely forgot Andy.
Andy Cripps.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah, totally forgot to ask Andy, which is sad because he did more than one episode. He was on like 3.
Yeah, he did a few. Yeah, I know he was even on one of the top 10 shows one year.
2016. He was
it was 16 because his number 1 was Train to Busan, because that was kind of a shocker. You know, for anybody that knows who Andy is, he's a big slasher fan, and he kind of sways towards that type of realm of films and stuff. But so, sharing a number 1 that year was very odd. It was kind of shocking. But yeah, no, it's kind of sad that Andy didn't make the cut. Yeah.
No, it's just literally we did it last minute and couldn't think of all our guests ever, because as you probably heard, we have over 200 guests at this point.
Right. Yeah. Greatest line by Brandon. It's pretty good.
Yeah, but man, I mean, all the guests we've had, like the crossover shows with Exploding Heads, Jeremy leaving and Derek coming in for a while, Jeremy coming back. Mood's missing his first episode, me missing my first episode, bringing Dave on. I mean, I think that's what keeps us fresh though, man. Like we're always doing something different and we're always taking breaks too. That's important, man. I think the people that pod fade and disappear, they just burn themselves out too much.
Yeah.
We take the summer off for the most part.
We almost burned ourselves out during that franchise run, though. That was like insane. We were doing like nothing but franchises every week.
That October, but that was an epic run, man.
Yeah, that was like
all the way
Saw,
up
Child's Play. What did we do? We did like Saw, Child's Play, TCM, Hellraiser. Man, it was so crazy. Yeah, just how that worked out that we ended up doing all those in a row. But
but then we took a huge break from franchises and we didn't do that many of them.
Yeah.
And now we're doing more here, but not overkill either. It's like 1 or 2.
I try to schedule 1 a month.
Yeah, we might tighten that up a bit. We'll see what goes on, but yeah, we don't have like a ton. Like normally we have shows booked like 4 in a row, then 4 in a row, like 2 months out, like just 8 straight shows booked. Right now we actually don't, which is kind of interesting.
And we might actually get to pick something for once.
Yeah, the
which
picks
I don't like doing, but you guys do. So
yeah, the picks haven't been really rolling in that steady. So yeah, I mean, come next dub show, I don't know. I might just be on my own stuff, which would be like the first time in so long I've actually like reviewed a film, on my own will. It's kind of weird, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Speaking of which, that we'll try to do one of these like every like 2 or 3 months, like either quarterly or bi-monthly, depending on how many picks we get and stuff. This is definitely the way to handle this format, because it was becoming hard to figure out like when we would do it. Some shows we can't do WWW on, other shows we already have a few movies that we need to watch, then we get behind and then we have like it's just insane. So this works perfect.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does. Honestly, man, this format was kind of created. Well, it was mostly created because of Jeremy, but it was also created because I hated answering, hey, how many dub reviews are we doing this week? Fuck, I hated it. I was like, I don't fucking know, man. 2, 3, fuck, I don't care. So now I don't have to do that anymore. So it's great. So
and
we
now
just
with Dave on the show too, you don't want to have, me, you, and Jeremy having to do reviews and then Dave not having to do any, so it's like, it makes sense.
Right.
But yeah, so I think going forward, this is definitely the good format for that. And I'm not saying that we'll never put like a featured review on a smaller show too. We might still squeeze one in here and there or whatever, but for right now, this works with this.
Yeah, and to ask or to answer any future questions, because people are probably going to be like, why isn't Dave here right now? It's because, honestly, the times, I mean, a lot of these picks are from before he fully joined the show and stuff, so we're just trying to knock these out of the park, and also the times didn't really line up for him to be on the bonus review reviews also, so that's just why he's not here. So I'm assuming probably next dub show, depending on when we record the bonus reviews and shit, he'll probably be on those. He might even have solo reviews on there too. We don't know. So
he gets one a month, so he should have like a couple.
Yeah.
If anybody also wonders, we have your picks. Like if you've sent some picks in and they don't show up on this one, they'll show up on the next one.
Yeah.
Because I didn't go in order of when I got them. It was just too hard to remember what came in when. So there's stuff that I got recently. There's stuff that I got a while ago on here, but you will get them done eventually, except for maybe the refrigerator, because I really don't feel like watching that again. And I didn't record a review when I watched it back for ever ago. So I'll see about that one. But yeah, we'll definitely get to them. And yeah, send them in. 2005 is preferred for myself. If you guys
What
want
a bitch.
What do you? Well, how is that? What a bitch! You're telling me that nobody wants to hear me.
We don't even have the cameras on right now, and I could see JP doing the wink, wink right there. 2005, wink, wink.
I appreciate killing two. Listen, killing two birds with one stone is like one of my favorite things to do in life.
Mm-hmm.
What a douche.
And that's why you get stuff like Dick Shark, and I get what I want.
Because I let the audience do what they want. I don't
and bitch about
influence them.
And
yeah,
bitch
but I do
about
it.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, you guys can send in the pics for me too, man. I mean, Jeremy and JP just got fucking bombarded with pics. I got like none. I think I got a fucking Black Christmas remake fucking review, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to do it. I'm just dreading watching that movie.
I'm curious to hear what you have to say about
Yeah,
that.
me too.
Yeah, I'm kind of dreading it, to be honest. Like, I think I might even have mentioned it on the show that I had no interest in watching. And it's probably why I ended up with the pick, because I opened up my big fucking mouth.
That's how it happens, man.
Yeah. I'm thinking so. So it is what it is, man. I mean, I guess I should watch it. Fuck.
I mean, it's worth seeing just to see what everybody was talking about and stuff. And honestly, I mean, it's like shot good.
Yeah.
And it's Christmassy, so there's that. But yeah, so you guys, don't worry, your picks will be done. You don't have to be like, when's the picks coming out? Even though not really any of you guys do that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they will be happening. And anybody who's paid for a franchise review or a featured review, those will be happening too. We don't. There's only been like a few times where we actually didn't get to something, and we worked something out with the people like Sam. Did he pick what he was doing?
Yes,
to make up for
that. Video Dead and Terror Vision.
Oh, he's doing
Great
that
double
pick.
feature.
Much better than
that
Tale of Two
TV.
Sisters.
That's
Movies
like a
that involve Terror Vision Volume 1. Movies that involve TVs. Terror Vision and Video Dead.
Nice. Well, that's one of my favorite Blu-rays in my entire collection. That's cool, man. That's cool. Is there more? Is there more movies that have TV?
Videodrome.
Yeah, I got a video.
Which
Yeah,
we've
there's
done.
not a whole lot of them. Yeah, crazy.
I'm hoping for 2021 we can get a Cronenberg Volume 2. That's what I'm hoping.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, absolutely.
When you and Watson got together for that one, that was really fun.
That was a good show. Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, after this episode, we'll have our top 10 of 2020 coming out very soon. So,
which I am really looking forward to recording, because I'm getting so tired of watching 2020 movies. I'm almost at 150 of it. I'm just like, let's record this episode. I feel like, you know, I mean, it's kind of funny. I've been complaining about 2020 all year. You know, not really a lot of heavy hitters. You know, a lot of top shelfers kind of thing. I mean, the year overall hasn't been horrendous. There has been some decent movies and stuff, but it's still going to go down as not a year that I'm going to remember too fondly. You know, it's one of those things. But I'm really curious on people's list, because I've been watching a lot of movies recently that are kind of like borderline horror. Like, there's arguments for them that could go either way and kind of thing. And like, I don't know if it's just my mentality, but the way I've been looking at some of these movies, I'm like, no, that's horror. That's psychological horror. You know, like I'm like almost convincing myself that it's horror because I want to put it on my list kind of thing. But I do have arguments for it. And I think that's one of the biggest themes of 2020 is like, you know, which we'll get into too, but it's like reality horror, you know, horror dealing with real life things, you know, kind of thing. Right. You know, from the outside looking in. Yeah.
Shudder killed it this year. I mean, it makes sense with the way things are right now. Not a lot of theatricals.
Yeah.
Like, Jeremy, you would know this. Didn't they change the rules for the Academy Awards this year?
Yeah, they could include. Let me find them, but
like digital releases. Yeah.
Yeah, they changed the rules, which I believe is probably like one of the first times they've ever done that. I don't know if there's really been a year in cinema where films couldn't come out theatrically.
Yeah.
Like, that is insane. This has been an insane year with just change. And I remember gleefully looking ahead at 2020, like, man, this is going to be a great year for horror.
Right.
It's so funny because we talk about usually our top 5 most anticipated films for the following year, and probably half of my list that was on 2019 will be my most anticipated films for 2021.
According to the Academy updated rules and eligibility, films that plan for theatrical release but first premiered through commercial streaming are eligible for Oscars, which has previously never occurred. Additionally, the number of categories was lowered to 23, combining the sound editing and sound mixing category into one category. Several new requirements were raised for film scores, as the Best Original Score award now requires a 60% minimum of original music and an 80% blah, blah, blah. So,
what's even the film that's like the front runner this year for Best Picture? Like, I don't even know.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Definitely a huge change. Hopefully 2021 will be much better.
Yeah, let's hope, man. Let's hope. All right. Well, on that note, do we have anything else we want to
I just want to say, go big or fuck off.
Yeah. All right.
Hey yo, it's about that time for the 22 Shots crew to get buck wild and do what we do. You got that fatty in hand, so throw us a few, and we gon' hit your ass up with a bonus review. Yeah.
All right, so getting into the bonus reviews here on episode 201, What We Watched, or Dub Volume 8. Crazy we've done 8 of these. But yeah, so for first up here, through the Patreon is coming from Ratchet Command, and it's a film from 1964 titled The Masque of the Red Death. This one is
by water.
This one is directed by Roger Corman, and of course starring a whole slew of people, most notably Vincent Price, who got Hazel Cord in here, who's been in a bunch of stuff. Jane Asher, who actually, I believe at the time this movie came out, she was either dating Paul McCartney and or Roger Corman himself. It's kind of strange. You got Patrick McGee in here also, which is really cool. There's a lot of really cool character actors in this film, which I really love. Patrick McGee is probably from myself, he's super recognizable from A Clockwork Orange. He's like the old guy in that film.
This movie would give Dave a boner.
Yeah, it's got tons and tons of people throughout this. It's really, really cool. So, and of course, this is based on an Edgar Allan Poe story, of course. And this is one of, like, I believe... how many adaptations did Corman and Vincent Price do together? Like 5?
This was the last, I believe, of the Poe. The Tomb of Lygia was the last one. This was right before that.
Yeah, this was one of the last ones that he did, and this is also Roger Corman's favorite of the adaptations that he did too.
Right. So he did House of Usher in 60, Pit and a Pendulum 61, Tales of Terror 62, Premature Burial 62 as well, The Raven 63, Haunted Palace 63 as well, and then The Masque of Red Death 64 and Tomb of Lygia 64. So I did a bunch of them,
Yeah. Well, actually one of the biggest reasons
8 in 4 years.
Honestly, one of the biggest reasons why Roger Corman started tackling all these Edgar Allan Poe adaptations is because they were free to do the adaptations.
Public domain or
So basically what had happened, the rights or whatever had ran out over time and stuff, and they were free game to just do the adaptations for. And of course, Roger Corman was that person that was very notably he was notable for
being
doing well, pretty much what he would do is he would shoot double bills on one budget kind of thing, right? He was kind of the master of doing that and stuff. But of course, if you're going to get free material to work from, let's do Edgar Allan Poe movies. So worked out pretty well. It actually kind of made Vincent Price like a massive, massive star also. So pretty cool. I mean, he was a star, but I mean, these movies kind of elevated him into the horror genre big time. So
yeah, they were all rapid succession. Releases. And I don't know if you guys have the Vincent Price Collection Volume 1, which is where I know you probably do, Modes.
Yeah.
But which is where The Masque of Red Death was featured. on a release. The cool thing about those releases, and it doesn't have them for all of them, but Moods, you probably know this. They have this old PBS broadcast from like 1982. Yeah. Clips where Vincent Price once a week for like 12 weeks would show a movie, and he would do like an intro to it and an outro. Mm-hmm. And Scream Factory included those on the discs, which is really cool because it has Vincent Price sitting at a table there's candle behind candlelight and stuff, and he talks about the film briefly and talks about it briefly afterwards. I remember the first one that I watched was Witchfinder General, which happens to be one of my favorite Price movies. Mm-hmm. And he talked about his character and stuff, but he talks about his character in this one a little bit too, about how he's pretty much a prick. Yeah. Those are fucking awesome, man. Even the quality of them looks like it's off of a VHS, so it really takes you back.
They were shot on video, I believe. Like those little bits were shot on video, which is kind of cool. So you watched the edition from the collection, the Volume 1 collection?
Yeah, I know they recently put out like another version of that or something.
So they recently reissued the Masquerade
with no releases though, right? With no features.
No, it's got features on it and stuff, but it's actually the fully uncut extended version of it, right? So basically there's a couple scenes. There's a couple scenes in this movie that are they're in that version. They're not like completely cut out. They're just cut down in that version. Mm-hmm. So
interesting. I might have to pick that up.
Honestly, dude, it looks amazing with those cuts.
Well, even the Blu-ray from Scream Factory, that's the first thing I noticed was how good the transfer was on it for a film from 1964.
Yeah, because the color is, plays part into the narrative too, right? And stuff. But they really, really brought the colors out in this like drastically. It's pretty cool. So so 1964 is the Masque of the Red Death. Synopsis: a European prince terrorizes the local peasantry while using his castle as a refuge against the Red Death plague that stalks the land. Jeremy, have you seen this before?
No, but I was going to say, now that we're getting into it, I know that Roger Corman gets bashed for being a cheap bastard, but he's actually a pretty good fucking director. There's some really awesome shots in this movie. Mm-hmm. Some really great tracking shots down the corridor, throughout the three rooms, the yellow room, the white room, and the black room, or the purple room, and then the black room. There's some really awesome tracking shots down that corridor where he's either panning or he's tracking left to right. It's really, really good. So I don't understand why people always bash Roger Corman. Of course, he shot his movies fast and cheap, but, he still threw some frass in there, and he's a good director, and clearly obviously the costumes are really awesome in this movie as well, and I really like this one. It's actually pretty fun.
Yeah, man. I agree, man. For a low budget film, he did an excellent job, making it look a lot bigger than it was. I know this movie was heavily criticized when it came out for being almost too artsy fartsy. I think a lot of people were kind of misunderstanding the whole film. I'm not sure if they weren't getting the symbolism of, the Poe story itself, but I think that Corman, the way he shot this and what he did with the narrative, I thought he captured everything quite well, especially with the symbolism and the colors and stuff like that. I think he did such a great job with that. But I do agree, man, a lot of those panning shots inside the castle and shit, awesome. He captures like a lot of really great atmosphere outside. Just the foreboding of the horror in this is it's so prevalent, and just, he never really fails on that aspect right from the start of the film. Like it just feels like it's pending doom right through the whole thing. And I love that. Never strays away from it, except for maybe one point in the masquerade scene where it gets a little bit goofy and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think the whole movie has that same kind of, that same type of tone throughout the whole thing. And I think it really captures it quite well. So I agree. Yeah.
Well, I never understood, is that little girl, she a little person or a little girl? She looks like a little girl. She doesn't look like a little person. Okay. And then when she's talking and they dubbed her voice with a really weird lady, I was like,
I'm not really too sure what's up, because I think the way in the narrative it's supposed to be, because obviously her partner in it is a little person, right? And I think she's supposed to be a little person, but they obviously didn't have one, and it obviously is a little girl. But man, dude, when the dub comes in for her voice, it's literally so funny, because you're like, oh my god, that's like an old person voice. It's so funny, man. Ah, shit.
I was watching and I was going, that. And then her voice came up. I was like, wait a minute. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, it doesn't. No, it's totally a young person, man. It's just, it's very strange casting. I'm thinking maybe they just couldn't find somebody, you know, and they needed someone for that role. I don't know. I don't know the story on that, but.
I just love how the guy just fucking bitch slaps her.
Right. Yeah. JP, what are your thoughts on it?
I really like this one. I'd seen it once before when I first got that Scream Factory box set, and I rated it a little bit lower, but I could tell you now that I am going to come up because I had watched it last night, and then I thought about it all day today, and I was like, yeah, I was a little low on that. But I love how these films from this era look. And at first I thought it might have been done with Technicolor, but it wasn't. Mm-hmm. And just the colors pop so much back then. Yeah. And I really like that because red is a very, prevalent color in this movie. And it just pops so well. And then I love the exterior shots where they're outside of the castle and stuff like that. It just has that almost sort of universal vibe to it. All that stuff is good. Price is a complete prick in this movie. Like he's just so full of himself, but his concepts are interesting, right? Because he's basically a Satanist, and his concepts of like people are very interesting. I think that there's some really great scenes here too, like the I guess Russian roulette poison blade segment. I was like,
why didn't
this
you
guy
just like throw it in his face? I would have been like,
right, yeah.
Fucking just throw that motherfucker.
This guy's a complete just he gets he doesn't see people as people, but just below him.
Because when his right hand man gets fucking burned in a monkey costume, he's just like, ha 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 ha, give him 5 extra gold coins for the entertainment.
Right, exactly.
It's like what a dickhead.
He's just a motherfucker in this movie, and it's cool to see Price play that.
Yeah, dude, he's a complete narcissist. He's just nihilistic to the point of like, he plays with people's lives because he doesn't give a fuck, right? I mean, there's so much dialogue in this film where he just constantly says, I don't know if you guys know this, but he constantly says, "You're God, you're God, you're God." Like he's just completely given up on that, but he's willing to play with people's lives and stuff. And that's what I love about this movie, man. I remember talking about this movie actually when I was in film class years ago, and it got brought up briefly. I can't remember, it got mentioned, whatever, when we got on the subject of this and stuff. But yeah, this movie is it's pure symbolism. Like everything in this movie is just pure symbolic. And I love these type of movies, like right from the color scheme in the film. Obviously the color red is representing death and stuff like that.
The devil.
Yeah. And it's actually representing death. It's not actually the devil. Like, I mean, the red death actually is death itself. That's what the symbolism in the film, right? At the end, when they even talk about it too. And I love the way they portray that at the end of the film too. Like, when Death is even telling him, he's like, the last person you're going to see before you die is yourself. And then he rips off his face and he sees himself and he's like, oh, because, going back to being super narcissistic and, nihilistic and all that type of shit. He's lived that type of lifestyle and shit. He thought he was invincible. But I mean, the moral of the tale is that no matter who you are, if you're a hierarchy, if you're rich, like Vincent Price's character, if you're a peasant, this is a story about, good versus evil. It's a story about, the rich and the poor and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who you are. You can't escape death. And that's what it's showcasing in all these type of elements in the film. And I love that. I love that about it. And essentially, at the beginning of the film, when Vincent Price basically burns down the whole fucking village and basically takes in Francesca, right? And the only reason why
not takes her in, he kidnaps her.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He kind of takes her in because he wants to get all diabolical with her, because she shows her cards right away. Like, she's willing to just bow down to him, and he was like, oh, I can expose and exploit the shit out of her and stuff. Like, this is the type of person he kind of was, right? And it's just kind of an interesting contrast to where the story ends up going and stuff, where she ends up living in the end of the film and he ends up dying, kind of thing, right? So, but the symbolism in the film is just, it's so damn drastic, man. I love, obviously the color schemes. I can't remember exactly what my teacher said about it, but he's like, it's interesting the way the color schemes are in the film and stuff, like, because it deals with, like, there's 7 different rooms in the film, and I know the 7 different rooms are supposedly supposed to be about the different stages of your life and things like that. I always chalked it up to being like the 7 deadly sins. That's what I mentioned in class. And he's like, actually, that's what a lot of people theorize also. And I was like, oh, well, thank you. So that's what I always thought it was. But I don't understand the whole color schemes when it comes to symbolism and in the life form and the stages of life and stuff. But I know that's what it's supposed to be kind of getting at and things like that. And or the 7 deadly sins and stuff like that too. So
this movie has way more back shit that you have to research than it shows.
It's really interesting. I mean, like almost every character in this movie, it's like I said, this movie is just basically one symbolism type, visual. It's crazy because the castle itself is, it's kind of symbolizing, the prevention of death. This is Vincent Price's safe place, kind of thing, and he feels that I can bring in the people.
Expresses that you guys, everybody in here.
Yeah.
Who follows my lead will be safe.
Well, that's what it is, right? Like if you're out here, you're going to die. If you're in here, you're safe. And it's black and white, right? But again, going into the moral of the tale, it's like you're not safe. It doesn't matter who you are; death will come to get you. And the castle itself is symbolic to the prevention of death kind of thing and stuff like that. And
whenever they shot this, I'm curious.
They actually shot it on. Oh man, the sets have been used in a lot of different movies. Yeah. It's sets and shit that they just kind of rearranged everything to make it kind of look like their own thing. But I know the Masqueraders is kind of like representing the physicality of people and stuff, and that in reality there's really no place to hide from death either. You can hide behind a mask. You can be in the prevention of the castle and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, your fate is your fate. I mean, you're going to die, kind of thing, right? So. It just keeps telling you over and over and over again in this film, like, the moral of the tale is really not that hard to figure out. But I mean, it's the way they tell the story in this is really cool because they create this fucking like, man, Vincent Price is a very interesting character in this too, because he's like the Satanist, he's all obviously very nihilistic and stuff. And he doesn't care about people. He doesn't care about anything but himself and kind of in that aspect and stuff. But I don't know, man. And the way he plays this character, it's almost like there's almost times in the film where he's a little bit campy, but then he's like super diabolic at the same time. Like the obvious scene where you guys mentioned before about the Russian roulette with the fucking, the poison knives and shit like that. Like there's no other reason for this except for just exploiting the fact that he can fucking do these things.
Do you really think that one of them was poison, or do you think he was just trying to mind fuck him?
No, he was mind.
You don't really know because he stabs him anyway, but
it's all
I'd be curious.
It's all a show, man, to do what he wants to do, right? It's that power thing too, right?
It's his entertainment for him and
exactly.
His,
I mean, that's what he brought
Kingdom.
Francesca and her lover and her father in there, was just to basically exploit them. Because he knew he could. Because, like I said, she showed her cards her way, and he's like, well, if you're willing to just bow down and just beg for this and that and shit like that, I can do anything I want to you. And this diabolism is just, it's like fucking crazy in this film, man. It's crazy. But yeah, man, I was rewatching this one again tonight with, kind of thinking back to conversations. Like I said, I don't remember everything. And symbolism is always kind of one of those things I've always liked in films, because you can interpret symbolism differently and still make sense on different levels, right? Especially when it comes to the rooms in this. Like some people say it's the, it's the whole cycle of life and stuff, or the 7 deadly sins and stuff, which plays into both things kind of thing. And I love this about symbolism, symbolic films and stuff. And you can't help but notice when you watch this movie, it's very much the same of Bergman's fucking Seventh Seal, right? I mean,
this movie, as Vincent Price stated in the little sit down that he had there at the end of the movie, he mentioned that originally this movie was in production in 1957. This was like one of the first ones that Corman wanted to do. But then the Seventh Seal came out, and he feared that he would be accused of ripping off that movie, which is funny, Corman,
Right.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard to rip off a Bergman movie,
Well, they pushed it back, and they kept pushing it back and pushing it back to kind of separate itself from that film being new at the time. And then eventually in 63, they started production. And the castle that you mentioned was used in a film called Beckett.
Okay.
So that's where a lot of those sets were used.
Yeah.
From that film, but yeah, it's a movie that I think on rewatch is probably more interesting. Now that I talked to Moods and he filled me in on some things that I may have missed. I think that for me, like a lot, mainly with like all of the Poe Corman films, I think that the atmosphere really shines through with these films. Like sometimes they feel like they're on sets, but it's not in like a bad way.
No,
it's like it's almost like a play or something. You know what I mean?
Well, they don't seem restricted to what they're using. That's the thing.
Right.
I feel like.
Yeah, I love the opening with the actual Red Death too in the village where he's just, you know, a complete
Sitting
piece
there.
of crap and comes in and then the village has gotten infected. I mean, that's clearly any plague, right? Like plagues are always interesting in movies when you think of like the Black Plague or something, and it's gonna wipe out the entire village, and he's just like burn it down to stop this plague from spreading. But historically, like that did happen, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes they would just burn up a whole village because it was infected, which is scary, but it's the plague is scary too. And I think I like that they emphasize how safe he feels in the castle.
Well, he's invincible. That's his safety net.
Yeah, he's Invincible Price.
Yep.
Yeah, and I love how it just keeps reminding you that, you know, that life is just a ticking clock too, and it literally shows you that big ass clock that he's got on the wall and stuff, right? And there's a really great scene of what's her face walking out there into the into like the open kind of foyer thing or whatever, and then she's walking into where the pendulum is swinging back and forth and shit, and then she gets fucking attacked by the raven and shit. I love that scene.
There's a little bit of a movie flub that I noticed. So he has an issue with red. Like nobody's allowed to wear red, but like half the people on that ball platform red. I'm like, what?
I noticed that too.
I think maybe it has something to do with
all red.
I think maybe it has something to do with the whole costume thing though too. I think it was different. I don't know. Maybe it's something on that level.
At the same time, he sees the one dude dressed in red. I mean, it is all red, but
yeah.
And he's like, "Stop! I said no red."
Yeah, right,
but you're like looking in the same scene. You're looking around. You're like, that person got on red. That person got on red. That person got on red. Maybe it has something to do with like majority red, but I think really they should, like, it would work better if they just, you know, eliminated red from the set. But it, you know, these films are extremely low budget too, which is impressive that Corman has always been able, maybe not always, but back at this time really was able to utilize his budgets to the maximum effect, as well, maybe
possible. He just, you know, took costumes from another film and used it in this film. Probably. And, you know, stuff like that. Bought costumes in one of the other movies and this.
Yeah, because the average person isn't really going to notice that though too, right? So
what year do you suppose this is set?
I don't fucking know.
I don't know. I mean, they mentioned Black Death, but it's not actually that plague, so I don't really know, man. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean,
yeah, I'm not good with dating.
I don't want to look like a total retard.
I mean, I'm talking. This could be like 13th century type shit, man, for sure. I mean, 1200s kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe around the time I think the Black Death was happening. I don't know.
I was gonna say 1200, but that was just a shot in the dark.
Yeah, it's got to be somewhere in that time. I mean, if you look at some of the things that are in there, I mean, I don't see anything modern. You know what I'm saying? But then again, I mean, it's probably not that historically accurate either. But
the Black Death was, like you said, around I think 13 something, like mid 1300s.
Yeah.
So if we could be going around that era.
I'm thinking probably. I mean, there's scenes with swords and, you know, all that type of armor and like that type of shit was very prevalent in those days, right? I mean, especially for that, you know. Yeah, I'm thinking probably around there, 1400 somewhere in there.
Which, if you've never done any research on the Black Death, dude, my God, is that scary?
Yeah,
especially when you think of like COVID in today's time.
It's way worse.
If it was a more deadly disease, or it would just be utter
Game
chaos.
over.
Yeah, like, but you read up on the Black Death, and it's just horrifying, especially because it was more painful and like an actual horrible death, you know, which made it way worse. But yeah, pretty interesting. So I
bet they
like
didn't have bleach.
I think
it's
interesting to do plagues and stuff, especially in that era. It's interesting. Which I know that Hagazusa kind of has a little bit of that going on, and that was cool.
Yeah, man, I love the scene where Juliana's kind of doing her final initiation ceremony thing or whatever, and then she drinks that shit and sort of drinks whatever the fuck she drinks, and then she has that hallucination, and then dude, that whole scene is fucking crazy, man. Like the way it's shot, like all that green kind of fucking misty. I don't even know how they really did that, but anyways, that scene right there was one of the scenes that's actually extended from like the kind of, I guess, the theatrical cut to the extended version and stuff. It goes on quite a bit longer and stuff. And then also actually when she makes her way through like all the rooms and stuff, which is probably one of the coolest scenes, where she kind of makes her way through all these rooms, which is kind of her life cycle kind of thing, and then goes out into that foyer and ends up getting killed by the Raven and shit. Like that scene right there is actually it's pretty fucking brutal, man. I can't remember exactly what it looks like in the regular version, but I got to say though, man, one thing about older films that we've always criticized, and a lot of critics and people in general criticize, because is the color of the blood. Man, the blood in that scene actually looks legit. It doesn't look like fucking paint. And when that Raven comes down and just hacks her up and kills her and shit like that, it's fucking. I can see why they definitely had to trim that down a little bit for those times. Like 1964, you don't really see a lot of shit like that. Like it's a pretty.
You barely see blood at all.
Yeah, it's a pretty good attack. And like when she hits the ground, she's fucking like pretty mangled up, and she's fucking. There's blood everywhere and shit. It's crazy, and it looks really good, man. But I love that. I love
the final scene with where the Edgar Allan Poe quote comes up. Oh, yeah. It's just so beautiful, man.
The end.
Yeah, man. I really enjoyed this movie.
I liked it. I'm curious to see, are the other ones on the same level, or I've never seen any of the other ones on this.
I like Pit and the Pendulum a lot.
Actually, most of them are pretty good, man. Premature Burial is really good too. I like that one.
The Haunted Palace, I don't even think that's actually a Poe story.
The Tomb of Ligeia, it's one I always forget. I've seen it a couple times. I always forget exactly.
I think I like House of Usher. I can't remember them all. The only one that I can like really remember is Pit and the Pendulum.
In which we just actually discussed the remake, the Stuart Gordon remake from '91,
which is really good.
Which is a really good remake. Yeah, really, really good. So
yeah, but yeah, I'm surprised Jeremy actually liked it as much as he did, considering
it's period
pieces.
Yeah, but it was only like
just told me this today that he didn't
like one setting, and it wasn't too like over the top period piece.
It definitely was. I mean, it's as period piece as you can get. Period pieces are great. I love period pieces. I think they're like a good period piece, man. Whew. It's so
because you can never understand the fucking characters half the time in period pieces.
Depends what period and what location.
Yeah.
Like I remember when I watched Eggers the Witch the first time, I was like, what the hell are they saying?
Yeah, but they're also talking like a completely different dialect too, where this seemed like it's pretty straightforward, right?
This is normal. It's just more proper. Yeah, but Price is always proper with his dialogue, typically.
Yeah, but that like old English, like where exactly is that taking place again? What country? Like, what are they actually speaking?
In The Witch?
Yeah.
Oh, that's like early, like Massachusetts
English.
Yeah.
But it derives from like, is it supposed to be deriving from like the Irish or something like it? It's like a dialect of.
No, I think it's just English.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe that's where it originated. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, even on the Irish, like, when they're speaking English, I'm like, what? Like, half the time, fucking English is the craziest accent ever, man.
Like, when you talk, like, regular, like, like European English that was in the old days, like, that shit is
Right. Yeah, well, different dialects, right? You know, it evolves over time and stuff like that. But if you go back to, and that's why I think The Witch is just so incredibly written. You know, that they captured that dialect, which is, you know, and first of all,
the lighthouse too.
It's one thing to like, you know, write that dialogue and stuff. You know, it can be done obviously, but it's another thing to find actors and actresses to actually perform that properly. You know,
and
I mean,
Eggers did like a ton of research on like the way things were written and said. Like he looked at like tons of diaries and stuff from the time and saw how things were wrote. And honestly, like I just watched The Queen's Gambit starring Anna Taylor-Joy, and it made me realize like just how amazing she was in The Witch, because that was her first movie. And to get that dialogue so strong, like Anya Taylor-Joy is probably my favorite actress right now.
That's the
You should watch Thoroughbreds, man. That movie's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that movie actually is pretty good.
Yeah,
I enjoyed that, man. That's the chick from the New Mutants, right? She's in that one too.
And she was my favorite character in that too.
Yeah, she was pretty badass. She was probably the best one. But you guys got anything else on the Masque of Red Death, 1964?
No, I don't.
Not really.
Okay, well, we might as well get into some ratings. Jeremy, start with you.
Cool. Yeah, so surprisingly, I like this one more than I thought I would. So I'm coming in at a 7.5.
Nice. I guess I will go next. So I like this film a lot too. I think that my only issue really with it is I don't really find the lead female that engaging, and I don't really care about what's going on with her as much as I do with Vincent Price and what he has to say. The problem with
are we talking about Francesca, like Jane Astor's character?
Yeah.
Okay.
The lead,
yeah.
The female.
Yeah, because
the problem with Price is he just chews up the entire, like he just takes all the spotlight in any scene he's in. It makes you really have to have a super charismatic and engaging actress to
see it is
take back some of that spotlight.
It is tough though with Jane Astor's character as Francesca, because like, you know, she is basically being dominated, right? Like she's kind of afraid to really do anything. She's sort of a
damsel in distress type thing. Her character really wasn't written very strong in terms of like dialogue, and she's just there in
to prove a point.
Peril.
Yeah.
So it's really not her fault as an actress as much as it is just like, and that was very typical of like the female written characters of the time too. But I feel like we spend a lot of time with her, and I just don't really care that much. So that's the biggest negative for me. Doesn't crush the film or anything, but yeah, I'm coming in at a 7 out of 10. I did have a 6.5, which was the previous rating I had on Letterboxd. I just kept it from when I watched it probably 5 years ago or something, but I'm gonna up it to a 7.
Yeah, I'm actually a really big fan of this, man. This is probably my favorite Poe Vincent Price adaptation. I think this one's great, man. I mean, I've seen it a few times now, and it still makes me think. You know, I'm constantly finding myself watching this thing, just trying to pick out, you know, the certain symbolisms and kind of translate it and stuff. And I like that in the movie because it plays itself pretty straightforward, but it makes you think also. And, you know, Vincent Price's performance in this, like usual, is, you know, very, very strong. But there's times where it's just like he makes you kind of laugh because he's almost being over the top, a little bit campy at times, but then he's just so diabolic at the same time. He's one of those actors that can really pull that off, and you're just like, oh yeah, it works. Like every time, like that's just what your mentality tells you, right? It just works. You know, he's got that great delivery, he's got that great voice, he's got that great cadence and presence, you know, on screen, and it doesn't really matter. You could give him the worst dialogue in the world and you make it sound like a fucking bowl of cherries. You know, it's really crazy, man. It's such a presence, but such a beautiful film. Jeremy said the cinematography is outstanding on this. Probably the best shot of Corman film ever, really. Great costumes, really great cast. Supporting cast in this is really, really good. I mean, a lot of the Corman films from the early days don't really have the strongest supporting cast. Maybe you might have a decent lead here and there and stuff, but I mean, it was nothing like this movie. He got some pretty decent big names and stuff for this, and I think what he accomplished with the narrative really, really works, man. I think it's great. There's one goofy part in the film with the masquerade. I think with I think it's when Is it Alfredo? Yeah, it's when Alfredo's in the
Monkey suit.
the monkey suit and catches on fire and shit, and then everyone's there's a long part of the scene where everyone's kind of over laughing and stuff, and it's getting really silly and goofy, and I'm just like, oh my god, like I don't know why it kind of went that route in that scene, because it's not really that funny to be honest, but I mean, I guess it is kind of funny that happens to Alfredo in the film, but yeah, overall, I love this movie. 8.5 out of 10. I think it's really, really great. It's a great movie. So
Yeah. And have you guys seen the remake from '89?
No.
I have actually seen it. I know Scorpion put that out too. I never actually picked it up. I missed the DVD
Yeah,
and I
was
never
just
grabbed the
wondering.
Blu-ray
I've
either.
never seen it, but I was just curious if it was any good.
It's like 4 steps down from this. To be honest.
It was produced by Roger Corman.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's like it's it's not. It's a low budget, but it doesn't. It definitely shows its budget, unlike this one, kind of thing. So.
Yeah, I'll have to, if we ever pull '89, I'll probably check it out of curiosity's sake.
Yeah, no, it just got a Blu-ray, I think, actually too. So yeah crazy, but
in September.
yeah. So yeah, that is going to do it for the Masque of the Red Death from 1964.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
They will say that I have shed innocent blood. What's blood for, if not for shedding?
I like to dissect girls. Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Have you checked the children? What do we do?
Why don't we just wait here for a little while? See what happens.
All right, so let's get into this what we watch. So I am going to go back and start reviewing all of my Patreon movies that I had before I had to take my leave of absence. So first, we're going to talk about Freaks from 1932, given to me by Jellybane 801. So this movie was very interesting. It came out in 1932. When it came out, people were very scared of this movie. It's something that people really never ever saw before when it came to cinema. Todd Browning, who directed this movie, who ultimately this movie ruined his entire career, because after this movie, he only really directed 2 more films. One in 1935 called Mark of the Vampire, which is a pretty interesting vampire haunted house ripoff. I saw that one a few years ago at my 24-hour horror marathon that I go to. It's an interesting film, and then he directed one in 1939. So this movie really did ruin his career, which is unfortunate because he's a super important director when it comes to not only the horror genre, but the ultimate creation of cinema, because he's somebody who started all the way back in 1915, which was pretty early on in the cinematic days. And of course, Todd Browning directed Dracula in 1931, the year before this one, and London After Midnight, which is a famous lost film that probably will never be seen again because it was lost in 1965. So Freaks is another film that when it came out, they shot it to be a 90-minute feature. And as they were testing the movie, people were just too disturbed about what they saw. So Todd Browning ultimately had to cut the film down to 64 minutes. And the rest of the footage was ultimately lost forever. And that extended cut of the film is probably something we'll never see, which is unfortunate because as you watch it towards the end of the movie, you could probably see a little bit where they decided to cut out the footage. And I think this film's story is more interesting than the film itself. It's a pretty basic movie. We just basically follow a traveling circus. And like I said before, Todd Browning casted all real circus performers, all real freaks, if you want to say, people with amputations and Siamese twins and twins connected at the hip and all that kind of stuff. And that was really, really radical for the time. But like I said, it's a pretty basic story. You just follow a little person who is seems to be the main lead of this circus. He runs everything. And he basically falls in love. His name is Hans. He basically falls in love with a normal-sized woman who's really beautiful. Her name is Cleopatra. And Cleopatra is using Hans for his money because he has a lot of money. And Hans has a I don't know if they're. I would assume they were in a past relationship, another little person, and she sees Cleopatra for what she is, and her, abusing Hans and taking advantage of him for his money and things like that. So it's basically, the freaks come together and basically say fuck you to Cleopatra for taking advantage of one of their own kind. And there's really not too much to it. It's a pretty basic story. But, the last, like I said, it's a really short movie. The last, 10 minutes of this film, absolutely fucking phenomenal. It shows that even though people see freaks, these people who are, different than everybody else, as freaks, they're actually the more normal of the characters in this movie. They actually have the most conscience, and they actually have the most traits to make what makes a good human, not the normal people like Cleopatra, who's a lying bitch. So that's the really interesting part. It doesn't. Todd Browning never really showed that the freaks are bad people. He showed them in a positive light. He never really showed us in a negative. He never really showed them in a negative light. So it's really interesting. And like I said, this movie had no love for when it came out, but as time went on and more people discovered it, the film became really popular. It's in the National Archive in Washington, D.C. now and things like that. But I've always been a fan of Freaks. I've loved it. I watched it a bunch of times. I've seen it a couple times when I was in film school and things like that. And it's just really, really, really great. Highly recommend if you haven't seen Freaks. I really hope it comes out on Blu-ray somewhere down the line. Warner Archives would release it. I know Warner owns the rights to it. But if you haven't seen Freaks, check it out. It's really good. And read up into the history of it because it's just as interesting. So that is my review. I give it an 8.5 out of 10. Check out Freaks. It's a really interesting and great film.
All right, so first up for me is Red, White, and Blue from the year 2010. Now, this is a film that I've heard about for a very long time, and I was looking forward to checking it out. I believe IFC Midnight released it a long time ago, back in 2010. And the film opens up with a girl who's having sex with a guy and then another guy, and she has sex with one dude, and the next morning the dude's trying to cuddle up and be friendly with her, and she's like, nah. He's like, you want breakfast? Nah. And she's just about to bounce, and the dude's like, what's wrong? And she's like, I don't have sex with the same guy more than once, and I never stay over more than once. And you're kind of taken back a little bit, and you're like, okay, so she's like a super whore then. And then we meet another guy that she had sex with early on in the film, and he's in a band. His mom has cancer, and she is she's going into remission. His band's taken off. Life couldn't be better. And then, unfortunately, we find out that he got transmitted with the HIV virus, presumably from the girl we met at the beginning of the film. And to make matters worse, you know what? I'm not even going to say what happens next because, whew, boy, does this movie punch you in the stomach. It is a brutal movie, and it is super depressing, and I don't want to give away anything else because each sort of reveal is a bigger shock, and it really works in that way. I thought this movie was fantastic. It's a great film. Very good performances, and the story is outstanding. I gave it a 9 out of 10.
Alrighty, so getting into my first pick here on the Dub show is coming from the homeboy Rob Hankins, and it's a film from 1991 called Intensive Care. Now, this is a Dutch slasher film starring George Kennedy that I'd never actually seen or heard of before, which is very rare for these type of picks. Usually I've either heard of a film and not seen it, or, it's not very often I get one that I've just completely never heard of. I'm assuming this is probably just a pure paycheck for George Kennedy, considering this is kind of the end of his career and stuff. But yeah, and this one is also actually directed by a female director. Her name is Dora X. Van Rovery or something like that. So That was actually kind of surprising to see it was done by a female too. But getting into a quick little synopsis of this one, basically George Kennedy plays this kind of this famous controversial surgeon who has been doing lots of research on, issues with comas, within comas and things like that. And, the public has just not been perceiving it very well. They think he's kind of a monster in that aspect and stuff. For some of the research that he's been doing on people and things like that. And of course, one day, he gets all pissed off at the hospital and leaves kind of in a rush and stuff. And he ends up getting into a vicious car accident where his vehicle actually hits a rig and like completely explodes. By some crazy means, he actually survives this horrific explosion, which I have to say, the actual explosion itself in the film was ridiculously huge. Like they fucking messed some serious ass shit up right there. But of course, yeah, he lives and then he falls into a coma himself, ironically enough. And then, of course, he wakes up 7 years later, he's all hideously deformed and things like that. And he goes on a murderous killing spree, taking out people in the hospital and stuff like that. So that's basically the synopsis of the film. Now, my thoughts on this one, it's pretty much what I kind of expected from this movie. I expected George Kennedy to be in it for a little bit, and he actually was. He was in the first 10 minutes. Like I said, he plays the surgeon, gets into the accident. When he wakes up 7 years after being in the coma, it is completely not him playing the slasher killer in the movie. It's definitely a different actor. So, it's kind of one of those deals. I'm not really too sure on how they got George Kennedy for this part, being a Dutch film. It's actually a subtitled movie, except for the first 10 minutes, whatever, with his character and a couple other doctor characters are actually speaking English and stuff. So pure paycheck for him. Is kind of towards the end of his career also and stuff. But I think it's pretty funny when when he wakes up from his coma and the first kill is actually really damn funny. He snaps this chick's neck and it's just like the most comical looking fucking thing ever. And then you realize right away it's totally not George Kennedy and you're like, oh my God, this is so goddamn funny. So the movie actually starts out pretty decent. It's kind of interesting and kind of quirky and funny. It's kind of got this kind of lowbrow kind of humor to it and stuff, not over the top at first, but you kind of get into it and then all of a sudden it takes itself, it kind of like takes you right out of the movie because it takes itself out of the hospital. Right. It moves itself from the central place in the hospital into, it basically takes place at this house, with these characters, this couple that's kind of like romantically involved and stuff. And she's got a younger brother there and things like that. And it's about these characters and, he's hunting them down and other people and shit like that. So it leaves the awesome setting of the hospital and it goes to this house. And it's kind of disappointing because, slasher films are very far in between in hospitals. And I was kind of hoping it was going to take place in that setting, but unfortunately it doesn't. And that's where the biggest problems with the movie is in the middle part of the movie. Like I said, the first 10-15 minutes are pretty entertaining, and then the next like 30 or like 45 minutes are a lot of character build up, and you get like these really odd moments where our main character here plays he's like a saxophone artist and things like that, and they have this really strange jam session in the middle of the movie with his like potential girlfriend or the girl he's been trying to get and stuff, and her younger brother and shit. It's really fucking odd, but just a lot of like really bad dialogue and shit that you're not really giving a shit about and stuff. And then it starts to pick up in the last 15-20 minutes. So I mean, we start to get some more kills. We actually get a really damn good one in a police car involving a horrific eye gouge. Like, if you guys know me, you guys know that I really cannot stand eye gouge. It makes me cringe, and it's actually a pretty damn good one. There was a couple kills before that are pretty minor, pretty standard stuff, almost off screen and things like that. I almost feel like they're almost cut out of the movie. It's kind of strange. So, up to this point, and then it's pretty standard, and then you get that type of kill. And then there's a couple decent ones in the house. But what really kind of tops this whole movie off is the very ending of the film. The death of the main killer is absolutely fucking hilarious. How it goes down is so utterly ridiculous and stupid. It's one of those moments where you're like, I need to rewind that. It's so funny because it just would never happen. It's absolutely so stupid, but it's really damn comical, and I thought it was pretty cool. But there is actually some pretty atmospheric scenes in the third act of the movie which is kind of picks up because most of the the second act of the movie is taking place in this house, and it's pretty bland and stuff. So you do get some pretty interesting atmosphere towards the end of the movie and stuff, but I feel like it's a little bit too late to save it as a whole because you've been kind of taken out of the movie for half the movie as it is and stuff. And I don't know, but all in all, it starts good, it ends good, and I mean sometimes that's kind of enough to save grace when a movie ends strong enough. It can kind of save some grace on it and stuff like that. But I'm going to come in about a 5 out of 10 on this one. I think it does miss a lot of the marks but it does have some pretty interesting things. There is actually some technical errors in this film too. Like, I'm not going to get into it, but I noticed some certain things that were completely wrong in the movie and stuff. It was just kind of funny. So it's made kind of amateurly, at times and things like that. But there is some, there's some shadow to other horror films and things like that, like a lot of European movies do. And which is kind of cool. I like to pick out those kind of little Easter eggs and things like that. But lo and behold, it's pretty much what you kind of expect from a slasher film from 1991, way past the golden era age of slasher films and stuff. But it's definitely kind of worth the watch if you're into these type of movies. I kind of recommend it to see George Kennedy in one of his later last roles kind of thing. I mean, he died a couple years later and stuff, but it's just an odd one. It's an odd one to see him in this pure paycheck film, which it doesn't really offend me. I think it's kind of funny, but yeah, so that is Intensive Care from 1991.
All right, next up, we have a film from 2010 that is Sono's Coldfish. All right, so the homies on the 22 Shots reviewed this movie a couple months back when I was gone. They told me that I needed to check this movie out, so I got it Patreoned to me by Gino Cyber. So here we go. I'm going to review Coldfish. What I love about this movie the most, I think, is that all these fucking characters are only in it for themselves and nobody else, and it's fucking awesome. All these characters, every single fucking one of these characters, are dirtbag douchebags. They don't care about anybody else besides themselves, and they come off as cocky bastards who pretty much just all hate their lives, and it's fucking fantastic. I mean, that's my favorite part, is the character development in this movie, because you hate these fucking characters. You hate them. They're douchebags. They're dirty. They're self-centered, and they don't really care about what happens to the people around them if it benefits them. So we follow Mr. Shamamoto. I'm going to try my best to pronounce these names. Please forgive me if I botch people's names, because I probably will. I even fucking botch English people's names. So just imagine what I'm going to do now. So Mr. Shanamoto, he lives with his wife, Tiko, and his daughter, Mitsuko. And they all live in the back of their fish shop. They run a tropical fish shop. And Mitsuko hates her life because her real mother died, and now she has to live with her stepmother, Tiyoko, who is, in her opinion, a fucking slut. And the stepmother, tries to connect with her husband's daughter, and it doesn't really work. So one day, Mr. Shamoto gets a call from a local grocery store that his daughter was caught shoplifting. And this is where they come across our main villain of the movie, Mr. Murata. Now, Mr. Murata, oh man, he's a character. He's very charismatic. He is very likable. He has a very cocky attitude. Something's a little bit iffy with this guy, basically because of the way that he acts. He's high energy. He never has a second to calm down and breathe. And the fucking actor who plays him does such a fucking awesome job. He's so fucking good in this movie. He's just crazy all the fucking time. Even at the end, in the middle, he's just fucking crazy, and it's just awesome. So Mr. Murata, he is a man who has a lot of power in the community. So he was able to get Mitsuko off from the grocery store from stealing. And Mr. Murata and Mr. Shamamoto starts a friendship, if you want to say, because they both own tropical fishes and they both own shops. Mr. Murata also owns a tropical fish shop, so they have that in common, and they start to bond over these fish. And Mr. Murata decides to hire Mitsuko to work in the shop, because he has all these other girls that work in the shop and they run it. They're all very attractive girls. So you already know right then this guy, there's something fucking weird with this guy. He has all these attractive ladies working in his tropical fish shop. So as the film goes on and on, we learn more about Mr. Murta's past and who he is as a person, and we meet his wife. I don't really think she's ever given a name. I don't really remember her name. But as the film goes on, we learn that these fucking people, Mr. Murta and his wife, are actually serial killers. And they're fucking fucked up in the head to the 10th degree. I mean, they're fucking fucked up. Fucking fucked up. So they cast Mr. Shimamoto into this game of them capturing and murdering people, pretty much. And there's like a oh my god, I'm gonna take a breath. A Yasuza side story in this, and there's just a fucking whole bunch of weird ass shit that goes on in this movie. But it's just a really, really fucking well done serial killer film. It's very bloody. I mean, the ending, like 20 minutes of this movie, is just absolutely fucking batshit crazy, off the walls, nonstop, just craziness, bloodiest, craziest kind of ending that you'll probably see ever. I mean, it's just fucking crazy. If you guys have seen Revenge, the French film, if you guys are familiar with that ending, it has a very similar level of violence at the end as that film does. Of course, this movie came out before that, but if you guys just want a absolutely crazy, off the charts film from Japan with some crazy ass fucking acting and some over the top performances, I highly recommend you check out Coldfish. I know the homies JP and Moods really love this movie a lot, and as I was watching, I was going, oh, this is interesting. It's an interesting character study. But as the film goes on and more shit starts to hit the fan in the serial killer realm, it just becomes fucking crazy. So if you guys haven't checked out Coldfish, I highly recommend you do. It's fucking great. So I give it a 9 out of 10, and if I remember that correctly, that makes it into the Hall of Fame, because I gave it a 9. I think Moods gave it a 9.5, and I think JP either gave it a 9.5 or a 10. So that means it's in the Hall of Fame. So now we have a new Hall of Famer. That's Coldfish. Really fucking great movie. I highly recommend it. I really did enjoy it.
So next up here, we have Extracurricular from the year 2018. This is from the homie Sean Klump. It got its festival circuit released in 2018 and 19, but actually didn't get officially wide released until January 17th of 2020. So this does count for the current year, which I'm very happy about. When I watched this film, I had no idea that. And then when I saw the actual movie, I was like, why has nobody talked about this film in 2 years? I don't remember hearing this on anybody's lists or anything. And then I looked it up, and sure enough, it is a 2020 wide release. So that got me pretty excited. Extracurricular, directed by Ray Zhu. I don't really know much about this guy, but it is his directorial debut. And it follows a group of teenagers, 4 to be exact, 2 girls and 2 boys, who are in high school, and they are murderers. They have a few sort of kills early on where we see them in action. They got masks on and stuff. They talk about planning murders and lack thereof planning. They talk about not wanting to be in a pattern and stuff like that because they want to basically keep getting away with killing people. It's a thrill to them. It's fun. And they eventually decide to do another killing on Halloween night. So they start stalking the victims, and that's sort of the climax of the film. Everything sort of goes wrong. Now, when I describe this movie, you're probably thinking stuff like Tragedy Girls or Scream with this sort of almost meta type killers, but it really isn't that at all. And it's very much kind of grounded. There's really no comedy to it, which I found surprising, because most movies like this, where you have teenagers killing, are comedic. You know, it's done in a more comedic way. Tragedy Girls is the one that really comes to mind, but this movie is very much grounded, and it does attempt some comedic stuff, but it kind of reins itself back in a little bit, and I really appreciated that. It's a pretty serious movie overall, and the third act of this film is where the film really shines, because the things that go wrong are actually quite brutal, and I didn't expect the movie to go there. I actually really like this movie, and I haven't heard a single other person talk about it so far, so big ups to Sean Klump for hooking me up with this one. I really liked it, and the gore is really good in this one as well. And I like the teens. I think the one character, the Asian girl, which I think her name was Jenny, her performance might have been a little too evil, if you will. I think that it might have been just a little bit too much. I wish she would have walked it back a tiny bit, but that's a very minor complaint. I still really enjoyed the movie. It goes by pretty fast. There's actually very kind of little dialogue in this one. Or not dialogue, but more character development. There is a little bit with sort of the one girl that feels more like the lead, and I think that is kind of on purpose. To me, the statement in this film is basically senseless violence and our desensitization to it. And I thought that was pretty cool. So I'm going to go ahead and give this film an 8 out of 10. I could actually go kind of higher on it because I did really enjoy it. But for now, we'll stick it an 8 out of 10. Maybe a rewatch down the road, because honestly, if I'm being 100% honest, when I started watching it, I just didn't expect much. So I wasn't super invested until things started happening. And then it kind of made me wish that I would have just, sucked it up and threw it on and paid it full attention and gave it my full commitment from the beginning. So maybe a rewatch down the road. But thanks, Sean, for the pick. I really enjoyed this one, homie.
All right, so moving along here, this pick is coming from the homeboy Tyler, and it is from 2006, and it is called Paprika. This is an anime film directed by Satoshi Kon. This is the dude that directed Perfect Blue, which is kind of like an anime gialli, which I really, really enjoyed. So I was super pumped to check this one out because from what I've heard, it's a pretty interesting concept and stuff, and I really like Perfect Blue a lot. So this one was definitely high on the list. I wouldn't so much to say this is a horror film. I mean, it is definitely, it's animated, but it's definitely could be horror. But it's more like kind of fantasy thriller, like psychological thriller in a sense. I kind of put it in that type of category for sure. But basically, the premise of the film is about this group of scientists / therapists that have created this brand new technology called the DC Mini. And what this DC Mini is doing is it allows them to actually record visually people's dreams. So the participant can actually see their dreams, and also so the therapist can basically analyze their dreams and try to figure out what's going on psychologically with them, and or also fix like medical issues and stuff. So it's this brand new technology that's pretty out there, pretty cool stuff. The problem is with the technology is that it actually gets stolen before it's fully complete. And so it's kind of stolen by this guy that becomes like the dream terrorist. And what he's doing is he's actually kind of utilizing everyone's dreams that have been involved in this and using it kind of against them and stuff to create, his own world so he can kind of dominate them and stuff like that. So basically the therapists and the scientists have to get together along with their dream character named Paprika, who is this dream character that's created and kind of put into these situations in the dreams to figure out who has stolen this stuff so they can kind of write their reality because it's just basically turned into a nightmare now. So that is the premise of the film. Now, if that sounds cool, it actually really is fucking cool. This is the type of movie that I think works really well as an anime because the idea is so extreme and so out there that, the animation really allows you to explore the ideas that you want to put in front of you visually. And I think they really do succeed. I mean, it's got a really cool blend of like reality scenes to dream sequences to nightmare sequences and back and forth and back and forth. This is a type of movie I think that you could probably watch over and over again and probably pick something out new every single time you watch it. I really, really like this premise, man, because, the movie starts out actually with a cop that's he's being analyzed by this DC Mini and stuff. And that's how the cop gets involved in with this investigation because he becomes part part of the issue, because this dream terrorist has stolen his dreams and they're using it against him, but he's also a police officer, so he's trying to investigate this also. And there's a lot of really, really cool angles. I think there's a lot of commentary here too, dealing with, you know, how sometimes technology takes it a little bit too far, and when it falls into the wrong hands, you know, it can be used for evil. It's kind of, technology can be labeled as a gift and a curse. You know, it's obviously a gift if it's working properly, but it can work against you too. And I think this is a great example of, you know, when you're doing very highly experimental type stuff and it falls into the wrong hands, it can create a lot of chaos and stuff. At the core of this, you know, it's kind of like a James Bond movie. It's really about some dude that's trying to utilize people's dreams and, you know, take over the entire world by this aspect, you know. And I think that's actually really cool. I think there's just a lot of really amazing visual scenes in this film. I don't want to start naming off all the stuff and stuff. I really want people to check this out if you're into anime and, you know, psychological thrillers and sci-fi and all that type of stuff. I think there's something here for everybody, but really, really well done. Absolutely love this. It was enthralling right from the start of the film. And, you know, I really like how the premise was quite complex, but it was still easy to understand, even though the flow of the movie might be a little bit confusing for people, because it does jumble from reality to nightmare to, you know, dream sequences over and over again. But the cool thing about that is that the characters themselves are still questioning at points in the film if they are in the reality or if they're in their dreams. Now, that is a really cool premise that they put into there, because it allows the viewer to be like, okay, so I'm not the only one that's kind of what is going on, because you're not really supposed to know. That's kind of the point of it. You know, it's, you know, that's the mystery. That's the psychological aspect of the movie, in which it works perfectly for myself. I think at points it gets pretty dark at certain times. I really wish it had have gotten a little bit darker, because, you know, when you have, you know, a dream terrorist that's trying to take over and stuff, I think it probably could get a little bit darker at times. It does go into those areas a little bit, but overall it keeps it pretty kosher. You know, I would still say it's, you know, I think it's actually still rated R. There's a little bit of anime boobs and stuff in here. It's not like hardcore. There's not like a lot of brutal killings and shit like that. It's nothing like that, but very, very thrilling type movie that really had my attention right from the start to the finish. And I love the idea. Even the dialogue in the film was really good too, because they keep kind of exploring, you know, what the DC mini is all about and stuff. And they keep kind of giving you a little bit more information about it as the movie goes on and on and on. And it's really cool, man. Really good stuff. There's one really fucking cool scene, I'm not going to say who it is, involving like Paprika's character, where it's really neat how they did it and shit. Again, don't want to say anything. I want people to check this out, but I'm going to come in at about a 9.5 out of 10 on this one. I think this is a beautiful film. It looks just absolutely amazing. It sounds great. It's got a great concept. I think this is, again, like I said before, this is one of those movies that you could watch over and over again and probably pick something out new every time you watch it, because it's that unique and creative. So if you like dream sequences in movies, and like the irony is that I'm not even a big fan of dream sequences in movies, but if the whole movie is about dreams, like Nightmare on Elm Street and of course Paprika, fucking sign me up, man. I think that's awesome. It works totally well and allows you to explore a lot of different areas in the psychology of the brain and stuff like that, which is really cool, and I think they do it well here. So but that's all I have on Paprika from 2006.
All right, next up we have a film from the year 2015 from my favorite country, France, and that is a film titled Evolution. Now, this is released by IFC Midnight and Scream Factory. You can pick this up on Blu-ray only. It's only on Blu-ray DVD combo. It does not come in a single DVD or a single Blu-ray, so this automatically means that's going to be $20. So if you want to pick it up, that's what you're going to have to pay. So this film is directed by one of my favorite directors, Gaspar Noé's wife, and this is her second feature film. I'm not going to try to pronounce her name because it's really fucking French. So if you guys are familiar with Gaspar Noé's films, you're probably going to expect a similar thing going into this movie. It has a very similar style to him. Maybe not so much cinematography-wise, but story-wise, I think it has a very similar kind of feel to a No film. And I didn't even know they were married until after I watched the movie and I was looking it up, because I was watching it going, man, this feels like a No film story-wise. It's just a really weird, bizarre art house film with commentary about male sexuality and fear of women and all that kind of stuff. Now, I watched it and I took it all in and I processed it, and then I went online and I started to read some stuff about it, because I feel like if this is a film that you just watch and you don't really read other people's thoughts about it, I think you probably will miss a lot of stuff. It's a very slow burn kind of movie, like a lot of art house films are. It has a lot to say, but unless you're really, really diving into the meat and bones of it, you're probably going to miss a lot of the stuff that's happening. So if you watch this film, I would recommend you go and read a couple reviews and things like that. I just read a single review from when this film showed in Toronto. New York Times movie critic reviewed it, and I just read that review, and I got a little bit more out of this film than I did when I initially watched it. So this movie basically just follows a island, and on this island we have a bunch of little boys and pale looking women with orange hair, and that's it. So this whole film just basically revolves around 4 young little boys. The main one is named Nicholas, and about 8 or 10 pale women with orange hair. And we have no idea what kind of world this is. Is this an ultimate dimension kind of thing, or what is going on? Is this a dreamlike state kind of world, or what is going on? So basically, Nicholas, one day he's swimming around and he is swimming underwater, and he comes across what he thinks is a body of a mermaid. And that's when things start to go a little weird, because no one believes that he saw this. At least all the women didn't believe that he saw this. So they just throw him off and go on their way. But Nicholas thinks that what he saw was actually real, and he starts putting the pieces together about why there's no men on this island, and why is it only, these 4 little boys and a whole bunch of women and things like that. So, every day they have to take this medicine in a glass with a vial. Every day they have to take it. They eat the same thing every day, which is like this weird-ass pasta-looking dish. And one day they all get brought to the local hospital. And here they get something injected into their stomach. And that's where the commentary about male anxiety, about their sexuality come into play. Because on this universe, or whatever world that takes place, the women don't get pregnant, the men get pregnant. And what they do is they kidnap these little boys, and they basically inject them with these creatures, and then after a while they have to cut them out, and they continue to grow in jars. And that's basically why these little boys are on this island, because they need somewhere to put these. They're like David Lynch looking creatures. They're not human. It's a very weird fucking movie. It's very hard to review, so I'm extremely trying my best to make the most sense that I can, because I'm probably not making that much sense. So the little boys are the baby holders, and the mothers are in the father role. So it's basically just Nicholas trying to adapt to what is going on and why he's in this hospital, because they don't tell him, and why that he's getting injected with this stuff into his stomach every fucking day and things like that. And along the way, his friends start getting murdered off one by one by these women, because once you cut somebody's stomach open, you're fucking dead. So it's just a like I said, a very interesting commentary piece on the anxiety males have with their sexuality and their interactions with women and things like that. Very complex movie. I feel like if you keep watching this a couple more times, you would pick up on a lot more things. It's one of those kind of movies. But if that sounds interesting to you, I recommend you check it out. If you like Gaspar Noé, you're probably going to like this film. She's only directed one other film. She directed a film in 2004, I think, if I remember correctly, called Innocence, which is supposed to kind of deal with a similar theme, but look at the little girls aspects of growing up instead of the little boys. So like I said, you can pick this up on Blu-ray from IFC. Very strange, beautiful fucking movie, I have to say that. It has a green tone to it throughout the entire film. Very bleak and dark, and really well shot. Some amazing shots. The camera barely ever pans or tracks. It's a very static kind of movie. Very old school in that sense that the director places the camera in one spot, and whatever action happens in front of the camera, and then they cut to somewhere else, and they have no pans, no tilts, no fancy shit, very basic. And I think it works very well for this kind of movie. So I gave this one a 7.5 out of 10. Like I said, if I go and revisit it again in the future, and I pay more attention to some of these things that are going on with the themes, I probably would appreciate it a little bit more. But it's a really fucking hard movie to review, so I tried my best. So thank you very much.
Next up is a pick from Diabolique 1946, and it is a Survive 05 with Jolly Roger, Massacre at Cutter's Cove from 2005. Yeah, so this is as part of the 2005 prep, probably a film that I would have completely avoided had I not got it from the good old Patreon. And it's a movie that, based on the cover, I'm like, oh, this looks bad. This looks really, really bad. And actually, it is pretty bad, but it's directed by the filmmaker Gary Jones, who I was surprised to see. He is a visual effects person for the most part, but he has actually directed some movies. And one of my favorites, actually, 1994's Mosquito. Good old Gary Jones directed 1994's Mosquito, and almost a decade later, he directed Jolly Roger, which is crazy. He also did Spiders from 2000, which isn't too bad, and then Crocodile 2 Death Swamp from 2002, which I actually really like, and Boogeyman 3, which I've never seen, but he also Axe Giant, The Wrath of Paul Bunyan from 2013. So some titles under his belt, Mosquito definitely being the best, probably Crocodile 2 Death Swamp being the second best. But we have Jolly Roger here, which actually is probably the only pirate horror film slasher that I've ever seen. I've seen some pirate-esque horror movies, but it's definitely a very not tested genre, subgenre, if you will. So Jolly Roger, the IMDb description goes, a group of friends unleash a demonic pirate from a treasure chest. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So we have a group of teens or young adults there who are at some sort of beach, and they find this pirate chest, and they unleash Jolly Roger, and kind of almost like a leprechaun thing. You know, he wants his treasure, and he begins to go around the town killing people, and the teens are actually booked for the murder of their friends, and they escape, and then they're trying to figure out the mythology and basically kill this pirate guy. And meanwhile, you also have like an investigation thing going on. It runs an hour and 20 minutes, which is definitely pretty inoffensive. I would say if this film was an hour and 30 minutes, I would have more of an issue with it, but an hour and 20 minutes, not so bad. It's kind of funny. The pirate looks pretty cool. He does kill some people, and it's mostly CGI gore, but I think there might be some practicals mixed in. There is actually a very ridiculous scene, super eye-rolly, but I couldn't help but crack a little bit of a smile, where the pirate goes to a strip club, and there's essentially a stripper there, and she pretty much just treats him like a regular patron. So that was pretty funny. Overall, I mean, it's a pretty bad movie, but I enjoyed it. I really did. I can't say that I hated it, which is pretty crazy. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it a 3.5 out of 10. It's not great. It's pretty bad, but I did like it. So I would actually not mind owning it, to be honest. I don't know if it's still in print or what, but I watched it on Tubi, which Tubi comes in clutch a lot of times, especially for these early 2000s films. So that's Jolly Roger, Massacre at Cutter's Cove. F you, Derek.
Alrighty, so moving on here into another film from 1991 called Zeiram. This one was picked by the homeboy Jelly Bane. This is a film from Japan. It's kind of in the realm of like an action, sci-fi, comedy / kind of horror elements to it and stuff like that. It's kind of got a lot of different things happening in this one. Basically, a quick little synopsis on this one is about these two bounty hunters by the name of Ira and Bob. Ira being a female bounty hunter from a different galaxy, and they've traveled to Earth. Bob is her AI computer. They traveled to Earth to track down this this intergalactic monster who's escaped to Earth, and their job is to basically kill it so they can go back to their planet and stuff like that. So. Basically what happens is we've got these two dim-witted kind of lowbrow workers and stuff. They almost kind of remind me of the characters from like Tokyo Zombie for some reason. They're very similar. They're very quirky and goofy, and they're just kind of naive and stupid and stuff. But anyways, one of the guys sees her walking down the street and stuff like that, so he immediately becomes like enthralled by her. So he's like, shit man, I need to meet her, kind of thing. So they essentially follow her back to this kind of lair that they've been kind of hiding out in, or kind of setting up shop in, or whatever happens. Anyways, something happens in this in their post there, and they get transported to essentially the zone, and that's the area where they need to trap this intergalactic criminal / monster and stuff. So of course they have to go to this area, and essentially what happens is they need to kill this monster before the time runs out and stuff, before and also protect these humans too now, because if the humans die, then they're going to be in big trouble and stuff like that too. The cool thing is about the post area, this kind of virtual reality area, is it's actually specifically made to kind of trap these monsters and stuff, so they don't have to battle the monsters on Earth. They basically transport them into this virtual reality area where they can do their business, and then take care of business, and then go back to their home galaxy or whatever. So yeah, that's essentially what the synopsis is. So my thoughts on the movie, man, this is actually a really fun movie. I think this one runs a little bit too long. It runs closer to about 100 minutes and stuff like that, but I think it's got enough charm to it that's really interesting. I mean, it's kind of cool, man. I like this whole intergalactic bounty hunters and stuff, and then it's not like they just come down to Earth. I like this whole zone thing where they trap them in this virtual reality world, and they go fight them in there, and then they can go back to Earth, and then go back to I like how that's kind of bouncing around and things like that and stuff. It's kind of cool, but there's a nice contrast because Ira the bounty hunter in this is very serious, and they kind of have their shit together, and Bob is like this AI's artificial intelligent computer and stuff, and he's kind of the brains of the operation and stuff like that. And I kind of like that angle, but then you got this contrast with these two dimwits that are completely, they're just stupid as fuck, but they're funny as hell too. Like, and it's not completely over the top, and I like that about the characters. They're not completely over the top and stuff like that. It's a very nice contrast and stuff. This one definitely starts out really good. It does have a little bit of slow moments throughout the second act in the movie. It does slow itself down a little bit and stuff, but then it really finishes out strong. Last like 30-40 minutes of the movie is pretty crazy. There's a lot of action in this. There's a lot of battling between Ira and the two main dimwits and stuff like that, and this intergalactic criminal monster kind of thing. And the monster, he kind of looks like a character from like Street Fighter / like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's very unique looking, almost like Shredder / like Street Fighter. It's really strange. I really kind of like the look of it and stuff, and I gotta say, man, there's a lot of special effects in here. It does come off a little bit cartoony at times, not necessarily the special effects, but more of like the action fight sequences and things like that. And it almost feels like it's a kid movie for a lot of it and stuff, and then it does get a little bit crazier towards the end and stuff. I noticed here on IMDb that it's actually rated 18A. I don't know why it would have such a high rating. It's not like it's got extreme gore or anything like that in the movie and stuff, but it does come off a little bit gentle and lighthearted at first until it kind of gets to the end. I think it spruces itself up a little bit, but there's a lot of effects in here, and it doesn't come off that cheesy too, which is kind of cool. There's even some stop motion in this, and which I think really does work. I thought that was actually a really nice touch, but just a lot of charm to it, just like a lot of charm, and just a lot of fun characters. And like I said, I think one of the biggest problems is it does have a little bit of lulls in the middle of the film. It does have some scenes I feel like completely could be cut out of the movie. They just felt like they were totally unnecessary, and I think if this one ran about 20 minutes shorter, it would have been perfect, man. I mean, you have that beginning, that really strong ending. You didn't need a lot of that middle stuff. I think would have worked out perfect, man. It would have been a lot better and stuff. But all in all, man, this is a really fun movie. I mean, like I said, it comes off being a little bit more cartoony at first, but then it gets into like the nitty gritty at the end of it and stuff. And I kind of like that, man. It kind of feels like this kind of oddball James Bond, like Ira's kind of this James Bond character, you know, it's kind of strange. I kind of feel that though. But all in all, man, really fun film. I mean, I gotta say, I definitely recommend this one. I'm gonna come in about a 6.5 out of 10 if you like these kind of sci-fi action comedic, not over the top comedic films with a little bit of horror elements and monsters and, you know, space, intergalactic and kind of virtual reality areas and shit. Like I said, it's got a lot of different elements. Pretty damn cool. I feel like, you know, the creators of Tokyo Zombie had seen this movie, because I swear the two guys that are in this film are the guys that are from Tokyo Zombie in a sense. Not the same type of characters, but they're very, very similar, goofy and kind of dumb, but you know, they're able to get shit done, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, so that's Zeiram from 1991.
All right, next up we have a stinker from the year 2014. We have a film called Mischief Night, directed by Travis Baker, and the only film that he's ever directed, and he wrote it as well. And I can see clearly why Mr. Baker has never made another movie, because this movie is fucking shit. And I'm going to get into why this movie is fucking shit in a second. But first I want to say this. My man Moods himself fucking likes this movie. And I just want to say, how the fucking fuckity fucks does Moods like this movie? Because this movie is complete and utter shit. So we follow a babysitter named Kaylee, and Kaylee is like the bad babysitter, you know. She does drugs and she drinks and she doesn't care about the kids that she's watching, you know. She's a badass motherfucker. And can I say that her acting is absolutely fucking atrocious, everybody. Brooke Ann Smith is her name. Now, she's not too bad looking, but she can't act worth a fucking rock. Her acting is fucking awful. Fucking awful. It is so goddamn bad. She's so monotone, and she has just a freaking generic fucking attitude throughout the entire fucking film, because she's a badass. She's stealing booze from the homeowner's liquor cabinet, and she's taking her mom's pills, and she thinks she's all cool and badass. Well, guess what? She can't act worth a fucking shit. So she is babysitting this little baby, and it's the night before Halloween. So going into this movie, it has a cool setting, and it has a cool setup. It has like all these Halloween-y houses and stuff like that, the jack-o'-lanterns and the leaves, you know, blowing through the wind and shit like that. And I go, oh, this is pretty cool. And then the film takes an utter shit about 25 minutes into the movie. So the film takes place the nights before Halloween, and it's called Mischief Night. And this is where all the bad people come out, and they fuck around with people, and they do bad things. So, of course, this is a perfect place for a slasher villain to show up. So, this masked man breaks into this house and starts to go after Kaylee. But it ultimately turns into a romantic drama about halfway through the movie, where Kaylee and this masked killer who tries to kill him fall in love. Yes, I said that right. They fall in love, and they start having long dialogue-based conversations that shouldn't fucking be in this kind of movie, because the actors can't act worth a shit. Now, the masked killer, I can't fucking remember his name, he does a little bit of a better job than Brooke Ann Smith does in the acting department, but these are two people that I do not want to see have long, loving conversations about how much they hate their lives, but now that they found each other, they're so fucking happy because, you know, they're two fucked up people. It's just fucking stupid. It turns into a fucking romantic drama. I'm not fucking kidding you. There's no fucking horror aspects until the last 5 minutes where they throw in some killings that doesn't make any fucking sense to the narrative. It's just fucking stupid. It is a fucking bad-ass fucking movie, in not a good way. It's just a bad period movie. It fucking sucks. Malcolm McDowell's in it for like 5 minutes, maybe. See? Now I'm getting worked up, so I'm coughing. So he's the neighbor, but oh man, I just think this movie does not work whatsoever. The script is bad, the acting is bad. I don't want to watch a fucking romantic drama in a horror movie. Get the fuck out of here. Like, the last 45 minutes of this movie is lovey-dovey talk. Fuck that shit. I don't want to watch that. Give me a fucking slasher movie, and I don't even like slashers. Oh, man. I can say that it is shot okay. It's not shot like a bad movie. It has aspects to it that is like an actual movie. But the people in front of the camera just fucking stink it up. So I cannot recommend Mischief Night. It blows. I have no idea how fucking Moods likes this movie. No goddamn idea. It fucking stinks. I give it a 3.5 out of 10. Don't check it out. I think it's fucking trash. I mean, unless you love lovey-dovey romantic dramas, then you probably will like this. But if you don't, I recommend you not check it out because it's fucking trash bag. So, thank you.
22 shots.
Bonus review. All right, so moving along here into the second featured or bonus review here on the Dub show. This is a pick coming from Mark Laham from 1981, and it is Mystics in Bali. This is the very first Indonesian horror film to cater to like a Western audience. So this is kind of the one that's, kind of put them on the map a little bit. And for probably for, obvious reasons too, because it's got some memorability to it.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, very interesting film to, kind of showcase your horror talents to the Western audience. But quick little synopsis here. A woman researches a book that takes her to the black magic cult of, it says Leek in Bali here. I don't know if that's right. She meets an evil witch who promises her to train her in the dark arts, but she is tricked and turned into a flying vampire with internal organs hanging from her neck. That's funny that they put that in the synopsis. Yeah, so basically what this is, it centers around an American girl. I think her name is Christine in the film. Yeah, Kathy, I think. And she's in Indonesia, and she wants to basically write a story on, the black magics of this one tribe and stuff. And because this tribe is actually known for having like the most powerful magic in the world and stuff, that's kind of what they're known for. And I believe it's actually a real mythology in Indonesia too, like this type of black magic and stuff. It's like actually a real thing. So, which I think is kind of cool. So it kind of makes sense that they would make a movie about it too, based off their own real mythology and shit. So so she's there and she's got a guide, one of the local guys and stuff like that. And of course, basically kind of what the synopsis says, she gets tricked into, basically giving, I don't even really want to know how to even really say it, but she kind of gets tricked into her part in this whole thing. So basically we have this witch who's like the head of this, this cult or whatever, black magic group and stuff. And the thing is, this witch needs power, right? And she needs someone to bring her blood so she can gain her powers and stuff like that. So, of course, she willingly takes this American in and stuff. But what she ultimately does, she kind of gives her this tattoo that ends up kind of possessing her. And so now
it's like a curse.
Yeah, it's like a curse. And so basically she can kind of control this American now and stuff. And what she does is, once, she brings her blood the first time, she gets a little bit of power, and then she can use her powers to like control her, hence the head coming off the body with the lungs and guts attached and stuff. And they use this to go around and collect blood so the witch can build her powers and stuff. So it's a really, really wacky fucking movie, but man,
it reminded me of 77's House, just in its wackiness.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's just got like a raw, like when I watch this movie, dude, this is literally one of the funnest fucking movies I've ever seen, dude. Like, cause it makes you smile the entire movie. It's so crazy because at the core of this thing, it's kind of like a special effects movie. It has so many cheesy and like,
the pig costumes, bro. Jesus.
Oh my, yeah, those transformations in the pig and that's the other weird thing about the mythology in this too, because not only once she possesses her or kind of puts this curse on her and stuff, they can now telepathically communicate with animals, and you can actually transform into like pigs and snakes and stuff. It's like this really weird shit that's going on and stuff. It doesn't really even make a whole lot of sense, and it doesn't even really even add anything into what she's trying to accomplish and stuff. It's kind of strange how it all works, but it's pretty fun though. But I love like all the little cheesy effects and stuff that they have in this. The transformation scenes are really fun. But I gotta say though, man, the flying head, with the lungs and the guts is really, really creative. And I got to say, like, when you see the practical head floating around and stuff, you can totally tell it's like on a zip line. It's absolutely hilarious, man. I love that shit. But I mean, at the core of this thing, man, there's a lot of special effects in this movie, right? For like a low budget film.
I think it has heart, but it's held back by its low budget. Clearly, this is not a movie for me and my personal taste. Everybody knows that.
This is my all-time favorite Asian movie.
I just laugh the dub is hilarious. I feel like the witch is like straight from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the film.
That's actually a good
The Wicked Witch of the East, man. That laugh, dude, is like that dub laugh is so fun. It makes me laugh every single time she laughs because it's just
I just see
over
like
the top.
Rita coming out of the hole and be like, you know, whatever the fuck, whatever the fuck she says, you know,
something.
Yeah,
yeah. No, I thought I like it. I think it's super nifty and cool. There's some ridiculous stuff in here too, like the pregnancy where the head goes up to the woman's vagina and like
sucks out.
She literally sucks this baby out of this pregnant woman's stomach for the blood. And it's so funny because if you watch the scene, you can see the stomach deflating as she sucks it through her pussy.
Oh my God. It's like, so ridiculous.
It's literally a head giving a pregnant woman head. It's fucking
That's the scene that won me the movie.
Oh,
like where I'm like, okay, like I don't care what happens next, this is worth it.
But it just gets better and better. Like the end battle between the uncle, what's his name, Uncle Charlie or whatever, Uncle Charlie, and he's like a wizard and fucking and the witch.
Reminded me of Santa's sleigh.
Oh my God, dude, the effects in that scene, it turns into like the sandal and sword fucking sorcery film, and it's so fucking funny, dude. The effects are just so funny in this, man. Like I laugh through the whole thing, man. It's so much fun. But
even Mystery Science 3000 haven't done a fucking commentary on this one yet.
Yeah.
I don't know how it hasn't happened.
What about the flaming head battle? Like those little head things that are floating around. Oh my God, dude. Like, see, this movie has so much it's obsessively bizarre. Like every scene is so fucking bizarre. Like there's a scene where after she's been transformed into a snake, I believe, and she wakes up in the morning, she starts puking up like these live mice that are all green and shit. And it's just like, it's so fucking weird, man. Like why they would even put that in there, but so strange, man. So strange.
When I was first watching it, I was like taking it kind of serious and stuff. And then I'm like, they go to the witch and they need blood, and I'm like, where the fuck did they get blood at? Do they say?
Dude, that's actually like I swear that's a mistake in the film.
When they bring her in the milk jugs and they start drinking. Yeah.
Well, did you guys notice, like, okay, when she first meets the witch and stuff, I think she gets that tattoo or whatever, but then it's like literally the next scene she's bringing her blood, but it's like it's supposed to be the next day, but it seems like it's like 2 minutes later the way they edited it.
I'm just like, where the hell did they get a bunch of milk jugs of blood?
That's what I'm saying, because it literally goes from them being there to them being back there to them being back there with blood, and I'm like, where did they go? Right? It's like there's a whole
human blood? Is it like animal blood?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I feel like it needed to be human blood, but it's like where, like in a moment's notice, where do you get that much blood?
I just laugh like every time the effects change from when her head gets removed from the body, it gets all like grainy and it looks all fucking shitty.
It looks like in camera or something. I don't know what they did there.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. Oh my God, man. Everything about this movie is just so damn funny. It's ridiculous. I love the score, man. And it actually has a lot of really great atmosphere too. And you know, like the release that Mondo Macabro did, man, it's in beautiful fucking widescreen. Like the movie actually legitimately looks awesome. It looks really good. You know, but obviously the effects are like super dated and cheesy and shit, but the actual cinematography in the movie is quite good. It actually is really good, man. Which you would not kind of expect it, but I love the score in it too, man. It's very haunting and kind of eerie and shit like that too. But it kind of adds to its mystique though, right? Because you don't know if this movie is supposed to be straight up comedy because it's just so ridiculously bizarre. But it has like this really kind of dark atmosphere, and it is taking itself serious. And that I think is what is so fucking funny about the movie, because how can you honestly take that end battle serious? Like, that's just ridiculous, man.
Just have a ridiculous dub that I think is absolutely on par with anything Italian pushes out.
Yeah.
Jesus, the dub is fucking funny.
The dub is amazing. Like, the actors that they got are totally not Asians. And it's funny, too. I think the lead actress in this, too, she's quite clearly not American because she has hairy armpits.
I saw that.
That's kind of weird.
I thought maybe that was like part of her transformation or something.
Nah, I think it's the I don't know what that's all about.
She just had hairy armpits.
She just had hairy armpits. It's kind of funny. But yeah, dude, like a head given a pregnant chick head. I mean, that wins every battle right there. You know,
it does.
It's so fucking bizarre. I think like This is one of those movies where once they introduce this whole flying head with the lungs and guts and shit like that, you would think that they're not really going to show that over and over again, but it's like throughout the whole movie, it's so awesome. Just nothing but laughter. I love it. So, Jeremy, you didn't have a good time with this? You were taking
I had a good time. It's fine. I think when you get my rating, I think it's fair for my personal taste and opinion. It's better than a lot of other shitty movies that I'm forced to watch. At least it has some sort of entertainment factor to it. Yeah. Just when people are like, oh, it's a classic and all this kind of shit on the podcast, I was like, you motherfuckers don't know me by now. It's like 7 years. Like, come on. You should know my taste by now. But it was all right. I guess I had fun with it for what it is.
I think the cheesy effects are perfect for the narrative, though, man. Because the whole movie is just, I just feel like it's the whole movie itself is kind of cartoony. Like wizard battles and witches and flying heads and shit. It's perfect, man. I think it works so well. It's like literally my favorite Asian movie. I can watch this thing over and over again. I remember years ago when I first got introduced to this film, I must have watched it like 5 or 6 times in 1 week. I'm just pissing myself laughing the whole time. I'm like, I can't believe this movie exists. Like, I just couldn't believe this thing actually existed and I didn't know about it. It was crazy. So, yeah, it's amazing shit.
How the fuck do you watch the same movie 5 to 6 times a week?
Because sometimes I used to get obsessed. I always talk about that time that me and JP were on Skype, and I think you were on there too. I'm not sure, but me and JP were on for like fucking 10 hours or something like that. I must have watched Return of the Living Dead like 5 times in a row.
See, that's one of the reasons why it's like we needed to make a podcast, because we were just getting on there and talking about movies and stuff that we watched. Literally like once a week for like 4 hours at very least.
Yeah, we had the longest podcast in history before we actually had the longest podcast shows in history.
Right, yeah. We were doing this well before we recorded this.
Yeah. It's the Lyak magic. That's what the mythology is behind that, is like it's actually like a real thing. So kind of cool. Yeah, so I like the whole aspect of the, the vampirism and witches and shit. It just has a lot of different kind of things that are going on in this. Is it all coherent? Not particularly. No. The mythology is definitely muddled and shit like that. But but when you have a flying head, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter at this point, man. I love the effects of the head coming off the body and shit. It's just so damn funny to me, man.
I just feel like they got like an Al Snow head and they fucking put it on a zip line and they're like, oh, this will do.
It literally looks like one of those heads you'd find in like a salon with like a wig on it and shit like that. It's so funny. It's absolutely hilarious. But I think one of my favorite scenes is the scene where the fucking uncle puts the spikes in the neck hole so the head can't go back on. The toothpicks. That scene, the fucking body falls over. Oh my god, that shit fucking kills me. It's so damn funny. Oh man, I could literally just laugh at this movie all fucking day. It's so fucking funny to me, man. Oh, dude, the severed arm handshake thing, and the hand starts walking away and shit. Those effects, man. Oh, dude, to die for. So funny. Man, I love that shit.
I feel like this is like not the most like deep movie that you could talk about for an hour.
No, it's more just like funny.
It's more scene by scene.
Interesting scenes.
This is more scene by scene. Yeah, it's pretty funny. But yeah, honestly, dude, like there's a lot of dubs out there that, really just I can't watch. Like I would rather watch most movies in the native language, but when you hear a dub this funny, it's like there can't even be an original language. You only need to watch a shit with the dub. That's how fucking good it is. It just adds to the flavor of it. So. But I don't know. I don't really have much else to say about it, to be honest, unless you want to go scene by scene, because it's just pure hilarity every fucking minute for myself. Anyways, but
I think we covered it.
All right, Jeremy, what's your rating?
Yeah, I'm gonna give this one a 6 out of 10.
JP.
I really enjoyed this movie. I think that one thing we didn't mention was it has a creepy, cool atmosphere too, which I like. The witch in the woods and stuff like that. Yeah. It's pretty fun. The floating head thing, it gives all the '90s covers a run for their money for best floating head.
it is the
ridiculous.
Best one.
Well, there was that one from '91. Wasn't there a floating head or something in one of those movies?
There could have been, yeah.
I don't know.
That one was pretty cool too. I think that was Asian as well. But this is a hard movie to rate for me because I don't think it's necessarily that good. I don't think it's bad either, though. It's engaging and stuff. It's ridiculous. But it's really about the absurdity of it that is just like, wow, this is just something unique and cool and different. So I'm going to come in at a 7.
You know, this movie right here is a great example of a movie that I just throw all the technical aspects out the frame, and this is pure entertainment value for myself, because you can't even take this shit serious at any means. You know, I like the fact that they base this on real Indonesian mythology and stuff like that. It's really cool and stuff. But I mean, like I said before, this movie is purely and obsessively strange and bizarre. And that's really what it comes down to. It's pure entertainment value. 10 out of 10 for myself. This is by far my favorite. I love this movie. It's fucking amazing.
Now, would you feel good if we put this in the Hall of Fame? Like if me and Jeremy had come higher?
I knew for I was actually thinking Jeremy was going to be around a 5 on this one. You were going to be about a 6 or something like that. So I knew it was never going to make it. No, I wouldn't.
Next thing you know, Derek comes on as a guest and he's like, by the way, I got what we watched. Watched Mystics in Bali, just out of
10 out of 10
randomness. 10 out of 10.
See, that's kind of bullshit. Then you could have someone else go, you know what? I think 22 Shots needs to have Mystics in Bali in the Hall of Fame. So I'm going to come on the show and rate it fucking 10 out of 10. You could just keep doing
Derek
that.
has tried that before.
Yeah. You know, the same director actually did another movie that was released by Mondo Macabro called Lady Terminator. It came out in 1989. That's a really fun one too. So,
I've heard of that one.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Mondo puts out that Blu-ray, because I never actually grabbed the DVD. I've seen it before. It's really, really absurd and ridiculous also, but yeah, it's another fun one by this guy. So, but yeah, that is Mystics in Bali from 1981.
Back to the dub.
All right, next up here we have Demon Cop from the year 1990. This was given to me by, I would say homie, but Jellybane here. I feel like he likes to torture me a little bit, so not going to say homie. You've lost your homie privileges. So Demon Cop. Now, the director of this is weird, because on IMDb it lists 2 directors, Rocco Carriga and Hal Mills, but on Letterboxd, it has Fred Olen Ray also, who's sort of a schlockmeister. So I'm not really sure if he actually directed the film. I watched it a few weeks ago, so I don't remember in the credits or not if he directed the film, but it could be a Fred Olen Ray film. I'm not 100% sure. But Demon Cop basically follows a probationary officer who was a patient at a mental asylum. He escapes and he prowls the city looking for victims whose blood may cure the disease that he has, which is a blood disease that turns him into a demon cop. Which it's more of a werewolf to me. I mean, it says demon cop and it's kind of described as a demon, but it looks like a werewolf to me. I don't know. I guess werewolves could be demons too. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure if this is shot on video, but it sure in the hell feels like it. This movie sucks, dude. I did get a few chuckles out of it, but it's not even so bad it's good for the most part, now that I'm thinking about it. The one thing that I will say about it is they're sort of using an allegory for AIDS, or the HIV virus, with the whole blood transfusion demon cop thing. I don't know how to feel about that, because like on one hand I'm like, okay, I guess props for trying, but on the second hand it makes me laugh to think that, like, come on, it's demon cop, right? I mean, it looks like crap, the acting's horrible, it's shot bad, the editing's bad, like you're like, I don't know if like putting a serious message in this film is what you should be focusing on. Maybe tighten up the technical aspects a little bit first. There's one character in here who was I guess somebody who was in a gang and now is confined to a wheelchair. And she lived that street life, and she's like sort of the love interest, but she looks like a damn school teacher. Like, I can't see this woman being in a gang at all. It's absolutely ridiculous. I think I rated this a while back and I gave it like a 2.5 or something like that, or a 3. It's definitely not that. And the more I think about it, it's much lower. It's more like a
like a 1.5. So 1.5 out of 10 for Demon Cop. Trash.
All right, so next up here is a film from 2016 called The Defiler. This one was chosen by my man Marco, and of course he picked this one because it is a film from his native country of Finland. I'm not going to try and pronounce it in its native language because that would just be utterly stupid to do, because let's face it, I have no idea how to pronounce it. So The Defiler is actually a short film, and I gotta say, man, this one is pretty interesting. Quick little synopsis from what I can make out of it. Basically, this one follows our main character. Her name is Greta. It's set in a dystopian, futuristic setting and stuff like that. She is essentially trying to track down somebody. I'm assuming maybe her girlfriend, or this girl seems to be like kind of like the last of the purest humans left in this dystopian futuristic world and stuff like that. Now she's been kind of kidnapped by this evil emperor and things like that, and Greta's got to make her way through this crazy city filled with scum and just filth and shit like that, trying to save this girl. Now my thoughts on this one. Wow, this is a really interesting one. I mean, it pulls you right in right away, right off the hop. I mean, you notice right away that this one is not going to back down from the crazy gore and blood, the amazing, awesome synth soundtrack in this. The cinematography is fantastic. Our main character, Greta, the actress that plays her, she just looks the part. She looks like a batshit crazy badass bitch out to fuck up anybody that gets in her path and shit like that. And, for 24 straight minutes, basically we get a whole pile of crazy over the top violence. It's like, kind of in the vein of like, a modern Astron 6 in a sense. This one is essentially a huge throwback to like 80s action and exploitation, films, gore and splatter films, Italian films, a whole pile of things you can kind of throw into the kitchen sink. This is exactly what this one is. And you know what? It actually really does work, man. It's filled with bizarreness, filth, and just utter gutter type shit and stuff, and I absolutely love it, man. It's just nonstop. I mean, you could probably watch this 3 or 4 times and pick out something different every time you watch it and stuff, but there's this crazy scenes, I mean, it almost gets pornographic at times where this girl's literally got this huge cock in her mouth and stuff, and there's a scene where she's going through this gritty, grimy nightclub and stuff, and this girl's in this cage and she's being pissed on and shit. It's just crazy, man. Like everything you could imagine from a dystopian, futuristic kind of society that is completely fallen from every type of rule and it purely has every injustice in the world. So you're gonna get all this type of shit, man. It's really crazy, man. I mean, it's not like disgusting, but it's definitely over the top, and I really enjoyed this shit, man, for what it was. I would love to have seen a full-length movie for this because, I mean, if that's the type of gore and the type of action and characters you're going to get in a short 24-25 minutes, man, sign me up because, I mean, honestly, dude, it looked fantastic. It really did. I mean, what you can't even go wrong. I mean, our main character, Greta here, drives a fucking DeLorean in the future. I mean, that's absolutely amazing. I mean, it's kind of a shout out to Back to the Future, for Christ's sake, but you can feel all the influences, man, like the heavy Italian kind of post-apocalyptic type films and shit, and obviously the splatter and gore and shit, but man, the synth soundtrack really sucked me and I absolutely loved it. It really does do a lot for it and stuff. I mean, like I said, this one can be categorized a lot of different ways, but at the end of the day, it's 24-25 minutes of pure bliss. And if you like these kind of splatter gore films with great soundtracks and just kind of turn your mind off, and this is definitely for you, for sure, 100%, man. I mean, I couldn't really recommend this one enough. It's really damn good, really entertaining. So I want to thank Marco for throwing this one out there to me. I always have a hard time kind of rating shorts because they're shorts, I mean, what do you really do? But as in a short game, I'd probably give this one a solid 10 out of 10. It's really crazy. It's something I would love to actually own. It's really cool. And even, check out more stuff from the director. Maybe they were working on a full length. I don't know. Maybe this is kind of the prequel to the full length film. But if it is, sign me up on that one, because this was definitely everything I like in films balled into about 24-25 minutes. So definitely check out The Defiler from 2017.
All right. Next up is 1981's Miss 45, directed by Abel Ferrara. So, as I've said before in the past, when I was in film school, I spent a entire semester developing a quite lengthy thesis paper on rape revenge films and the argument towards that they are pro-feminist, because a lot of the time, a lot of people argue that rape revenge films are degrading against women and are anti-feminist, which is, in my opinion, totally not true. And I spent most of my research looking at I Spit in Your Grave, but I did look at this film a little bit. Now that I'm watching it again, I probably should have looked at this one a little bit more, because one of the main theories that comes into the idea of gender role in horror films is the idea of the male gaze. And that is that the camera's perspective is always in the male mindset, a voyeuristic mindset that the camera is in a male's mind. And as an audience, the camera's just basically a capsule of us looking in on these characters, and it's in a masculine mindset. And that's a main theory when it comes to gender roles in horror films. And this movie really, really plays against that. Quite interesting, I have to say. You see our main character, Thana, who is a mute. One day when she's coming home from work, she gets raped once, and then she gets raped a fucking second time when she's in her house. And after that, she goes crazy, and she starts going around and murdering all these men. And she does it with a 45 millimeter handgun. And, handgun, super phallic symbol kind of weapon. In the beginning of the film, we see the first time she gets raped, we see her captor, if you want to say, put the handgun into her mouth and says, in a very blowjob kind of way, and says, "Put this in your mouth, baby, or I'm going to blow your brains out. And if you get it, you're going to fucking jizz all in her mouth." So it's a very phallic symbol kind of weapon right off the bat. And the fact that she uses that throughout the film to murder her victims, very interesting way to say to the audience members, who, of course, because the camera's in a masculine perspective, hey, fuck you, I'm going to use your own weapon, aka your dick, and I'm going to kill you with it. So it's a very interesting way. And there's another scene in the film where she is putting all these garbage bags into this refrigerator, and it's basically saying, as she looks at the camera quite frequently, hey, I know you're fucking watching, and if you do what these guys did to me, I'm going to do the same thing to you. I'm going to fucking put your body in bags. I'm going to stuff it in the refrigerator. So it's a really interesting film in that sense, that it really does play quite a bit with the gender roles, and showing that this movie is totally, totally pro-feminist, insanely pro-feminist in my opinion. This main character is basically going around and saying, fuck you, I'm a woman, I'm going to do what I want. And if that means I have to fucking blow your brains out, that's what I'm going to do because you took advantage of me. I don't think it's as hardcore as I Spit on Your Grave. I know that's a horrible thing to say because rape is such an awful thing. But I really don't think it's as extreme as I Spit on Your Grave. It's a pretty basic storyline when you get down to it. It's just basically, a woman gets raped and then she goes around and she kills men one by one. And that's basically about it. There's really not much to it. The fact that our main character doesn't speak because she's a mute plays a really interesting aspect, because you have to go in totally on body language. And I think the actress that plays our main character does a really great job, because I would assume that the script was pretty minimal, because there's no dialogue with our main character. She basically just has to go around with facial expressions and things like that to get across what she is feeling. And it's really hard, especially you would think in a rape revenge film, because it's such an emotional kind of an experience that you would have to have some screams and stuff like that. But the fact that she's able to convey the pain and suffering that she's going through just solely on her facial expressions, she does a really, really great job, and it's definitely one of the highlights of this movie. So like I said, I wish I did watch this movie a little bit more when I was going through my research, because I really do think, this film and I Spit on Your Grave is, the two most influential films in the rape revenge genre. I mean, it is say so much about gender roles and things like that I do wish I would have, included a little bit more in my paper and my research. But like I said, I mainly just focused on I Spit on Your Grave because I think that film has so much to say as well. So I gave Miss 45 an 8 out of 10. Like I said, it's not the most interesting narrative-wise, but I think beneath the surface, it has a lot to say. And if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend you check it out. It's really, really fucking good, and I really did enjoy it.
All right, so next up we have Naked Lunch from the year 1991. And just a little disclaimer on this one. I actually watched this movie months and months ago, but I totally lost the clip where I recorded a review for it, so I'm having to do it again. So it's very loose in my memory with a movie that I was already pretty confused on. So with that said, I do apologize to my Patreon person who gave it to me, which I believe was Sean Klump. I promised to do Nightbreed a little more justice. But this, of course, is a David Cronenberg film, and the IMDb description says, after developing an addiction to a substance he uses to kill bugs, an exterminator accidentally kills his wife and becomes involved in a secret government plot being orchestrated by giant bugs in Port Town in North Africa. So, man, this movie is crazy. I just remember seeing all these crazy bug-like things. The typewriter turns into like this cockroach. There's these centipede things. There's these alien-like beings sitting at a bar. I mean, it's just pretty insane. It has tones of noir, which I really like. It feels very much like a noir film. Overall, it's kind of a trip, hallucinogenic, if you will. I'm not sure I 100% understood what was going on, other than this guy has basically hallucinated the plot, which is from the chemical that he's using in the exterminations. It seems to have some sort of psychoactive effects to it. Overall, I did think the movie was good, but it's definitely a film that I feel like I'm going to need to rewatch to really appreciate. And that is the case with a lot of Cronenberg films. Sometimes the first time I watch them, I don't really get them, or I'm not hugely into them. Even with the simpler stuff like The Dead Zone. The first time I seen The Dead Zone, I did not love it. But afterwards, when I seen it again, I fell in love with it. But Cronenberg is really good filmmaker. There's tons of body horror elements in this one. And overall, I did think it was a pretty good movie. I just don't really know what to think about it, especially all these months later when it's very loose in my memory. I gave it a 6.5 out of 10 on my ratings, though. So going back, it looks like I gave it a 6.5 out of 10. So David Cronenberg's Naked Lunch.
All right, so moving along here with another Patreon pick coming from the homeboy Jellybane. This is a film from 1995 starring Julianne Moore, and it is called Safe. It's directed by Todd Haynes. Now, he actually did a film that we all watched, part of the 1991 Top 10 show. It's an anthology film called Poison, and if you've seen that one before, you kind of know that it was, it's 3 segments all kind of done differently, and, it packed a lot of social commentary and stuff in there too. So with that in the back of my mind, I was kind of going into this one thinking that this was not going to be, taken for face value. There's going to be a little bit more concentrated, maybe some social commentary going on in this film too. It's dubbed as like a drama. There is kind of an interesting note to this because the director actually states that this is, he describes this movie as being a horror movie of the soul. Okay, so now with that said, quick little synopsis here. I'm not going to try and go too deep into it. Basically, Julianne Moore plays a housewife. She lives in a very, very upper class house. She's married to like a rich guy. He has a kid and stuff like that. And she basically plays the role of the housewife. She decorates the house and, she plays just everything, in that kind of rich, lavish lifestyle. She lives, very, very upper class type style living and stuff. And, basically what's happening with her is she feels like she's getting sick, and there's a couple minor incidences and stuff, and then she's been kind of telling the husband that she's not very active, she doesn't really want to have sex with him and stuff, so it's kind of putting a strain on their relationship and stuff. And then there's a couple incidences, and then there's a major one where she actually has like a full-blown panic attack and stuff, which ultimately ends up leading her to the doctor, where the doctor discloses, does a bunch of tests on her and stuff, and he says there's nothing physical wrong with her, but she's completely, has made up her mind that everything around her is making her sick. Like she just feels like she's having these panic attacks and everything's making her sick and stuff. And of course she ends up going to this meeting for people that are kind of like her and stuff. And it turns out that there's a whole group of people out there that, kind of share the same experiences, where basically they're kind of, in layman's terms, they're almost like allergic to the world. Everything around them is toxic and they're allergic to that and stuff. And she feels that this is happening to her. So it puts such a strain on their relationship with her husband and stuff that she ultimately, retreats to this isolated kind of, it's almost like a cult in a sense, but it's for people just like her, people that are dealing with, these type of issues and stuff like that. So where she has to go and kind of deal with that. So, but yeah, so my thoughts on the movie. It's one of those movies where, I wouldn't say per se it's a horror film from the outside looking into it. If you're kind of taking it for face value, it's definitely not a traditional horror film, but this is one of those films that deals with reality horror, the horror of, one's mentality and possible mental illness and stuff like that. It shares that story where I feel that, when you go looking for something in your life, you're going to find that something. It goes back to like, the early 80s with Tipper Gore, where she was, looking for sexual and violent content in metal music and stuff like that. And Dee Snider came out and said, if you're looking for something in something, you're going to find that something. I feel like that applies to this story right now, because, it's showcased over and over again that there is nothing physically wrong with her. She doesn't have any problems in her body. She's allergic to nothing. So all this stuff that's potentially making her sick has to be psychological, right? So I feel like, there's a lot of different ways to interpret what's going on in this movie and stuff, but however you interpret is probably right and wrong. Who knows? I mean, I think there's a lot of different ways you can really kind of look at this, which is kind of the cool essence of this movie. Julianne Moore plays this very, very timid type character. Like, her performance is so top notch here. It's really, really good. Like, her delivery and lines are just fantastic. Like, she's very likable. I mean, even though that, you're just like, what the fuck, man? Like, you're not sick. You keep telling yourself that the whole time you're watching her, because, she's being told over and over again that there's nothing physically wrong with her, but she just completely she's made up her mind in her mind that she's sick and stuff. And it's frustrating to watch at times, because you're like, this is absolutely crazy and stuff. But I do feel like the whole movie just kind of sets this great atmosphere. The depiction of the way the music and the cinematography is really accents her performance in this so well. I think the story, itself is very elegantly kind of given to you, but you're dealing with some very intense and kind of personal horrors and stuff. And the way I perceive this movie, when you kind of break right through, you're trying to get a little bit more transparent with you, kind of trying to see into it. This one really at the core of it is dealing with a lot of mental issues and stuff like that. And it's also dealing with people that, are just, they're just not, reality's not pure for them. It's toxicity. They want to get to that pure element in their life and stuff. And it's essentially leading them to be scared of reality, right? They need to be in a specific area to have that purity, but it's all a mental thing and stuff. And I really kind of like what's going on here. It's there's a lot to digest, after one watch and things like that. It's just heartbreaking. It's really, really heartbreaking to watch somebody be told that they're not sick, but then they completely are convinced that they are sick and stuff. But there's a lot of things that are going on with it. And I think it's it's kind of showcased to you very well. It's very, very well done. Is the movie exactly for me? Yes and no. I mean, I like these reality type horror movies. I feel like 2020 has done it. That's been kind of one of the themes of the year, is reality horror, movies that don't that don't actually look necessarily like your, stereotypical horror film, but they are horrors, films that deal with everyday horror themes, like just mental illness and so on and so on. But this one is kind of in that realm. I wouldn't classify this as being a straight up horror film. It's just kind of sad in a sense, but yeah, it's really, really well done. Julianne Moore, this is probably the performance of her career, really. I mean, just watching her was just like, she sucks you in as a viewer because you really do feel for her, you feel for her, but at the same time, you're like, man, you have everything in your life. Why are you acting like this kind of thing? So, you're kind of questioning her motivations here too. And it's not even really about that. It's kind of interesting, but where it goes into the end is really kind of crazy and very, very sad, actually, to be honest. But, Safe, it's a good movie, man. I think there's a lot of different ways you can look at this. I like the social commentary that's going on. And, it's definitely kind of a standout gem from the mid 90s that I'd actually never seen before. So, or even had heard of, which is kind of cool. So I'm going to come in at about an 8.5 out of 10 on this one. There's an entertainment value for myself too. I couldn't imagine myself ever kind of going back to this one because it's not like it's a hard watch. It's just it's a touching watch. If you really kind of look past, the external hard drive of the film, kind of thing, and you break into the meat and potatoes of it. It's kind of disheartening a little bit, but that is Safe from 1995.
All right, next up we have a film from 1994 directed by Danny Boyle in his directorial debut. We have Shallow Grave. So this movie came out at a time where we were right before the Dogma 95 movement with Lars von Trier and, some other filmmakers who pretty much changed the way that films were made. We were coming into a digital mindset in cinema, and the way that we told stories were starting to change. A bunch of up-and-coming directors were starting to make movies and change the way we told stories. And while Shallow Grave and Danny Boyle wasn't part of that movement, I think you start to see some of those techniques starting to be used a little bit in this movie. So this movie, pretty much little, unknown actors. I mean, we have Ian McGregor, who was at the time, his first movie was this movie. So he was an unknown at this time. And of course, he exploded into the star that we know him today. This is a really fucking awesome look at the human psyche and how people handle stressful situations. It's really, really fucking good and well made and low budget. And you can see that it's low budget, but it just shows that you don't need a budget to fucking make a good movie. You just need a really solid story. So we basically follow three characters, David, Juliet, and Alex. There are three roommates who live in this flat in London or the UK, and they are trying to find a fourth roommate. And these people are very eccentric, if you want to say. They're very high energy, and they're looking for a very specific person to be their roommate. So one day, a man named Hugo comes to interview, because they interview everybody who wants to become a roommate. So this man named Hugo comes, and they interview him, and they decide he was a good fit. So he moves in, and one day, Hugo doesn't come out of his room. So they knock on his door and all that, and they ultimately break in. And they find Hugo dead in his room on his bed with a suitcase full of money next to him. And this is where the psyche character study comes into play, because the characters now have been given the choice to either one, be truthful and tell the police about what happened, or two, get rid of the body and keep the money and the struggles that come with that. So what they ultimately decide to do is to get rid of the body and keep the money. And as the film goes on, these characters start to become more and more insane and paranoid about what they did. Particularly David, because David is the one who is in charge of cutting up the body and pretty much getting rid of it. So David's narrative becomes a little bit more interesting than Juliet and Alex's storyline, who are more all about spending the money and living the life, where David is a little bit more fucked up in the head because he had to fucking cut this body up and throw it away. So it's just a really well-made movie. There's some awesome shots, very similar to Blood Simple, the Coen brothers' first film. There's some shots near the end of the film where we see one of the main characters shooting a shotgun into the side of this house, and all this light is beaming through the gun holes. This movie has a very similar shot to that, where David is basically living in the attic and he's drilling out all these holes throughout the floor of the attic so he could see down below because he becomes paranoid. And the light shoots through all these different holes. This is a really fantastic fucking shot. Looks really, 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 really good. You could tell that it probably took a long time to light all that shit and stuff like that. But like I said, if you like black comedies, this movie is pretty funny. If you like black comedies with a really, really interesting character study, you're really, really going to like this movie. It's really, really well done. You could see the chops that Danny Boyle had with this movie, and you could see that he was going to go on to do some great shit. And of course, he went on to make Train Spotting and 28 Days Later and other films, but this was his first movie, and you can pick this up from Criterion. It's on Blu-ray, and I highly recommend you do so, and it's really, really solid. So I gave it an 8.5 out of 10. That is Shallow Grave from 1994.
All right, so the next film for me is Dawn of the Dead, 1978 or 9, depending on your territory. Here in the US, it got released in 1979, but the Italian release actually predated the 1979 release, and it came out in 1978 in Italy as Zombie, and that is actually relevant to today's review because I got Dawn of the Dead, the Argento cut, aka Zombie, from 1978. Courtesy of James Cox, which James is a longtime listener and supporter of the show. I really appreciate him. He also did the thumbnail for episode 200, the massive episode 200. The thumbnail was done by James, so big shout out, big thanks to James for that. So this couldn't come as at a more perfect time, considering I just got my second sight release of Dawn of the Dead, which is on 4K Ultra HD. Could not be more excited to finally crack that baby open. Only had it a couple days, and James hit me with this pick, so I was like, oh, perfect. I will definitely take that, even though, we had reviewed the Dawn of the Dead and all the other Dead films back on the show. We didn't talk too much about the Argento cut. And so a little backstory for me, I don't really have a huge history with Dawn of the Dead. I didn't see it until around 2010 or 11. For the very first time, I'd seen clips of it and pieces of the movie, but I'd always seen Day of the Dead and Night of the Living Dead, but always missed out on Dawn. So when I first seen Dawn, I wasn't overly impressed coming from Day of the Dead, which I think is actually the better movie, but I just thought this was a step down. But over the years, Dawn of the Dead has become one of my favorite films ever because it is phenomenal. I just had too high of expectations, maybe. So still, though, I haven't watched the film that many times. So when I go into a cut like the Argento cut, I don't pick up on all the differences because I'm not super familiar with the original Dawn of the Dead to notice those differences. Plus, I've watched the Argento cut before and I've watched the extended cut, so they all kind of blend together a little bit. This time watching it, I noticed the most differences, perhaps. So I'll get into that in a moment, but first let's set up the film. So Dawn of the Dead takes place during the zombie apocalypse, and it is a sequel in sort of world to Night of the Living Dead. There's no reoccurring characters or anything other than the zombies, but no specific zombies or anything like that. And it follows a group of survivors who hold up in a mall in the Pittsburgh area, which is very personal to me because I am from the Pittsburgh area, which George Romero has a lot of his films set in the Pittsburgh area, so that's very personal to me. I've been to the Dawn of the Dead mall a bunch of times. It's not far from me at all, and I've been there before I have even seen the movie, so it's really cool seeing this mall in the film. Of course, a lot has changed since the original film came out, But the Dawn of the Dead film itself is pretty amazing. We spend so much time with the characters of Flyboy and Ken Foree's character, and it's just really awesome to sort of see them happy at first and then down, and then in the progression of the situation they're in. And I really think that George really got the fact that the zombie films, although they have blood and gore and guts and nasty kills, is more about the characters. Even all the way back to Night of the Living Dead, that story is about Ben. It's not about Barbara even, but it's about Ben and the rest of the characters, Cooper. And that's the case with this film. It's about the characters and the situation they're in. It's an amazing set piece for a film. I mean, you would think today this would cost an insane amount of budget. And Dawn of the Dead, although it didn't have a, massive budget, it had a $1.5 million budget, which is, I guess it's not low, but it's low considering what they were able to do. Like, it's pretty insane that this film was been able to do with a $1.5 million budget while the mall was operational. They didn't shut down the whole mall for this. And that's just insanely impressive. I love this whole movie, honestly, everything about it. I love the opening, particularly the opening is something that I didn't really notice or focus on when I had first seen this film, but over time, the opening is one of my favorite parts in the movie. The whole commentary on the inner city and the public housing units and stuff like that, and the blatantly racist nature of the military and police that are, taking down these infected that are, basically crammed into a sardine can. And it's shocking. It's frightening, that opening scene there. And, of course, all the stuff in the mall is really fun. And you have a lot of, stores and them go. It really is like the perfect scenario to be trapped in a mall that you've sort of fortified and got rid of the zombies, and you are able to survive there. Of course, it doesn't stay that way forever. But so Dawn of the Dead, I've already reviewed the movie. It's an all-time classic. I give it a 10 out of 10. And in particular, the Argento cut, which was released as Zombie. That's why we got Fulci's Zombie 2, because the original Dawn of the Dead was a film that was released as Zombie in Italy. This cut is interesting. So I've always heard this cut as the Argento removing the comedy aspects to the film and making it more action-packed. And while the latter is true, I think that the comedy aspects still exist in this film, particularly the biker gang and like the pieing of the zombies, which in my opinion has always been my least favorite scene in this film, and I've always hated it. It just breaks the seriousness of the movie. And I get that the characters are rough and rowdy and rambunctious, but it just doesn't fit for me, and I never liked it. So I was hoping that scene would be cut out, but that scene is still in this movie. A scene that is cut out, which I don't understand why, especially it being an Italian release, is the helicopter zombie scene. The only information that I could find on that is that Argento may have thought that it was, it looked goofy, but that scene is one of the best in the movie. So it's a great gory scene. It doesn't make a ton of sense. The helicopter blade wouldn't probably reach his head, but either way, it's a great scene. Some musical notices that I saw while watching it this time is that one of the biggest notices I've seen is that shot where they're on is it like an ice skating rink? I can't even remember, but there's all those zombies and it's aimed at the clock. And in the Argento cut, it's like that mall music or the stock music. Or sorry, in the Romero cut, it's like the mall music or the stock music. But in the Argento cut, it's this like, doom, like very, very ominous scary sound. And I was like, wow, I really like that a lot better than the other cut, the Romero cut, that sort of thing there. But overall, it is definitely more action feeling. The Goblin soundtrack plays a lot heavier throughout. I don't think that it's the best cut, and I don't think that any cut has everything that I like. So if you would almost need to take the Argento cut, the extended cut, and the original cut, and make a personal cut for me for it to be perfect. But I like watching the Argento cut. It's a fun difference. I also like watching the extended cut and the theatrical cut. So they're all great. They're all 10 out of 10s to me still. There's not that many differences to bring down even a half point for them. But the Argento cut definitely is one that I'll throw on in rotation whenever I watch Dawn of the Dead. You know, maybe the next time I'll watch the extended cut, but then the time after that I might go back to the Argento cut, maybe the theatrical cut. It's fun to sort of revisit the different cuts every time you watch Dawn of the Dead. Now, the 4K release itself, because I will throw that in here, the first thing that I noticed when popping in the 4K is that it is incredibly grainy. Particularly in the opening scenes, the transfer is insane. It is just insanely grainy, like way more grain than I expected. So I don't love grain. I know some people say like you need that for it to look like, you know, a film and stuff like that, you know, with these HD transfers or these Ultra HD transfers. I'm not huge into that grain personally. But I did pop in the other versions and they have significantly less grain in my opinion. So yeah, that the Argento cut seems to be the worst transfer of them. I will say this, that it still looks better than any version I have, because I actually don't own Dawn of the Dead on Blu-ray, and particularly the Argento cut you couldn't get in HD, I believe. So, at least here in the US. So it's definitely a better upgrade in general. In the DVD set that I have, the old awesome Anchor Bay box set that had all the cuts, I still hold that precious because it's signed by George Romero. So I'll always have that in my collection, but this is definitely the best edition out there, despite the heavy grain in the Argento cut. So yeah, that's it. I hope you guys enjoyed. This is a bit of a longer one, but I wanted to get to all that stuff. So we'll see you in the next review.
Okay, so moving along here, and we got another pick from the homeboy Jellybane. From 1998 is a film called Tumbling Doll of Flesh. This is a Japanese kind of pseudo snuff film that I've actually had in my collection for quite a long time. I picked this up when Masque Video dropped the DVD a few years back. And it's one of those films that falls into a line of numbered spines. So, you know, how us collectors roll in that regards. But, you know, I'm not really into these type of films a whole lot. I mean, sometimes I can dig them and stuff if they're done properly and shit like that. But I know this is like the first of, I believe, I want to say a trilogy. I know there's a sequel called Women's Flesh, My Red Guts, which was also put out by Masque Video. And I'm not sure if the other one, Suicide Dolls, is 100% connected to this, or if it's just like a trilogy of kind of like pseudo snuff type films or whatever you want to call them. But anyways, this was a first time watch for me. So basically, Tumbling Doll of Flesh could be described as, well, first of all, it's shot on video for one thing, and it does have that kind of realism feel to it. It's basically, you know, about a director that wants to make a, you know, a porno / S&M film, which he tells this actress, and this actress kind of shows up at his office to, you know, to star in the porno, and he tells her straight up, like, you know, we're gonna do this, and it's gonna basically be, you know, a little bit of normal porno, and then we're gonna do some S&M stuff. But of course, he's got an ulterior motive for having her there and stuff like that. So the movie kind of plays out like, you know, it's almost like watching, you know, the last days and minutes of, you know, this actress's life, because we know that this is like a, you know, a pseudo snuff film type thing. So, but my thoughts on the movie, you know, it's really, really short. I think this one only runs about like 65 minutes or something like that, or 70 minutes. It's really, really short. But you know, the thing I do like about the movie is that it does have that realism to it, man. Shot on video also, you know, obviously just captures realism because it just feels like reality, right? And it really does. Like, everyone seems super genuine in the movie. Like, I think for the most part, people aren't even really acting. They're kind of playing themselves, but they're playing it very, very well. And, you know, I mean, it gets to the point where, you know, the porno scenes that they shoot in this are actually hardcore. There's definitely penetration and things that are happening, even though it's a Japanese film, so it's pixelated, which is really, really irritating and annoying to watch. Just, it's hard on the eyes because all you're watching is pixelation for like fucking all these sex scenes and shit. Is really, really annoying to watch. And of course, you don't get to see the actual penetration, which totally fucking blows. So you get a lot of that pixelation and shit like that. But I do like the first probably 3/4 of this movie actually quite a lot because, like I said, it has that realism to it and it actually feels super, super authentic. Like, you're watching the making of this porno and you're watching this director do his things and stuff, and then it kind of escalates. I like how they capture, you know, this kind of happy feel in the beginning of the film where she's auditioning for this porno and they've got this other guy in there and stuff, and they show her in the store grabbing her snacks and stuff, and then, you know, the day after they shoot the porno scenes, you know, they're having this nice dinner, and then it escalates. It kind of escalates and it gets into this S&M stuff where she's not really digging it and shit like that. And I kind of like the escalation, and then it's like a 3-part act, and then of course the third act it goes real fucking nasty and basically just turns into a snuff film. But that's where it kind of loses me a little bit because the first 2/3 of the film is very authentic and, you know, based in that kind of reality, and then that part, you know, I mean, I think if the effects were done a little bit better, or it was just kind of showcased better, I think the way it was done was totally unbelievable. Completely unbelievable, but you know, the gore is okay at times, but it does come off being super, super fake. And that's a problem when you're doing a snuff film because, you know, when you're making a pseudo snuff film, we know there's pseudo snuff films, but when you're attempting to make a snuff film, you got to make it, you know, at least very, very authentic to be believable because it just comes off laughable. I mean, there's a point where I think the first part, you know, after they knock her out with a baseball bat and shit like that, this dude takes a kind of a cleaver and hacks off her foot. Well, it's so obviously not her leg. It's just like, oh my God, are you fucking serious? It just kind of completely ruined like the first 3/4 of the film that was actually pretty enjoyable to watch for the most part, except for watching all the goddamn pixelations, which is just irritating as hell to watch. But yeah, it's, you know, I mean, there's not really a whole lot to say about it and stuff. I will say some of the effects were okay. There's a scene where, you know, basically she gets her stomach kind of cut open and stuff, and there's a lot of, you know, guts, and then, you know, dude kind of fucks the hole and shit like that. So, I mean, there is some nastiness to it. It's pretty tough to watch if you're, you know, not really into that stuff. But for me, I was honestly really, really bored at that point. And I felt like the last 20 minutes, this movie just kind of dragged and dragged and dragged. And I was like, oh my God, seriously, fucking, I was losing my will to live at this point. I'm not going to lie, but yeah, I mean, snuff films, they got to be more realistic. It's like what I always say about found footage movies. You know, if the acting is off in a found footage film when it's supposed to be based in reality and, you know, it's supposed to come off real, then it just ruins it. And this is what kind of happened with these effects in the end of the film for myself. But I can see why people like this and stuff. But for me, I actually was really, really not enjoying this at all. I'm going to come in at about a 2 out of 10. It was just, there's really not a lot to enjoy about it. I mean, if you're there for the sex, you don't get to see anything because of pixelation. If you're there for the gore effects and, you know, the nastiness and shit, you know, it's laughable. Because it's really, really phony looking. So, and yeah, but that's pretty much what I got on Tumbling Doll of Flesh from 1998.
All right, next up we have a film from the year 1991, and that is a horror comedy titled The Boneyard. So, you would think that I would not like this movie solely based on the fact that the cover is god-awful. Now, I would think that as well because when I first saw this cover, I didn't see the original VHS cover with Phyllis Driver on the front. I saw the one with the poodle, with the mutated poodle. And you would automatically think that I think this movie would probably be total and utter crap. Now, this movie is fun as all fuck, and people are going around saying, oh, Jeremy's so serious all the time. He doesn't like to have fun. He doesn't like fun movies. You know what? Fuck you guys. I thought this movie was fun as all hell. It's over-the-top craziness. It's like if Full Moon actually made a good movie. It has that kind of Full Moon feel, but not as cheap. But this is directed by James Cummins. He's a pretty unknown guy. He works mainly as a makeup artist. He worked on The Thing and some other films. but he's mainly just a unknown director. He directed this film and 2 other films, so he wasn't a really well-known or became anything. This was his first film. He wrote it as well. And like I said, it stars a actor by the name of Ed Nelson and Deborah Rose, 2 pretty unknown actors, but we'll get into them in a second. But the main 2 people in this movie is Norman Fell, of course, from Three Companies fame, and Phyllis Driller, who is quite an interesting person in this movie called Miss Poopenplatz. Yes, her name is Miss Poopenplatz. So that should just already tell you already what this movie's about. So basically, follow Ed Nelson's character, Jersey. He is a policeman who, he's kind of a detective kind of character. And one day, he gets a call about the murder of 3 children in this funeral home that's nearby in the town. And he goes and approaches Deborah Rose's character, Allie Oates, who is a retired psychic who has kind of fallen down into the dumps. She's kind of depressed, and I don't know if she drinks, but she's depressed, and her life has kind of gone into a shambles. And Ed Nelson's character tries to get her back to try and come with him to solve this case of these 3 murdered children in the local funeral parlor. So after a while, she finally agrees, and they go to the local morgue where the bodies of these 3 children are now laying. And that's where most of the film takes place, and that's where the insanity takes place. So as we learn, these 3 murdered children are ghouls that are cursed from years and years ago. They were cursed, and I really didn't fully get the way that they were cursed, but they turned into ghouls basically. And the the guy who owned the funeral home basically was feeding them different parts of the corpses that were brought to his funeral home, because the only way to keep them happy and asleep is to feed them flesh. So he ultimately started feeding them flesh, and the police found out what was going on, and they took the 3 ghouls to the mortuary. So when they get to the mortuary, all hell starts to break loose, as you expect, and that's where the total fun starts. This movie has insane, over-the-top one-liners that are just absolutely fucking hilarious and absolutely crazy. Oh my god, I'm going to keep saying her name wrong. Phyllis Diller is absolutely fucking crazy in this movie. She's so over-the-top and absolutely fucking insane. Totally overacting in the 10th degree. But that's the kind of tone that this movie has. It doesn't take itself seriously. It's goofy, and it's just a purely fun, good-ass time. It's not going to win any awards for filmmaking or anything like that, but if you just like to go and watch a movie that's like a good-ass time with a few buddies, I would recommend you go check out The Boneyard. I was heavily surprised with it. Like I said, people think that I can't have fun, but you can have fun. It has fun effects, and it has some absolutely crazy puppeteer and makeup later on in the film that's just absolutely fucking insane, and it would make my good old friend Paul Rubens, aka Pee Wee Herman, extremely happy, because it's Pee Wee Playhouse level of puppetry, and it's just absolutely crazy. This one was released a few years ago on Blu-ray from Scorpion, I think. Code Red, Scorpion, Roland Films, one of the fucking ones that they're all combined. But you can get this pretty cheap now. I know it went out of print on DVD for a while, but now it's got re-released on Blu-ray, and it's a really nice transfer, so I recommend you guys pick it up if you like goofy, over-the-top films, and I really recommend it. So I give it a 7.5 out of 10. Like I said, it isn't going to make any awards or anything like that, but it was a good enough time for me. And fuck you, Moods, for saying I would hate it.
Alright, so next up for me is Nightbreed from the year 1990. This was given to me by Sean Klump, who also gave me Naked Lunch. Nightbreed is actually a first-time watch for me. I had actually never seen this film before. I'm not sure if that's why Sean gave it to me, but if so, I appreciate it because it's been on my blind spot list for quite some time. Directed by Clive Barker, based on his novella Cabal. And this is actually going to be a review of the director's cut, which was re-edited in 2014 and put out by Scream Factory. So there are a few different cuts of Nightbreed floating around. You have the original theatrical cut, and you have what is called the Cabal cut, which is, I believe, just like all the footage that was left out and kind of re-edited into the film using like VHS and stuff like that. That is not this cut. This is a trimmed down version of that, which is considered the director's cut of the film. Now, Nightbreed was directed by Clive Barker. It was his second directed film, right in between Hellraiser, which being his first, and Lord of Illusions in 1995, which being his last. So Nightbreed sort of has a long history of Clive being very disappointed with the final cut of the movie that was approved by the studio. And I can understand that. Anytime you have sort of a personal film for you, which I believe Nightbreed was very personal to Clive Barker, and not getting final cut on that, it could definitely be very devastating. It was considered a commercial flop. I mean, it only made $8.9 million at the box office with an $11 million budget, so it just seemed like a bad experience all around. I actually tried to watch the theatrical cut based on Mr. Parka's recommendation that I watch that instead of the extended director's cut. But funny enough, before you couldn't find the director's cut because it didn't really exist other than in some bootleg and pirating places. But now it seems like you can't find the theatrical cut on streaming anywhere. I do own the Scream Factory, but I wasn't home at the time that I needed to watch this, so I went to Amazon Prime, and it was the director's cut. Also on Tubi was the director's cut, so it seems like that's all you can get now. But I watched that version. So the film follows the character of Boone, who dreams of this city, a place called Midian, which is a city that's sort of ran by monsters. And he is having these visions, and he sees a psychiatrist who turns out to be actually a serial killer, played by David Cronenberg, which is pretty insane. He gives Boone some sort of LSD, and he convinces him that he is the murderer in the city. And eventually he gets Boone killed, and Boone does make his way to Midian City, where it is sort of under this cemetery or church, and there are all these different monsters and creatures that live there. Meanwhile, his girlfriend is looking for him, and the serial killer Decker, his psychiatrist, played by David Cronenberg, it becomes aware of this Midian City, and basically wants to stop Boone from, I guess, revealing that he's the serial killer, or, he's just evil and wants to kill these monsters. I don't know. But yeah, this movie is good. I think it's really good. I like Decker particularly. That his costume with the button eyes and stuff, man, he is just a creepy serial killer. And David Cronenberg plays him with quite the asshole-ish nature about him. All of the monsters inside are so cool looking. Like, I just wanted to spend so much time in there and live there forever. We get some backstory on them being, peaceful and driven to like near extinction. Which is, the monsters are not the bad guys in this film. It's the human dressed up as a monster that's the true monster. So it's, I heard that there's sort of like, a symbolism with Clive Barker's sexuality and his sort of need to be in sort of the underground scene of the gay and lesbian circles of the time and stuff like that, which makes sense. I could definitely see that, how they were, labeled as sort of monsters and stuff. That's probably why it's even more personal to him than, some other films or some other books and stories that he wrote. I think that the world, is so rich with these different monsters and sort of their backstories and stuff like that. I would have loved to see that, which I believe was eventually and may still eventually happen in forms of a TV series. I think that could really work. The movie did not blow me away. I did think it was very good, but it did not blow me away. I think that it's a little bit, you spend some times with the cops and the fight at the end and stuff like that, and it just wasn't as interesting as the setup to this film. But I still come in with a pretty high rating of a 7.5 out of 10. So that is Nightbreed, the director's cut, 7.5 out of 10.
Bonus review. All right, so finally, for the bonus reviews here on the Dub Show, we have a movie from 1993, and this pick was also coming from Mark Laham, also from 1993, and it is called Darkness, the vampire version. I think it's actually just technically called Darkness, but
yeah.
I think the vampire version is just kind of like the remastered, because I know this movie originally got released, I believe, in Japan. There was a VHS release of it, and I think it was like kind of the only release around for it. And if you've actually ever seen clips, actually, I think they show it like in the intro. If you watch the DVD, you can watch it with an intro, and it actually shows you clips of the previous release. Holy fuck, did it ever look bad? Like really, really bad, dude. I was like, holy shit, dude, that's crazy. So kind of what they did in this is kind of like the remastered version, but of course this movie was shot on 8mm, so the film stock is very low quality and shit, but it's not like shot on video type quality, but you can tell it's like 8mm because it's really grainy and shit, but in a good way.
Frame rate's kind of fucked up at some points. Maybe that was just the cut that I watched.
It could be. I mean, this movie also was filmed over like a 5-year span too. I know he started filming this like in the late 80s and basically filmed scenes when he had money to do it.
He wrote the script when he was 17 and began production when he was 18 in 1988.
Yeah.
After 4 days of shooting, he abandoned the production. He returned the next year with a new cast and a budget of $5,000 and finished the production. Which, dude, $5,000, man.
In 89, that's actually quite a bit of money, man. Inflated, that's got to be.
Still, but I mean, I think that
the effects are awesome.
$5,000 more than I could do.
Yeah, right. I know it's
I
actually.
just love like the one scene where they were like, "Where can we go in public and throw blood everywhere? Let's go to a fucking car wash." So they go to a fucking car wash, and that's like the one scene that's. Oh, and I guess the convenience store, but it's like, let's just go to the car wash because that's the one scene where we can just fucking wash everything off because there's already a hose. That part just made me laugh.
All right.
I didn't love this movie. I liked it. I thought it was fun.
We'll do a quick little synopsis here. It says, a small community is beset by vampires. After he watches friends ravished in a convenience store, a lone ranger goes off to do battle with the undead, armed with a shotgun, chainsaw, and holy water. Later, he finds other survivors, and they try to stay alive long enough to do battle with Lyvan, king of the vampires.
Where the fuck does he get a 2 liter of holy water? Can anybody answer the question, please?
You just get a water and then bless it.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like the convenience store scene, and then he's just kind of like, he's just the fucking man after. So I'm assuming just in his travels, right? Because they do talk about him traveling from small town to small town kind of thing, right? So I'm assuming he stopped in at a church and just filled up a bottle.
Now, I read in somebody's review, I didn't watch any special features on this or anything, but I read in somebody's review that somehow this guy landed a makeup effects artist who worked on the Night Flyer, and but he was uncredited, so that could possibly be why the effects are a little better than
at the end. They're fucking awesome. It's
for
like
$5,000.
Yeah, I love the exploding vampires at the end and shit. That's kind of cool, man.
Yeah,
they look pretty cool.
I love the opening to this film. Like the opening is solid. Like this guy runs into the gas station, and he's like freaking out and stuff. And I mean the acting's actually the woman is horrible, but everybody else is okay. And how that whole thing plays out. I think is there a head explosion in that one? No. Right at the beginning there.
Not at the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's one where he has a shotgun inside the house when he shoots that one dude. That's a good head explosion.
I thought somebody got shot in the face in that gas station. I could be wrong though.
I don't think there's one in that scene, but the one that I remember is the one where he's in the house and he shoots that guy in the head and it explodes. That's a fucking sweet head explosion, like really good.
Yeah. But it got a cool setup. I don't know. It reminded me a little bit of like a Great Value Lost Boys in a way.
Yeah.
I don't know if you.
Well, but they're kind of like zombies. It's like they're not really vampires.
Well,
they don't really like act like vampires.
That's what I kind of like. Well, that's what they are. They're kind of like zombie vampires in a sense. Like there is a vampire, like very, very vampire looking kind of dude. Like you could kind of pull them straight.
Yeah, it's like a more
Lost
of a primal
Boys.
Out of the Lost
vampire
Boys
thing.
for sure. He kind of looks like that kind of vampire. But yeah, so like when you kill these people, they kind of resurrect and come back as like they're like they act like zombies, but they're vampires. It's kind of cool. I kind of like that.
Reminds me of like From Dusk Till Dawn, how like the vampires in there are essentially like ghouls after they turn like fully to vampires.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like how there's just a bunch of them and they all look the same and stuff like that.
Yeah. So essentially, this movie is pretty much like it's like an American splatter film is what it is. It's
Right.
taken, these type of films were huge at the time, like the German splatter films, right? So this is his inspiration probably comes straight from the German splatter films and stuff. But, it's kind of rare to see this type of movie come out at this time, like this splattery and shit. But, for such
in the 90s direct to video,
Yeah.
like that was like kind of the king of splatter era.
Yeah. And, and be actually legitimately pretty good. Because, a lot of these type of movies that were being made at this time, especially when he started production, were shot on video. So, big props to him for actually shooting on 8mm, which is pretty cheap film stock and shit. But, I like that look, though. It just has this kind of, like, really grainy, like, washed out kind of fucking throwback look without trying to make a throwback movie. You know what I'm saying?
It has a good atmosphere.
Yeah, I love the shots of like all the people running behind and
in the
like
darkness and stuff.
and the cameras in front of them. That's kind of like a tracking shot too.
That's where like bad film stock like Super 8 can actually enhance the type of movie you're making, where it's like it feels dark and grainy and stuff like that, but it kind of adds to the atmosphere of and it feels more like grounded in like a town and not like you're watching a movie.
I just wonder if they got like everybody in the fucking town to come and be in the movie at the end. Because
Dude,
like,
I looked on IMDb
probably,
and it's like there's a million fucking credits of like vampire. Like literally, there's
like this heavy set black dude, and you could tell like he's winded halfway through when he's running up the ramp at the end of the movie, and there's like a little kid who's like, I don't know, it's just fucking weird, man. There's so many weird people in the background of this movie.
Like there's literally a couple dozen of people. Like normally extras like that do not get credits. This guy credited everybody, and you click on their IMDb and they have one film credit, and it's this. It's funny.
I really enjoy films like this though, man, because you can just see the fucking heart in this, man. Like there's just so much heart put into this. You can tell he was legitimately trying to make a great movie and stuff. And it really does show in the end.
We talked about that, bro, all the way back in like the first like 50 episodes when we did video violence. Like to me, something about this era of film, the low budget, no budget, do it yourself films, just come off so much better than the ones of today that are like trying to be bad and stuff like that. The ones that have heart and it's like, I want to make a movie because that's all I wanted to do my whole life, and I want to do it, and I'm just gonna do it. Like to me, those have heart, and they're special.
One of the biggest things that separates the filmmaking of this time period compared to today is that back in these days, you still had to, create production. Right? Because nowadays, everybody with a camera can make a fucking movie. You don't need a production. You don't need to have people. You can do everything literally yourself and shit. Like, you got an iPhone, you can make it. You're a fucking filmmaker, Like, it's crazy, dude. Like, back in these days, like, he had to go and buy film stock and shit. It was a little bit harder. You had to raise money.
Even the shot on video ones, though, had more heart.
Oh,
and you just had to have a video camera then.
Yeah, absolutely. But, when you look at video violence and shit, they took time to put real decent effects in their film and shit like that. That's the heart of it. Right. But with this one, you can tell like the production, obviously took a long time and shit, but you can see the heart in it, man. If you're going to go out and do those type of effects and shit, like one thing I like about this movie is that, it runs mid 80s, 85 minutes or something like that.
Like 83.
But it has really good pacing, to be honest. And a lot of low budget films generally have a really good opening scene and then it lulls for about 65 minutes, right? And then you have like a kind of an end to the film, where this one has, awesome scenes throughout the movie and shit. It's like a legit film. So I give him mad credit for actually, keep raising that money so I can go and do some more effects and, go and shoot some decent scenes instead of just having these main characters walk around and talk shit about, killing fucking vampires for 45 or 50 minutes, kind of thing, right? So, and you get that a lot in these low budget films because they don't have the money to go and shoot these special effects scenes and shit, right? But again, when you watch this, you're like, nah, this motherfucker was out there. He was doing his shit and he was, trying to make a legit film. It really does show.
One cool thing that I was looking at when I was looking through all the actors who were in this, there was one actor who had a picture on his IMDb page.
Wow.
Everybody else was, the standard,
gray backward,
the gray background. And this guy, his very first movie was Darkness as a vampire. He played a vampire, and he did like a bunch of stuff afterwards. Like he was in Snow White: Tale of Terror. He was in Men of Honor. He was in the TV show Roswell, L.A. Confidential, the TV movie.
Wow.
Also in CSI, Ghost Whisperer, Wedding Crashers, Agent's Shield from 2018. So
he's still working.
Somebody actually made it from this movie, which is cool.
You know, one thing I'm really curious to see is how this movie's going to look after Arrow puts out their edition of it, because
I saw that. Were they releasing this, huh?
Yeah,
2 years ago.
Yeah, they announced this probably, I think in 2018 or 19 or something they announced this, but just a film of this quality, 8mm, very washed out and stuff. I'm curious to see what the transfer is going to look like.
Well, they have a trailer on their site.
Oh, really? Yeah, I never even checked it out, but
I wish they would release this, because honestly, like, this is the DVD's out of print, right?
Yeah, I've got the barrel edition one. It's been out of print for like 15 years, I swear to God. But it is definitely a really cool edition. Like, the DVD looks great. It looks really good. Plus it's got a ton of features and shit on it too, so it's kind of cool. But yeah, it definitely needs a re-release, because I feel like a lot of people haven't seen this one because it's just really hard to get a hold of. So, but
yeah, I don't like low budget movies. I mean, between this and Video Violence, I mean, it's probably the best too.
Oh yeah, this one's up there for me too, man. I've always had a soft spot for this one, but again, it's the heart. You can just see it. It's just a fucking blast. I like the fact that he, went out there and did a whole pile of cool scenes, and it's just not a lot of bullshit in the middle. I hate those fucking movies, man. Right. It drives me nuts, dude.
And this director, this is like the only thing he ever did. The only other credit I see for him, which is interesting, is Mars Attacks as the assistant location manager.
Really?
Somehow he got on a big film like that after making this, and then never did anything else again.
It's probably because it took him like 5 years to make this movie, and it probably burnt him out. He's like, I can't fucking do this again. Yeah. Right, so.
But that's cool though, man. I mean, I thought this movie was, again, it's nothing groundbreaking in terms of the plot. I mean, it's as basic and simple as
they don't really like explain where this guy came from or anything like that.
Yeah,
he's
there's
just there.
I actually like the fact that they don't explain why the vampires are taking over and shit. I mean, it doesn't need to be explained, to be honest, right? It really doesn't need to be.
Yeah, but when you have so little in terms of plot besides that, you almost want anything. So I kind of.
Well, it's kind of like that whole Night of the Living Dead thing. It's like, we don't really know why the dead are rising, kind of thing. It's like you can just kind of use your imagination and figure it out, kind of thing. It's like, it's kind of the same thing with the vampires. Like, we know there's a head vampire and he's changing people into vampires, and that's really all that matters. I mean, if they got into his backstory and shit like that, I mean, it probably would have taken away some of the cool scenes that are even in the middle of the film. I mean, that's just the way I see it. I mean, it's just one of those films where I by the end of it, I'm like, I don't really fucking need to know why this dude is doing what he's doing. He's a vampire.
I mean, I don't need to know why either, but I just wish there was something in there about something. It didn't have to be that. It could have been like anything. I mean, this film is, I don't know, there's nothing exposition wise, like dialogue wise, that really stand out. It's all about the blood and gore.
I mean, that's a typical splatter film, right? It's all about the splatter, right? I mean, there's really generally not a lot of plot and narrative to splatter films. It's about the gore and the effects and shit like that. So the lead actor in this movie, what's his name? Is it actually is that what his name is? The lead actor?
Yep.
Man, he's so wooden. He's so fucking wooden, man. He's super wooden, man. Oh God, his acting is just like, it cracks me up. But I mean, again, I never really focus on the acting in these movies, but just half the time he would talk though, the way he delivers his lines, it's just like, I would laugh every time, like, oh my God, this guy's terrible. It doesn't really matter to me.
But this was a fun little watch. I'm glad to see something like this picked. It was enjoyable and it was quick.
I feel like this movie right here is, it's a big, obviously, like I said before, his influence is obviously from the German splatter films and stuff, but I feel like this is also kind of like a love letter to Fulci in a sense, just gore wise. Because there's actually a scene in this film where the vampire's rising out of the ground and shit, and it's totally a shadow to Fulci's zombie, right? Hands down, like this guy literally sitting up from the ground and coming out of the ground and shit.
If that was true.
Yeah.
Just because the era in which it came out, early 90s, the director being so young, if he had saw Fulci films, I'd be pretty impressed.
Well, I mean, that scene is right from Zombie, right? I mean, so many people have mimicked that scene. Even Dave did that in his old intro for his YouTube channel. You know, he even did the zombie thing, right? But when our head vampire, you guys know what scene I'm talking about, where he rises out of the ground and shit? It's exactly Zombie, and it's kind of cool.
So,
and it's a big gore film and shit, so yeah.
The little bit of trivia for this, to obtain money for the film, the production crew sold their blood.
Really?
So literally, blood, sweat, and tears.
Nice.
Yeah.
They had to pay for for those exploding vampires at the end. I love that shit.
And they actually had, like, even at the beginning when they're doing the shots and stuff in the gas station, they're using squibs, which is like pretty cool, you know?
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive in a low budget film like this. But yeah, that's why I always say, man, like, anybody can make a movie, you know, if they really want to. Like, look at our boy Mikey. Did you guys watch his trailer?
Yeah, it's really good. Really, really good.
I hate Mikey, so I didn't watch it. No, I watched it.
No, it's legit, man. It looked really damn good.
It looked amazing.
I wanted to watch the movie. I messaged him personally after. I was like, dude, I'd watch that movie. It looks awesome.
I know. We need to try to make that funding, man. He needs to get funding for that thing.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Okay, so are we good?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, GP, what do you got on this one?
I'm gonna go ahead and give this one a 6.5 out of 10. I think that it's a really fun, solid watch. I would love to pick this up on Arrow Blu-ray or something like that. I think that it might even enhance my enjoyment of it, seeing it on a good edition. But yeah, I think this is a little bit of a gem. If we ever get 93, this would be a gem of that year.
Oh, absolutely. You know, one thing about this movie one thing about low budget films in general, I've bitched about this for years about, soundtrack choices and stuff. A lot of low budget films will just throw metal music in there.
Metallica ripoff. It's hilarious.
Yeah, like they'll throw, this metal music in there just because, horror and metal, you have to have that type of soundtrack and stuff. But this one actually kind of made sense because the characters actually were kind of rock and roll characters and shit. So, having that, like Jeremy alluded to, the Metallica ripoff music, it totally does sound like Metallica. It's kind of funny.
Yep.
Which I didn't mind, actually. It was better than hearing fucking growling through the whole thing and shit like that. So the music actually kind of fit what these characters were and stuff. But there also is like original, synth music in this at times also, which I thought was really cool too. So they went out of their way to get that type of music in there also, which, kind of enhances the experience for myself because, I generally don't want to hear that music all the way through, the metal stuff. But then when you mix it up with that original synth, it adds a lot of flavor to myself, But I'm going to come in at a 7.5 out of 10 on this one. I think it's a fantastic low budget film. It has a lot of heart, great effects. The end scene is fantastic. I kept thinking to myself going, why the fuck are these vampires, still in the road? Like, it's 1 minute till sunrise, right? Because they have a lot of that shit in there. So, but good thing they did, because we wouldn't have got exploding vamps. So, Darkness, 1993, cool shit, man. Jeremy.
Yeah. All right. So now you have to remember my rating is pretty high based on my tolerance for these kind of movies. So I give it a 6, which is pretty high for me for these, like I said, for these kind of films. But I kind of liked it. Like we said, it has heart. The effects are good. And Arrow needs to drop a 4K on this one. Come on, man. Get it done. 4K of Darkness on 8mm.
I don't know what the fuck this thing would look like on 4K, man.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's 8mm, man. That's pretty crazy.
I know, I'm just being funny.
What do I give it? 7.5 out of 10. Anyway, I stick with it. I feel like I probably should have gone higher. I really enjoy this movie. It's fun. It's fun. One thing I like about this movie a lot, though, too, it's fucking rips by when you watch it. Like, it doesn't feel like it's a mid 80-minute length film at all. That's always a plus. So, all right, so that is Darkness, the vampire version from 1993.
Back to the dub. All right, so moving along here into another Patreon pick, and this is coming from the homeboy James Caux. It's a film from
and the years vary on this. 1972, some sources say, some say 1973, some also say 1975, but I'm going to go with the IMDb source, which says 1972, which I believe is actually correct after doing a little bit of research on this. And it is a film called Scream Bloody Murder, also known as Amputee with an Axe. I think there's a couple other titles for this also. It is one of the very first pictures ever to be dubbed as the first motion picture to be called Gornography, which is kind of cool. I mean, it's kind of a nice little play on, pornography and horror. I dig that though. But, the title itself, I mean, Scream Bloody Murder. I mean, you just can't get any more horror than that, right? That's amazing. Yeah, so this one's actually directed by Mark B. Ray. This guy wrote The Severed Arm, actually, that came out, I believe, around the same time, maybe a little bit after and stuff. I know Vinegar Syndrome just put out that one. That's a fun-ass movie, too. So, but yeah, this is also in that kind of talk of, being one of the bonified proto-slashers and stuff like that. And so basically what we got here is we got our main character, Matthew. The movie starts out when he's pretty little. I would say he's roughly about 10 years old or whatever. And he ends up actually killing his father with this farming tractor and stuff. And it's actually pretty crazy, man. Like, he just totally runs his dad over with the shit. But anyways, he loses control of this thing, and he ends up falling off the tractor. And of course, the tractor runs over I believe it's his left arm, and he ends up losing his hand and stuff. So fast forward years later, we get introduced to him, and he's a little bit older and stuff. And he's got a hook on his hand now and shit. And, his mom is remarried and shit, and he's basically come out of like the mental institution. I think that's what has happened to him and stuff. And you learn real quick that Matthew is mentally fucked up. He's got some serious ass mommy problems. He's got a mommy complex and shit like that. And of course, he does not take kindness to his mom remarrying. Long story short, he ends up killing his now stepfather and his mom, and he just flees. So that's basically the premise of the film. Now, my thoughts on this one, fuck, man, this movie actually had me in stitches a couple times. It's pretty crazy, dude. Like, our main character here is just pure psychotic, man. He's got a serious ass like mommy complex and shit. He kind of has like a female complex in general. Like, he's not sexually attracted to females whatsoever, but he has this kind of weird complex where he needs to like protect them and stuff, which kind of leads into this, to where the movie goes is very, very strange. He essentially, hitches a ride with this couple, and he ends up snapping on them, and he ends up killing them and stuff. And then he ends up into this small town where he decides that he needs to like, have a house to stay. So he ends up breaking into this house and fucking, killing this old lady and killing everyone in there and taking over the house. But this is where it gets really strange, because before this, he comes in contact with like this hooker, and, he doesn't want to have like a sexual relationship, where he just kind of wants to save her. He wants her to be his friend and things like that. And it's just really, really strange. Like, it totally starts out as this like bonafide slasher film, and then goes in this direction where you're like, what the fuck? And then it turns into like this captive type film. And it's really, really strange, but it kind of plays off the fact that this guy is like got this mommy complex, and he's having flashbacks of his mom and shit. He's obviously had, some kind of history with, abuse and things like that. And it's just kind of ridiculous. But there's moments in the scene in the film that really kind of cracked me up, when he's swinging an axe, and he's swinging it basically with one arm because his other hand has a fucking hook on it. It's absolutely hilarious, man. I will say though, man, the kills aren't too bad. It's a little bit mean-spirited at times also. I mean, we have animal killings in here, and I actually felt really bad for this animal that got killed. It felt pretty shitty, actually, to be honest. But he's killing old ladies and maids and animals. He's just giving no fucks in this one, and the body count is really high, actually. To give it, that dubbing it Gornography, I don't know, man. I mean, there's nothing pornographic about the film at all, because it's also it's actually kind of comical that, it's related to pornography, because this guy has like no interest in women whatsoever. In fact, it actually gets really kind of awkward when you're watching scenes with the girl that he essentially kidnaps and stuff, and houses up in this big mansion that he took over and shit. It's actually awkward and comical, because it's strange. It's very, very strange. I'd actually like to see this movie get a decent release. I have like kind of like a bootleg DVD of it and stuff. The transfer's not too bad. It's obviously, an old VHS transfer and stuff, but it's clearly watchable. You can make out what's going on and things like that. But this is one I definitely don't really hear a lot of people talk about. This was actually a first time watch for me. I'd never seen this one before. I always knew about this movie, but it was just it was just more or less kind of tracking down a copy. I couldn't even find this online to watch because it's under so many different names, and it was just hard. So I just went and grabbed kind of a gray market DVD. It's not really a bootleg, it's more of a gray market DVD, but it was good enough for the watch and stuff. So if you're into these early kind of 70s kind of proto slashers and stuff, this is one I would definitely check for. I mean, again, I think this movie would really benefit from a great transfer and stuff. The acting, it is what it is. I mean, our lead character, Matthew, played by Fred Holbert, I think he does a really good job. He comes off very convincingly as a crazy psychotic, sociopath, essentially, with a mummy kind of god complex of saving women and shit. It's fucking strange. But what really shocked me was how high the body count was. I think there's roughly around 9 or 10 kills in this, including the dog. So, and it's a short movie too. So, I mean, 85 minutes or whatever, but it just seems like there's a lot of kills in this one for what it is. And, I respect that shit, man. It's kind of cool. The kills themselves, again, they're early 70s. Some of them are decent. I mean, there is a little bit of blood and shit like that. It doesn't get too graphic and stuff, but it does its job, though, which is what it's supposed to do in a slasher film. But I actually kind of enjoyed this one, to be honest. I had fun with it. I am going to come in about a 6.5 out of 10 on this one. It's nothing spectacular, but it's definitely worth the watch if you're a fan of the slasher subgenre of films, because this is definitely one that you should probably check out. So, but yeah, that's Scream Bloody Murder from 1972.
All right, next up in What We Watch, we're going to be talking about the 2009 film The Collector, directed by Marcus Dustan. And this movie came out, like I said, in 2009. Dustan's an interesting director. He hasn't really directed much stuff. He's directed The Collector and its sequel, The Collection, and he directed a movie that came out a couple years ago called The Neighbor. I've never seen that one, but I remember I've heard about it. So I watched this movie first back in 2009 when it came out, and I remember I really, really did like it. During that time, I was still, 2009? 16. So Saw was still pretty relevant in my life and in pop culture a little bit. It was starting to die off towards the end of 2009 into 2010. But, this movie is heavily, I would say, influenced a little bit by Saw. It says, here on Wikipedia that I'm looking at, it says the script titled The Midnight Man was at one point shopped as a prequel to the Saw franchise. Now that makes sense because this movie has a lot of similarities to the Saw franchise when it comes to the gore and the traps and stuff like that. But like I said, this movie's followed by a sequel, The Collection, in 2012. I think I was one of the only people who actually went out and saw The Collection when it was in theaters in 2012. It was released wide, actually. It was released in a bunch of theaters. Lionsgate released it. And I think it bombing so hard is why we never really saw the third film come out until now. And I don't know who's releasing the third film, but or who's producing it or who's distributing it or anything like that. But I think the second film bombing so hard is why we've wasted so much time to see a third film. But like I said, I always loved this movie. I haven't seen it in 11 years now, so it's been a while. And the one thing I noticed watching this movie this time around is the camera work is really, really fucking good. There's some really, really awesome bird-eye shots in this movie that are really, really fantastic. Seeing two characters in two separate rooms and going from each room to room in a bird-eyed kind of angle. Really, really well done camera work in this movie. I really didn't appreciate it that much. I don't think it's as good as bird-eyed view shots as something, let's say, House of the Devil, which has some really amazing tracking bird-eyed view shots. But they're really, really well done. And this movie has some really, really great camera work. I really do appreciate it this time around now that I'm a little bit more sophisticated when it comes to me watching movies and that kind of stuff. And I really did notice it this time around that the camera work is good. It has some blurry itness in it, if you want to say. But, that's just a personal taste when it comes to that kind of storytelling. But this one, it's pretty simple. We follow Arkin. Arkin is this, handyman kind of man. And he's working on this huge house, redoing it and remodeling it. And the people who own the house have a lot of money. They say they're going to go away on vacation, and we learn that Arkin owns his baby mama a lot of money because his baby mama's in a lot of trouble with these loan sharks, and Arkin is trying to get the money to give to his baby mama to give to the loan sharks so they don't fuck with his family. So ultimately, Arkin goes back to the house that he's fixing up, and he decides to try and break into the safe that's in this house because they know that inside the safe there's a jewel that's worth a shit ton of money. And he has a deal with this other criminal that they're going to take 50-50 cut of the gem, but he only has until midnight to get the gem so he could pay back the loan sharks. I know, very confusing. And that's basically about it. Arkin goes into this house, and while he's inside, there's another criminal inside who's basically wired the entire house with traps, and very similar to Saw kind of traps. And he's basically going around this person and killing off the family so he could go and break into the safe and steal a jewel without any interference. But he didn't expect Arkin to be there as well. So it's basically just a cat and mouse game between Arkin and the Collector, if you want to say, as Arkin tries to survive all these traps inside this house and get out with this jewel. And along the way, there's a little girl who lives in the house, and she's stuck in there, and it's Arkin's conscious trying to go back and save her and all this other kind of bullshit. I think this movie's pretty good for a beginner, gore, hardcore kind of fan movie. It's not too extreme, but it does deliver in the gore, and there's some pretty nasty moments in it. But I don't think it's too hardcore that it would scare off people who aren't familiar with the films that we watch. I really do believe it's a good starter film if you're trying to get into these kind of movies that we love and we watch all the time. It's not too violent, it's not too bloody and gutty and gory. It's just the right amount of violence, and I really do believe it's a good starting point for somebody if they want to get into the genre that we love so much. The kills are pretty basic, bear traps and needles and those kind of things. It's nothing really special in that department, but they deliver in the effects. The effects are really good and everything like that, so I appreciate it in that sense. So it's a pretty basic story, but it's a really well-made film, really well-told story, some amazing acting. Josh Stewart, who plays Arkin, does a really, really phenomenal job in this movie. He's the one character that we spend the most time with. So, he is somebody that has to be casted right, and I think he's casted in a pretty well done way. I'm going to go back and watch The Collection because I haven't seen it since 2012 either. So now that I've watched this, I'm going to go back and watch that one. But if you haven't seen The Collector, highly recommend you check it out. It's pretty good, and I give it an 8 out of 10. Check it out. It's not too bad, and I wish Marcus Dunstan would get another chance to make some more movies because I think the guy is pretty talented. I think he has some chops, and we see that basically, like I said, in some of the camera work that we see in this movie. So check out The Collector if you haven't seen it. I recommend it. It is quite good.
Venturing back to the run through 1991, we have Hauntedween from Tony Hartman. And this I watched a while back, but it is essentially a low-budget Halloween film set in a haunted house. So we have a opening scene with a character who is murdering somebody, and his mother basically tells him that they need to go away. 20 years later, his mother died, and he moves back to the hometown where he committed those murders. Meanwhile, you have a frat house who is trying to raise money for their, fraternity, and they decide to throw a Halloween party, and they use the old Berber haunted house to throw this sort of Halloween haunt and raise money. Meanwhile, you have the killer returning. So yeah, this movie was pretty fun, honestly. Like I liked it. It's nothing special. I don't remember there being particularly, great gore or anything like that, but there is some. It is got some Halloween atmosphere. It kind of goes good with Scary Movie from the same year in 1991. This is a film that actually almost got a sequel, kind of. It was a Indiegogo campaign back in 2014 or 15 or something like that, I think. And it was to make Hauntedween 2. A $10,000 budget on that, and it raised $385 by 8 backers. So did not successfully complete that Indiegogo campaign, but who knows if it'll eventually get done or not. It's unfortunate, you like to see when these old filmmakers who are making direct-to-video stuff come back and do a updated version, or get to do that all over again with newfound love for the original and stuff like that. But unfortunate was for naught. There's not really a ton to say about this movie. It goes by pretty fast. I mean, there's some nudity in it and stuff like that. But yeah, it's decent. I gave it a 6 out of 10.
All right, so moving along here, and this pick is coming from the homeboy Marco. From 2016, and it is called Lake Bodem. I have actually seen this movie before and was actually very familiar with the actual true crime story. And for a couple different reasons. I'm a true crime freak, and also I'm also a fan of the band Children of Bodem, who actually took their name from, of course, the real life murders that happened at Lake Bodem. So going into this movie originally, I thought this was going to be basically an adaptation of the real life story. But surprisingly, I was actually kind of taken back because I got something a little bit different, which is really cool, actually. Because, a lot of movies that, start up with saying, this is based on true events and stuff like that, you kind of get a depiction of what those events were on screen for the most part. So basically, a quick little synopsis of this is just like, the original story. There's 4 teenagers that end up going to Lake Bodem. In this case, 2 of the guys, they want to actually kind of recreate, the events of the original tragedy that happened in 1960 at Lake Bodem and stuff like that. And basically, carnage ensues. I'm going to leave the synopsis right there because I don't want to give too much away. So my thoughts on the movie, yes, this is the second time watching it. I actually enjoyed the movie a lot more this time. I think the first time I was kind of taken back by, the amount of twists and turns and just how different it was and stuff. I was expecting, like I said, an adaptation of the real events, kind of verbatim, a little bit, was, based on the source material kind of thing. But what you get here is actually a lot different. The setup is a lot different, obviously, than would have been in real life and stuff like that. And then there's a twist that happens about 45 minutes into the movie, which is actually quite crazy. You're like, holy shit, man, that's pretty interesting and stuff. So, and then, of course, you get some more things that are happening, and then another twist happens in this movie. So that's what kind of separates this movie from a lot of adaptations of real crime stories and stuff, is this one really kind of develops its own narrative, which is kind of cool. It takes the original idea and kind of rolls with it at first, and it's kind of showcasing itself to be that original story, but then it twists off and stuff. Do the twists fully work? You got to really kind of suspend yourself from belief a tiny bit. With the first twist, it's definitely plausible. It's definitely plausible how it goes down, and I do like the way they kind of incorporate the story into it, and they actually kind of give you the story of why this whole thing happened and stuff. They didn't just kind of beat around the bush and just kind of misjoint this into and make a twist out of it and stuff. They actually do explain it a little bit, but the second twist, this is where it gets a little bit crazy. You got to suspend your belief a little bit and stuff, but I think that, for entertainment value, it's actually pretty entertaining to see how it actually going down is pretty crazy. But I don't know, man. I will say, though, this movie is shot really, really well. The location, I actually didn't even do any homework on it, but I'm assuming they possibly shot at Lake Bodem. I'm not too sure, but the location is fantastic. The atmosphere is really, really good, man. Like the location with the atmosphere, it's all shot at nighttime. While they're out camping and stuff, looks fantastic. It's really, really atmospheric. They capture that really, really good. So the kills aren't really the greatest. I think the third act gets a little bit bonkers and shit like that, but for the most part, part, the kills are pretty standard stuff here. You're not getting a lot of, nasty blood and gore and things like that. But, you get some pretty intense scenes. And again, I don't want to give anything away because, that'll be kind of getting into spoiler territory and stuff. So if you haven't seen this one, definitely give it a shot, especially if you know anything about the real story. This is kind of a breath of fresh air, because you just don't see a lot of adaptations of true crime stories that use the source material but then do a completely different thing with it. It's kind of cool. I mean, it's not like it's fully original in the fact that no one has ever done that before, but this was kind of a cool idea, to do what they did and stuff. So I respect it. I'm going to give it about a 7 out of 10. It definitely is worth the watch. So Lake Bodem from 2016.
All right, next up we have from the year 1985, we have Vampire Hunter D. Now this movie was on our good friend Dave Mr. Parker's list on the top 10 1985 show that came out, and I was given this film to review. The fellas reviewed this on the show one time when I was working, so I wasn't able to be on the show, so people wanted to know my thoughts about this movie. And it's basically Castlevania a little bit. I'm not a huge anime person. I haven't really grew up in that community. I really haven't watched it that much. I watched a little bit of Bleach maybe 10 years ago, but I really didn't get into it as much as a lot of other people. So I'm not the biggest anime person. I'm not the most knowledgeable when it comes to anime. I don't really find it that enjoyable, but you guys wanted me to talk about this one, so I will. And like I said before, it feels very much like fucking Castlevania. Oh yeah, and the dub is fucking awful. I know I said that on the 1985 show, but the dub is fucking shit in this movie. But from what I understand, that is a pretty normal thing when it comes to dubbings of these kind of films, so that's not something that is that shocking of a revelation that the dubbing in this movie is not that very good. But the art style in this movie is really, really fucking fantastic. It's really, really well done, really beautiful, even though it's in a dark, violent kind of way. I know you've heard the dudes talk about it, but we basically follow Doris. Doris is a daughter of a werewolf hunter, and whose fucking voice is really annoying, but one day she's walking in the countryside and she's pretty much jumped and attacked by the head vampire. And, he's the most elder vampire, and he bites her for stepping on his domain. And basically, Doris comes across a mysterious man who's a vampire hunter, and we call him D. And he's basically hired to hunt down the Count and kill him, and that's basically about it. And it's just like a study of characters about the town, rallying around Doris because she's now going to turn into a vampire, and the vampire hunter, or D, trying to show some kind of human emotion now because he cares about Doris and he doesn't want to see anything happen to Doris. And along the way, we meet all these weird ass fucking creatures and different kind of bizarre and quirky characters along the way. And it's basically just Doris's and D's relationship and how it evolves over time, and how D pretty much becomes human and he has human emotions and he cares about what happens to Doris and her little brother. And it's a really interesting movie. Like I said, it's violent. It's more violent than I expected it to be. It is rated R, so I've expected to have some kind of level of violence going into it, but I didn't really think it was going to be as violent as it was, and it really is violent. It has some good gore effects, and the animation is really solid, and the character development is pretty good. Like I said, the dubbing is shit, but besides that, I don't know what much more to say about this one, besides the fact that I really enjoyed it. I don't think I liked it as much as Dave or some of the other dudes on the podcast when they reviewed it, but I really did enjoy this one for what it was. I gave it a 7 out of 10, and that is Vampire Hunter D.
All right, so next up is Severed from the year 2005, also known as Severed, Forest of the Dead. This is a 2005 Canadian zombie horror film, and it was given to me by, sorry, I don't know, because the name was removed from the Patreon sheets, Jeremy. But thank you for the pick. I appreciate the 2005 picks as we are prepping for that show. And it's good to be able to kill two birds with one stone. So if anybody's listening to this and you have picks, give me 2005, please. It makes my life so much easier. But anyway, it follows a group of loggers who are out there, doing their logging thing. And there is a eco-terrorist group of protesters who are trying to stop them from destroying the forest. Meanwhile, there is one logger who is injured and some sap from a tree gets into his cut, basically turns him into a zombie. The president of the company basically loses communication with the loggers, and he sends his son Tyler out there to figure out what's going on. Upon Tyler's arrival, he realizes that the woods have been overrun by zombies, and he meets up with the few survivors, including one of the eco-terrorists, and they try to get together and survive this little zombie encounter. This movie's nothing special plot-wise. I mean, it's pretty stupid, like the idea that they would be doing these experiments on trees in the area just kind of is stupid, but whatever causes the zombie apocalypse, it really doesn't matter. It's kind of a MacGuffin. But yeah, this, it has some low budget solid gore in there, and it's kind of standard by today's time. I mean, the zombie horror genre has been done to death, especially in the low budget areas. But yeah, I thought it was overall appealing. It didn't run too long. It was, kind of cliche and basic, but it was pretty fun, set out in the woods and stuff like that, and zombies and lumberjacks face off, kind of fun. So I gave that film a 6 out of 10. Check it out.
All right, so moving along here. This pick is coming from the homie James Cowkes from 1980, the year I was born, with a film called Zoom In, Rape Apartments. Yes, this one is directed by Naosuke Kurosawa. I know that Snaps put this out on one of their lines. I've never actually seen this movie before, so the title itself was definitely intriguing enough. I've actually heard about these movies before. I actually thought that they were straight porno, I'm not going to lie. I was completely wrong. I mean, this one definitely has a lot of exploitive sex in it and stuff, but this is actually technically a horror film, which is kind of cool. So basically, the premise of the movie is this movie follows our main character, Seiko. In the beginning of the film, she's married and her husband basically has to go out of town for some kind of job stuff. And ultimately, she's kind of riding her bike through this field kind of thing, and some dude knocks her off her bike and essentially rapes her. The rape scene is actually really damn funny too, because it's literally in the middle of a field in the middle of the day. It's just so awkward to see this, because anybody could have just seen this happening. It's really bizarre. But ultimately, she kind of, recovers from that, ends up at an old fling's house. Some dude that she used to date 5 years prior and stuff like that, and starts up a relationship with him, I guess because her husband is out of town kind of thing. I don't know. But soon after, she starts sleeping with this guy, a bunch of women start getting raped and murdered around her apartment complex. And she has a sneaky suspicion that her old fling actually might be the person doing it, but she's not really too sure. But even though she kind of thinks that it is him, she has this weird attraction to him, and she won't stop seeing him and stuff. It's really kind of fucking strange. But anyways, that's synopsis. My thoughts on this movie. Holy shit, man. This is crazy, man. This is actually a lot better than I was anticipating the movie to be. I didn't really know what I was going to get myself into. Reading a quick little synopsis on it, I was like, this one could go either way. It could have terrible production value. It could just be horribly done all the way around. Just super nonsensical, exploitive, kind of porno, kind of all those type of things. But what we get here, man, it's it's really odd, man. It's 50% sexploitation, 50% kind of almost giallo. but 100% ridiculous. It's absolutely so entertaining because there's so many damn plot holes and so many things that are happening in this movie that are just so nonsensical that you can't help but just chuckle and laugh and just, you can't wait for the next scene to happen because it's just so utterly ridiculous, man. What's going on in this one. I gotta say, it's really stylish. It's shot really well and it looks really good. It sounds really good. It has a pretty decent soundtrack too. So it has like all these elements of like, you know, Italian filmmaking and stuff. Like I said, it has the giallo elements. It's not necessarily a full-blown giallo, but our killer here is dressed all in black. It is POV. He's got gloves and, you know, uses a knife and things like that. So it does have those giallo elements, which is really interesting with this very exploitive kind of funky porno music and, you know, obvious just blatant sex scenes and shit. It's a really interesting combination of sexploitation and giallo done by a Japanese director. So right away, I was just kind of taken back by this. But man, I gotta say, this movie is fucking nuts. So basically, our killer is going around raping and killing girls, but he's not just like raping them and killing them. First of all, he'll rape these girls, but then he'll like mutilate their pussies. Like the first girl, man, he literally lights this chick's muff on fire and basically he has an obsession with fire. He's kind of like a pyromaniac killer because every girl that he rapes and then kills has something to do with fire. He's either lighting them on fire or throwing them in furnaces and things like that. It's just really fucking strange, man. But the way this movie's edited is so ridiculous. Like, I mean, she basically has this general idea that she knows who's doing this stuff. But again, like I said before, she keeps kind of going back to this guy, you know, she had a fling with, even though she kind of thinks it's him and stuff. But then it just progresses into straight bizarreness, man. There's some scenes in this film that like, I actually bursted out laughing. There's this funny ass scene where, and it's very, very choppy. Like all of a sudden the killer's just at a scene and then she happens to be there and this and that. Oh my God, it's so fucking funny. It's just, you know, I mean, this movie probably could have benefited from having an extra 30 minutes just to kind of fill in the plot holes because it makes it very kind of clunky, but at the same time, it's a quick watch in that aspect too. But there's this really ridiculous scene where all of a sudden there's this like homeless girl or something like that in this kind of garbage dump. And she's taking a piss and all of a sudden she hears something behind her and she looks and, you know, this killer is like raped and he's throwing this body into a furnace. Well, the camera pans back to her when she realizes what's going on. She's like eating fucking fruits and veggies out of a garbage can or out of a garbage bag and watching this happen. It's like, you know, it's like cinema to her, man. But her popcorn is like cauliflower and fucking... Oh my God, it was the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. It was just, I don't know if it was meant to be comical or if it just came off being the funniest shit you've ever seen in your life. But it's shit like that though. But I got to say, like, this one kind of plays itself straightforward and stuff. It's very, very exploitive, man. It's got lots of sex scenes and stuff. I wouldn't say the rape scenes are even really that graphic and stuff. More the killings are just kind of vicious when you're mutilating vaginas by, you know, burning them and stuff. It gets pretty crazy. But I got to say, man, like the last like 10, 15 minutes of this movie is so bizarre. So bizarre. Obviously, I'm not going to spoil anything because you kind of got to see it to believe it yourself. It's just really fucking bizarre. I know that this movie is kind of like an unofficial sequel to I think it's Zoom Up Rape Site, which I've never seen before. I've actually heard of it also, but I wouldn't mind actually checking it out if it's anything like this because, you know, like I said, you know, it had a lot of the elements that I really enjoyed and stuff, but I do kind of wish, even though the soundtrack was decent enough in this, that it was actually even more fantastic. Like, you know, just kind of thrown in that straight kind of, you know, synth soundtrack, maybe made it a little bit more Italian and shit would have actually really benefited the film. But yeah, really crazy shit in this one. I can't express it enough. It's pretty wild stuff. So I'm going to come in at about a 7 out of 10 on this one. It's really short. It only runs about 69 minutes, which also made me laugh. A movie called Rape or Zoom In Rape Apartments, and it's 69 minutes long. It's fucking hilarious, man. So yeah, it's such a blast. Thank you, James, for that one. That was actually really fun to do. And yeah, that's Zoom In Rape Apartments from 1980.
All right, next up we have a film people have been wanting me to talk about for a while, and that is Fulci Zombie from 1980. So, you know, I am not the biggest zombie fan. I've said it multiple times. I do not like zombie films. They're probably my least favorite subgenre. I think most of them are all the same besides a couple. and I really find them generic and boring most of the time. That doesn't mean that films like Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, Return of the Living Dead aren't really fantastic movies, because they are, and they try to do something different. And that's why I appreciate those movies a little bit more. Now, before you go on and you start busting my balls that I don't like fucking Zombie, I'm not going to do that, because it is a good movie. It's well made. It's fucking shot in widescreen, which is amazing, because you would think a movie like this wouldn't be shot like that, but it is shot in widescreen. It's a really nice looking film. I watched the Blue Underground 4K, which just came out last week at the time that I'm recording this, and it looks really fucking good. I mean, if you guys have never seen Zombie, or you guys are fans of Zombie and you have a 4K setup, I highly recommend that you pick up Blue Underground's new 4K release of it and check it out. I mean, it looks fucking amazing. Who would have thought, sitting here and watching these catalog titles, that we would be thinking, man, how do these movies look this good? Because they weren't supposed to look this good. You know, they were shot for a low budget and they were supposed to look like shit. So the fact now that we're seeing these cult movies being released on 4K is actually fucking crazy to me. And I think as time goes on and we start to see more and more strange movies come out on the format, I think it's going to be even more of a weird feeling. So everybody knows the plot of Zombie 2. Basically, follow a man and a woman, a reporter and a woman who is, the woman's father's found dead on a boat in New York. There's a zombie inside, and the reporter and her decide to go and find out what happened to her father, and they go to a island in the Caribbean. And on this island, there's a whole bunch of voodoo shit coming, where the residents of this island are coming back to life and killing people. And that's basically about it. And along the way, they come across another man and a woman who are sailing on vacation, and they decide to team up and use their boat and go to this island. And that's basically about it. Like I said, this movie, in my honest opinion, doesn't have the most interesting story. You know, I've seen it fucking a million times. I understand that it's highly influential, that it came out in 1980, and that it was an important genre film. I'm not fucking saying that it's not an important genre film, because it clearly is one of the most important films to come out all the time. But that doesn't mean that I have to love it. I mean, it's fine for what it is. But I'm not a huge fan of these movies. It's a personal level. That doesn't mean that I don't appreciate the movie for what it does, but that doesn't mean that I personally, as a personal level, have to like it. And that's why I'm going to give it the rating that I'm going to give it. It's still a very high rating for me. But before everybody gets their fucking panties in a bunch and fucking get out their pitchforks and start, you know, rioting, which is unfortunate that the shit's already happening. But don't fucking do it. I think the effects are fucking amazing in this movie. The zombie makeup is so good, worm placement or not. You know, it's really, really solid. It has some absolutely insane, iconic scenes. You know, the zombie wrestling the shark is one of the most iconic scenes to come out of horror in that era. So, you know, I appreciate for what it does. I just wasn't the biggest fan of it like everybody else. Like I said, I don't know if it's a personal reason. Of course it's a personal reason, but I just don't, you know, like it personally. Now, it's interesting that they decided to go the voodoo route on this film, because back in the day, when zombies pre-Night of the Living Dead, a lot of the time they were voodoos. You know, I Walked with the Zombie, that was released by RKO. That was a huge film that revolved around voodoo and zombies, and not just dead people coming back, like a virus, dead people coming back to life. But this one meshes voodoo, the classic zombies, with the Romero zombies, where they eat people. Because back in the day, the old zombies, they didn't eat people, they just killed them, and that was it. So he kind of meshes two ideas together, where we have the old school zombie and the new school zombie coming together to create a mixture of things. And it's interesting. It is interesting to see a voodoo zombie take again, because, you know, zombie craze was starting to pick up at this point. So it's interesting to see Fulci try and dig back into the roots of the creature, if you want to say. So Zombie is what it is. I mean, like I said, I liked it, I enjoyed it, I think it's well made, it's well shot. The effects are really good, super important, super influential for many, 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 many people. So I give it an 8 out of 10. It's still a very high rating for me. Like I said, don't come and fucking chop my balls off. I know, but I still give it that rating, an 8 out of 10. And now you know what I think about it, Zombie. Will I grow on it as time goes on? Who knows? But you know me when it comes to rewatching movies. I don't do it that often. I watched this twice. I watched it once back before I went crazy and I stopped doing the show, and I didn't really remember it, so I decided I'll watch it again, which I rarely ever do. And I still, from what I think about my first viewing, I still have my same thoughts on it. So that is my thoughts on Fulci Zombie, and that is it. 8 out of 10.
All right, and so last up for my reviews is Yummy from the year 2019, getting its wide release in the year 2020. This one is coming from Rob Hankins. It is what is this film? I believe it is what language were they speaking? Belgium. This is a Dutch film, so it is from the country of Belgium. And it is a comedy horror film. So we have this woman and her husband and her mother are going to this clinic because she wants a breast reduction. Her boobs are too big and she wants to get them smaller. And they go to this place and she's nervous and the husband's even more nervous. He runs into this shady dude who's there. And he decides to take him down into the basement and show him, I think he's like stealing drugs or something. I don't really remember. But they accidentally unleash a zombie because they're working on some experimental stuff at this hospital or this clinic. And they unleash this zombie horde in the hospital. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, that type of thing. And it's basically a survival. We have a few different characters, the lead and the husband and the shady dude, and then I think there's like a doctor or nurse or something who's along for the ride, and a couple other people. I went into this film expecting it to be pretty uninteresting because I'm not a huge fan of zombie. Speaking of zombie films, we're doing a lot of zombie films. This is the 3rd zombie film I got. But yeah, I don't love zombie films. I think let me take that back. I do love zombie films. It's just modern zombie films don't hit. They don't hit really ever. And especially the comedies, it's a played out genre. I'm just so sick of it. But this was fun. It was a fun movie. It was, entertaining, like all the way up until like when they get onto the rooftop and stuff like that. And there's actually a really funny death there too that I laughed at. But yeah, I mean, there's some decent gore in it and stuff like that. It's kind of a romp. It's just this zombie film set in a hospital that's kind of funny. I enjoyed it. I thought it was much better than I expected it to be. I gave that a 7.5 out of 10. So that's it.
And my final one here for the dub show is also coming from the homeboy Tyler. This one is from 1955, directed by Henry Georges Clojoe? I don't know. He's a French director, and it is, of course, called Diabolique. If you've never seen this movie, you probably heard of it and or heard of the premise. This one was actually starring his wife, Vera Closet, or however you want to say it. She actually only ever appeared in 3 movies, which were all directed by her husband. And, the very, very sad and ironic thing about her playing in this movie, and of course, her character in the movie actually has like a serious like kind of heart condition and stuff. She actually died in real life about 4 or 5 years after this movie came out, and of an actual heart attack, which is just the craziest shit, man. It's just so bizarre. Another little odd factoid about this movie is that he was actually in a bidding war with Alfred Hitchcock for this film, and he actually outbid Hitchcock at the last minute to get the rights to direct this film. It's very interesting because this movie does feel like a Hitchcock movie, just based on the premise of it. And it would have been very interesting to see what Hitchcock would have done with this. But I mean, you can't really ask for anything more by Closet or whatever his name is, because he did a fantastic job with directing this movie. But if you're not familiar with the premise of the movie, basically it is about our main character, Christina. She is the head of this boarding school, and her husband, who's a very kind of abusive guy and stuff, he's the principal at the school, and, you know, he treats her like shit, and, you know, she's supposed to be in charge of the school, but he completely runs the school over her, kind of steps on her toes and basically runs her life and treats her like shit and stuff. He has a mistress by the name of Nicole, who's also a school teacher in the school, and both have pretty much had enough of you know, the husband, because, you know, he's a fucking dick. He's just basically a dick. And so they plot together to actually murder him, which is kind of interesting in the narrative, because our main character, Christina, you know, she's, you know, like I said before, she's got a heart condition and stuff, and she's also very religious. And I like the notion, you know, this is, you know, came out in the 50s and stuff, when divorce was really kind of frowned upon pretty much everywhere and stuff. So they really kind of go into that fact about, you know, divorce is really not an option because it's against religion, but, you know, I'll plan to murder him. You know, it's just so crazy how people do shit like that, you know, because divorce is looked upon as, you know, you still got to deal with that. But if you murder him and get away with it, you know, they're not really looking at you because you got away with it, kind of thing. So I like the premise, you know, a wife and a mistress team up together, the two unlikely people to team up to kill a husband, you know, to rid him so they can move on with their lives and stuff. So that's basically the premise of the film. So the idea is, you know, is obviously to murder them and commit the perfect crime, kind of thing, right? This is such a fantastic movie, man. They set it up so well, you know, with Christina's character. You know, of course, like I said, you know, she's super religious, she's got a heart condition, she really is that wife that is just being stomped on by her husband. In every scene you can feel the pain in her, like she just really wants to break free, but she can't. You know, religious duties say that you can't get divorced, and it shows in every fucking scene. It's just crazy. It's just shot beautifully. There's really, really great dialogue. There's lots of great characters, but, you know, the whole ride is super thrilling. Everything's super calculated in this film to where, you know, you're like, holy shit, man, that's crazy. Because, you know, this is one of those type of movies that you watch the entire movie for the ending. The ending is what sells everything that you've seen before, and it works absolutely beautifully. It's really kind of sad where this one goes and stuff, but it's such a thrilling ride. It's such an enthralling film. There's so many really cool aspects to it. It's one of those films where you watch it and you watch it again, you're like, oh yeah, that works pretty much, you know, exactly how it should work. I've only ever had one little issue with this film, which, you know, I can see there being an argument to why they wouldn't go to the police and stuff once this cop starts. There's just a certain point in the film where, you know, if your husband has been missing for 3 or 4 days and he's a very prominent part of not only the school but your life and stuff like that, why you wouldn't report him missing. Because, I mean, as a police officer or an investigator, I mean, it's kind of a red flag that, you know, your husband's been gone for 3-4 days and you haven't said anything to us. I mean, that seems weird considering he is a principal and school is on, kind of thing. So that's the only kind of notion in this film that I've always kind of questioned every time I watch it. But I guess there is ways to explain it away too, you know, with the holidays and that he was going out of town. Like, there was certain aspects of it and things, but, you know, 3-4 days, you know, without hearing from it is kind of crazy. But such a fantastic film. You know, it's one of those movies that's actually hard to talk about without spoiling anything, because if you've never seen it before, you really don't want this movie to be spoiled for you, because it's quite a treat. You know, cinematically, it looks beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's acted so damn well. The music is great in it. The sets, you know, the locations and stuff that they used are really fantastic. And, you know, it's kind of funny when you watch back on films like this boarding school has a like a full size swimming pool in the schoolyard and stuff. And it's just funny to see this swimming pool like not fenced in and shit, like the times, right? Like, you would never see shit like that today. Like a pool just, you know, without a fence and stuff, obviously for obvious reasons of kids drowning and shit like that. But it's just funny to see shit like that. But really, really good stuff, man. I'm coming in at a 10 out of 10 on this one, no matter what, even though I always kind of question that one little thing. It can be explained away, which I don't really want to get into too much again, because I don't want to get into spoilers, but because it's a classic film I think that everyone needs to see. I know this movie was remade. Oh man, I'm not sure when it was remade, but the remake is what it is. It's just kind of like verbatim type of thing, and from what I remember, but just not as good as this. But if you're gonna watch one of the versions, definitely check out the film from 1955 French version. It is, of course, subtitled, so like pretty much every single movie I've reviewed on this dub show, I think with the exception of 2 movies, I think everything has been foreign subtitled and stuff. But yeah, it is what it is. Diabolique from 1955, straight classic material. Yeah.
Bonus review.
All right, so we're doing it a little bit different here. JP and Moods, the man himself, is not here. So me and Dave are going to be talking about these films for you guys. We're going to do the best that we can, especially me, because I usually have to have Moods and JP hold my hand and fucking tell me what to do. So this is going to be interesting. But first, we're going to be talking about the 1964 horror anthology film Kwaidan, or however the hell you fucking
Kwaidan, I think it is.
Kwaidan.
From Japan.
From Japan. I think this is a Toho film. Pretty sure it's a
Dude,
Toho film.
It's got to be a Toei or Toho. Nobody else makes movies in Japan in the 60s, right?
I know. So this is a pretty popular anthology film. Pretty long. It fucking runs 182 minutes. Broken up into 4 stories of all different lengths. Guess we'll talk about each story. And there's not a wraparound or anything like that. It's basically just 4 stories. Not your typical anthology in that sense, but
the final story is a wraparound as well as the final story. Like they come to, like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like a wraparound. And that guy, I think, narrates in the beginning, kind of like setting up these myths, and then he's the one telling the myth and becomes part of the final story in some kind of way. So
I got it. Oh yeah, and this episode has been amazing. We've been pushing it back for like fucking 7 weeks at this point, so all these movies are extremely fresh in our minds, so we're going to try and do our best on that sense. So let's talk about the first story, titled The Black Hair. So this one is basically about this guy. He's like a samurai kind of character, and he has a wife, and she basically says, fuck you, I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to go and marry this woman who is part of a wealthy family, just because she has more money than you do. And he ends up being very unhappy, so he decides to leave this wealthy wife to go back to his
I think it's years, though. Years later. Yeah. He waits like years. So, like, he left his wife in, like, poverty because he no longer wanted to be poor. And I get the idea that she was taking care of him forever, too, before that. Because, like, he was like a disgraced samurai, and he didn't have a kingdom to serve, so therefore they had no money. And she was making all the money, which was very little, and he didn't want to live like that because his pride got in his way.
Yeah, and he was like she was like a weaver.
Yeah.
So basically, when he comes back, all this weird shit is going on. Everything seems normal, but as the film goes on, or as the story goes on, we learn more about what this decision about leaving his wife ultimately did to her, and how it not only ruined his life, it ruined her life as well. And the ending.
Yeah, you know, he's just like, I was going to get very upset if he just came back and she was a skeleton, because I was like, she's dead. She's a skeleton. Like, he's going to talk to her, and then she's just a skeleton there with the long black hair, and the hair continued to grow. That's where I thought it was going, and it kind of was going that way, and then it just gets batshit, and I'm like, thank you. It gave me the just desserts that anthologies are known for. So this one was my second favorite of the bunch, I think.
Yeah, I agree, too. I think it's probably my second favorite. I mean, as they go on, they become longer and boringer, in my opinion. But this one is just like the right amount of length in terms of running time. But I thought like the effects of him like getting older and older as time went on, and the house getting more and more decrepit as the story went on was pretty cool. I thought that was another one of my favorite parts of it.
They use the hair really well, too. The hair is definitely, it's called The Hair, so you guys can expect some sort of, horror with the hair and stuff. And you don't really see that. The only other one I can think of is kind of with the rope. Isn't there with the rope in Vault of Horror, which is that kind of deal. But, I thought this one was well shot, too. They use really cool effects, how, like, the house is falling apart while they're actually in, like, a lot of nice in-camera tricks. So I thought it was really innovative with that.
Yeah, this is another one of these, Japanese never really like to move their cameras. They like to use a lot of static shots and stuff like that. And you definitely see that a little bit in here. A lot of static backgrounds. Not a lot of stuff happening in the backgrounds. A lot of sets that are pretty much just plain and normal. But
they do so many cool things in the front. Like, instead of doing cuts, they actually like have the effects happen in the shot, like where a wall will break, and you can see like through that shot. And the shots I think are innovative and this whole movie, actually, one of the strong points is the cinematography and the set design and the colors. They're just they pop, especially for the 60s.
Oh yeah, the colors are pretty crazy, especially in the next one. The blues and all that, I think it really is pretty crazy. So, you have anything else to say about this one?
No, just my second favorite one. And I thought that the main guy. I wouldn't call him a protagonist. I mean, is there any
he's a bit of a dickhead.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, he gets his just desserts.
Yep. Rightfully deserved.
Yep.
All right. Next up is probably everybody's favorite story, The Woman of the Snow. So this one we basically follow an old man and his apprentice. I think they cut down trees. They're wood cutters, I think. And they find a hut during a really horrible blizzard, and they don't want to get stuck and die, so they take refuge in this igloo type of hut that's all broken down and shitty.
I think it's just a hut, like for the guy who's normally there to pull across the what the hell do they call those things? Those boats where you use the ropes.
Oh yeah,
I can't
yeah.
remember what it's called off the top of my head, but yeah, I think it's just that guy's basic hut, and he's not there, so.
Yeah, so basically, they're stranded there, and they're ultimately gonna die unless someone comes and helps them. And then this magical woman appears out of the blue and decides the old man dies, but she decides to save the younger man because he's young.
Because he's cute. So she says, "You're young and cute. I'll let you live."
Yeah. So basically, she says though, but if you tell anybody about what happened, I'm going to come back and I'm going to kill you. And that's what the rest of the story is pretty much about, is him keeping the secret about him being saved by this mystical lady in the night.
Setting up the plot, everybody already knows that this inspired one of the more like infamous like anthology stories from since we already know it, anybody that's seen both movies knows, or anybody that just knows from your description there, Tales from the Dark Side essentially like took this story directly from this movie, and it's the same plot. It's the best story in that movie, and it's the best story in this movie. And I feel like this is probably a myth, like an older myth that predates this movie, to be honest.
Well, it says here it's an adaptation from Kern's Kwaidan Stories and and Studies of Strange Things from 1903. So I guess it was in a novel or some sort. But then, go ahead.
No, it's all you.
So he goes back to his normal life. You know, he lives with his mother at this point, and he goes about his life. He becomes a woodcutter, and then one day comes across this lady, and she tells him that she's on her way to somewhere, and that she has no family, and the rest of her family who's still alive lives in there, so she's trying to get a job. So they live in their house, this girl and our main character and the mother, and they ultimately fall in love, and at the end of the film, she tells her about what happened, if I remember correctly. Right, Dave?
Yeah. Well, it kind of spoils the thing, but like, it's so hard to talk about this one without spoiling. Anthologies in general are that kind of way.
Yeah.
Like I said, this one, cinematography is brilliant. It's all on a set, but like the wooded areas look so great. The snow, the colors, the how the skyline is fucking weird. It keeps changing, and it's like it plays with you really well. I mean, this one is probably one of the best anthology stories there ever was, to be honest, as far as quality is concerned. Objectively, like the quality it was made, you know, budget and stuff, and what went into it. This is definitely like the shining star in this movie, and it makes it better. I think some cuts actually didn't include this short.
Yeah, so. And I liked kind of going into spoilers again that she let him live just because he had kids. It's like it shows that she has some sort of mercy towards him, pretty much in the same way that happened that night where they first met. It's like,
well, she's heartbroken too that she has to leave her family because he's fucking won't keep his mouth shut.
Yeah.
And the shoes too. He runs out and puts the shoes out there for her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like Dave said, this one is like pretty much like all like painted backgrounds and stuff like that. It's pretty well done. Definitely the highlight of the film for sure. And then we get into the longest.
This is 2 movies. This one's just its own movie, by the way. Like, it's an hour and a half. It should have been its own movie. They should have made 2 movies with this.
Yeah. It's Hochi the Earless.
But he's blind, so in the beginning you're like, what the fuck? but it comes too.
Yeah, it comes too. It's a weird fucking. I feel like this one overstays its welcome in too many. It overstays its welcome.
Scene in the beginning. There's like a 25-minute battle scene, which I was like, oh, this is the whole short. And then you're like, no, that's the setup for this movie.
Yeah. It's basically just about like this this convent of, are they nuns or what are they? Are they warriors or?
They wouldn't be nuns. Nuns are female. They'd be monks if they were a religious thing. Monks. I mean, I'm pretty sure they had I don't think they were nuns, but
Dave,
I'm not even sure if they were monks. I would say they were monks.
Shit like always.
The equivalent to monks.
Yeah, but so they basically, I'm trying to remember this one. This one's like so long and boring. It's like,
no, I mean, it starts off with a huge battle about these two like waging they're at war with each other. It's on the water. It's pretty creative, pretty entertaining. And then that whole story sets up who this earless guy who lives at this monastery type deal, and he's like a musician. And this soldier, he can't tell it's a soldier though. The soldier comes and tells him, he's all dressed in old like shogun stuff, and he says, "Well, come perform for my ruler or whatever, my general." And they start to do it every night, and he's being taken away, and we don't know where he's going, and we find out he's basically performing for Ghost, and they put a spell on him. And the only way to break that spell is to somehow cover his body in this like sayings, like these weird markings, so that they cannot see him. But it doesn't go as planned, of course. And the markings reminded me of stuff like Mr. Vampire and other Asian horror films where they put these little markings or anything on you to scare ghosts away or other like demons, etc. But I mean, it's a well-made movie. It's a lot. It's a lot after watching 2 shorts before it, and then they give you a feature-length movie. You're like, what?
Yeah, like you said, I feel like they could have just went, okay, we're going to make this an hour and a half shorter and just had it 3 stories, or even 2 stories, because the next story is like, why is this even in here in the first place?
So
they could have just had the first 2 stories and would have been pretty much done with it.
Or expanded on the 4th story. They needed to expand it or cut it.
Yeah, because the 4th story, as we'll talk about, is like it's like short. It's like 15 minutes long, and it doesn't really go anywhere at all, and it really doesn't stick into your mind. This one or the 4th one doesn't really stick into your mind that much, like the first 2.
I remembered them. I just don't think they're as strong because, like I said, it's just a lot to ask for an hour and a half short in an anthology because you don't expect that. Mm-hmm. But the final story, it's like trying to make a point. It directly ties in all of them together, and it's kind of the wraparound. But it also says not all myths are finished. You know what I mean? Like there's not necessarily a meaning or a finished line to everything. I think that's what he's kind of getting at, and it's weird because that character kind of completes the 4th story. He's saying it's not complete, but his demise is what completes the 4th story. It is what it is. I mean, it's the worst of the bunch, the 4th one for sure.
Yeah, and I just feel like most Japanese films like to tie it in with some kind of lesson at the end, and I feel like this one kind of does the same with what you just said. But the 4th story isn't like really that different. It's about this guy. He's a writer, right?
I don't know what he knows. Oh, no, the writer writing this story about. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the guy who drinks the guy in the water or the tea.
No, he's like a writer, and
He's writing a bunch of myths. He's actually writing these stories, if I'm not mistaken, because I think we hear his narration. So he's writing a book about ancient like myths and legends, and he comes to this 4th story, and he's writing about how it's incomplete, and then we kind of go there, and we never quite finish that story. But he has a demise before that story's over, but it's kind of like a double thing there, Like this story doesn't have an ending because maybe I'm dead, or maybe there was no ending to every story. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really remember this one that much, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the guy, I watched this longer than you, I think, because we reviewed it for the channel. I had to bump it up at my blind spot, so I switched it with M, which is a long-ass movie, too. So,
but M is
basically,
awesome.
Yeah, I haven't watched. That's why it's my blind spot. I knew it was great. I just hadn't seen it. So this guy, they're supposed to be meditating or being like in line and very trained. He gets up and he's going to get some tea, and he sees something like a person in his tea smiling at him, and he's like, "What the fuck?" So he dumps it out, and it keeps happening. So he just eventually drinks it, and somehow this guy keeps haunting him wherever he is, where he's standing guard. This guy runs in, and he has goons helping him, and he starts to fight everything, but they're not really there, or they're apparitions where he can't really do anything to him.
It's going crazy.
Yeah, he's gone mad.
Yeah. That's basically about it. It's short. It is really short, and it really doesn't flesh out that much like we said earlier, because at this point the runtime is already 2.5 hours or 2 hours and 45 minutes. So I feel like they kind of crunched on this one, so it probably could have been either cut out or placed earlier on because, as Dave said, it's kind of like a wraparound story. So I feel like if they would have took like half of it and put it at the beginning and had some kind of build up to the first story and then had the ending of this one at the end, I think it might have worked a little bit better.
But he's in there throughout narrating. But maybe we should have had like a 5-minute scene in the beginning of him writing or something, so we knew that it was a narrator. But then again, I guess it's kind of surprising. Maybe it's going for that whole campfire storytelling. I'm not sure. I just know the movie's a little unique in the way it unfolds, so that could possibly be it too. And this is 1964, so I don't think there really was like 100, like set in stone how to do anthologies. So it's definitely ahead of its time, and it's definitely a beautifully looking movie. I mean, Criterion released it, so
yeah, it's going to be a good transfer and all that. Yeah. But I know people really love this one. I mean, I'm not in love with it like a lot of people, but I still think it's worth a watch at least once.
I like it. I think it's good. But like I said, I would really recommend the first story. I think the second story is a masterpiece. The third story is good, but overlong and belongs in its own thing. And the fourth story is just okay.
Yeah. You want to give it a rating?
I'm at 8. I'm taking in the time too. So
yeah, I'm at a 7.5.
Yeah, we're pretty close.
I feel like it overstays its welcome a little bit, but I still think it's worth a watch at least once.
So, Brad, are you fucking my sister or what?
What's it to you, your mental case?
All you guys have called me a mental case once too often. Say your prayers.
Yo, what's up? This is Mike from Fresh Cuts and No More Room in Hell. I'm here with a review of Wicked World from 1991. It's been so long since this review was originally supposed to happen. I don't even remember exactly why or how I got wrapped up in having to review this, let alone for 22 shots of moods and horror. Well, I'm at a loss. Somebody ask around for me. Anyways, this movie, Wicked World, IMDb, first line of the synopsis: Wicked World is like nothing you have ever experienced. Well, they got that part right, because I don't know what the hell exactly I just watched. The movie opens up with some quotes about violence in the world and, trying to, your make a difference fluff bullshit. And then the opening scene of the movie goes on to feel like a fucking trashy porn movie. I'm still trying to make sense of that opening scene, actually. And it doesn't get much better from there. In fact, at least the opening scene was so batshit ridiculous that I laughed at it. There was a couple other scenes I laughed at, namely the neighbor showing up to the barbecue to get a 100% uncooked food off the barbecue, while the wife rails against the husband for, being mad that we give foreign aid to other countries. I feel like this movie thinks it wants to be clever by throwing in little political things. In fact, I don't even know if this whole movie thinks it's trying to be some type of political commentary on violence in the world, needless violence, or if it thinks it's going to be like, a modern take on Funny Games where it's like turning it on the viewer for witnessing all the violence on screen and all that stuff. But whatever it's trying to do, it fails at pretty much everything except what the first line of the synopsis says, which is nothing you have ever experienced. Not only that, but it's also something you probably never want to experience a second time because, it's pretty boring. The acting is out of this world bad. I don't know what redeeming qualities there are. It's a 3.1 on IMDb. IMDb is not the be-all, end-all of ratings, but that might even be a little too high. It's a 1991 movie, so I'm assuming that it was watched when you guys were prepping for your 91 show. But how that transitioned to me having to watch it for this review, I don't know, and I'm calling it an unforgivable action. I think it was Parker that Patreon it and said I had to review it. I don't know. But please don't ever do this again. Yeah, this movie sucked. I don't know what else to say because half the stuff I would comment is not going to make sense to people who haven't seen it, and I'm sure as hell not recommending people to see it. So maybe I'm just going to end the review now. And yeah, since you guys rank stuff, I guess I'll go ahead and do that. I'll give it a 2 out of 10 because there was 2 scenes I laughed at, while the rest of the time I was just staring at the screen like, why? So yeah, I would say thanks for having me review this, but no, the opposite of thanks for having me review this. So fuck Wicked World, fuck whoever made me do this. I'm looking in your direction, Parker, because I think it was you. But yeah, back to you guys at 22 shots.
Alright, so that is a wrap here on episode 201, the dub exclusive for yo ass. Yeah. Alright, Jeremy, you want to take us out of here?
Oh, real quick, since Mood's like changed what he's doing post 200, can Jeremy do that too and not list off every single thing every time?
All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening to episode 201 of 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. If you want to follow the man Moods himself, you could do so at youtube.com/moods616. If you want to follow JP on his channel, youtube.com/doubleshotj. JP, any news from Peter this week?
Nope.
All right. Follow me on my YouTube, youtube.com/NESRuler22. Follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/22 Shots Podcast. Join us on the Facebook page, facebook.com. Search bar 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. Leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665. And please support the Patreon to get the sand sucked out of my vagina. Patreon.com/22 Shots Podcast. All right, that should do it, everybody, for episode 201 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. We'll be back next week with the top 10 of 2020. Yeah.
Deuces.